But it wasn't a superhero movie. It was an action hero movie. It's a big difference, right?
Yeah.
What did they show in Iron Man? They showed big explosions.
Yeah.
They didn't show man catching guy falling from the sky. But the thing is, once you've seen one Iron Man movie, you've seen them all. And they found that out.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to change. The problem is, once you've seen about half a dozen superhero movies, you've seen them all.
Kind of forgot what made Marvel big in the first place.
Was the big over-the-top action.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't these world-ending events. It wasn't these gopher hunts.
Yeah. Nothing. What in hindsight, I think Marvel had kind of the right idea as far as like going for TV series, so you could serialize out the thing. Like with Iron Man, I think maybe what would have been good is like instead of going for another movie, do an Iron Man TV series, because Demon in a Bottle is one of the best storylines Stuart Marion's ever had. But he's not taking up. He's not on the Iron Man. He's not fighting. He's fighting the alcoholism. It's a very personal story with him.
Again, the problem is, it's their artists, not storytellers. Mm-hmm. And you're right. Demon in a Bottle. That should. There are. And the thing is,
I may be on Amazon. Keep going.
Yeah. Right. The thing is, you're right. There are big stories out there, better stories out there. Marvel doesn't like them because they're full of petty, jealous artists who want their stories to be the front and center. These are people, mainly activists, who are using recognized names to as a vehicle for their propaganda. Look at Captain America. Captain Black Falcon America is nothing like even, because a lot of comic book people have said Bucky had the shield, not Falcon. Now, I don't follow the comic books. I'm sick of comic books because they all turn to poison. And I knew back since the 90s that in university, all the actors were saying out loud how they're going to join pop culture and ruin it so that people become politically active. That's all they want. They want people to be like them, to be miserable, perpetually angry. And they got what they wanted. And now they're upset because they forgot that the anger they created is now aimed at them. And they keep bleating about reactionaries. I'm sorry, we no longer consider reactionary a bad word. Okay? The left have just created their own demons. And they don't realize this is that's all they want, is to Look, when it comes to conspiracies, only the leadership has to know the goals. Only the leadership has to know the truth. All they have to do is convince the loudest, most angry idiot that their misery in life is caused by somebody else. And once they turn that idiot into an angry activist, there's no going back. Okay, it's like a mental illness. We don't have cures. We have treatments. Hello, Fatal.
I agree. Hey, Fatal.
Fatal is muted, but that might be on purpose.
It is for an obvious reason, but we always appreciate him being here, but despite all that. So it's really sad to see all these companies like fall flat on their faces. And you know what's so hilarious? I think Assassin's Creed comes out the same day as Snow White.
What a shock.
What are the odds of that? Oh, that's gonna be.
Hey, I guess they saw that movie Dumb and Dumber.
Oh, God.
it's like which way, Western fan? Which way?
No, but that's their ideal world.
Do you want to go buy a game that desecrated Japan blatantly, or go see a horrendous storytelling of a beloved animated classic that Disney forgot that put him on the map of
the movie that literally built the fucking studio?
Again, deliberately. Here's the thing. They make a Latino princess. No, hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
They make a Latino princess set in the 1950s in the, some sort of ballroom love story, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Spanish princess, not a Latina, sorry. A Spanish princess,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
1950s, white dress, just don't call her Snow White, and there wouldn't have been a problem.
Well, by word point, she is set to play Vita Perón in new production.
Yes. Look, the audience did this to themselves. When the Rolling Stones were involved in every scandal, and here's the thing, anybody else were cancelled. But they never cancelled the Rolling Stones see, the problem is society created their sacred cows, right? The people who could do no wrong.
Yeah, they could do no wrong. It's like, that's okay. We'll be fine. We'll recover from this. What's this? Oh, what's this? Concord lost $400 million. Oh my goodness. Well, that's okay. They were a shitty company anyway. Moving on. Assassin's Creed, what are you doing? Oh, what's that? You disrespected a shrine in Japan and called the Japanese people stupid, uneducated hicks? Oh, goodness gracious, here's more money to fund that.
Yeah, but as I said, they made people
angry.
I'm trying hard not to.
They're trying to be a black samurai. It's okay, yeah, you had actually one black guy who was in Japan, but was he a samurai? Probably not.
No, there's only 6 lines. They forget there's only 6 actual lines, and only one of them mentions he carried a sword from in retreat. They were retreating. The guy had just been defeated. He'd been killed, and he handed. And there's no saying that he actually got handed the sword. There's only a quick, brief mention by the Portuguese that he carried the sword back to the man's son. That's it.
Yeah, because like we're into battle. I'm grabbing a sword. Okay.
That's like saying I walked past the kung fu school and now I'm a kung fu master.
Yeah.
But again, this is about Afrocentrism. Okay.
Yeah.
People liked the kung. What's the name? The one with Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh,
Samurai Boogaloo or something, or is that the name of the song they made later?
I don't know.
But they made us black samurai anime manga.
Yeah,
it was briefly, like Boondocks was briefly, and remember, Boondocks came hot off the heels of the success of the Boondock Saints, okay, which was not connected. But those 3 IPs all were flash in the pan. Their fandom died out very quickly because better products came out. And this happens to me. It happens to everybody, okay? There's always going to be a new product.
Well, they also went about, the previous thing, because previously they'd made up characters where they could do what they wanted.
Yeah,
and
that's what
and highlight the history. But when they went with that, let's do it based on an actual guy. Well, the thing is, actual guys have actual facts attached, actual history, and when you go against that, you kind of blow the whole deal.
And when they were told it was academic fraud, they doubled down on stupid instead of going, because they didn't want to admit that they were either in on the scam or they fell for a scam.
Mm-hmm.
But the Black Samurai, sorry to tell you this, is academic fraud, and the Japanese government is in the process of trying to get legislation passed to get a UN condemnation of the attacks as an attack on their culture and history, that these black groups are trying to rewrite their history. And right now, Facebook is promoting these black groups.
I'm not sure
If
if
you
it's
look at
black
the feed-
groups or just typical libtard groups. And again, the
No, some of these are, no, this is a South African communist group.
Okay.
It's black power.
Okay.
It's the Black Samurai bullshit is coming from officials in the ANC posting on Facebook.
Yes.
Apparently, Lockie was their boy. You know, they love having their White House boys. You know, they love finding some foolish white guy who will do what they say in order to make peace and right the past. You know.
I'm also thinking them going back to to the Doge thing. We're finding out this money's going everywhere. It's like, and a large part of Gamergate was funded by these type of things.
Gamergate was funded by Doge. Gamergate 2.0 was funded by Doge.
Yeah,
We're now finding out
Doge targets. Yeah,
the BBC was funded by Doge.
Yeah,
and remember what was going on in the BBC at the time? Pro mass migration.
Yeah.
The promotion of J.K. Rowling was endless for 12 years. Who gets that much coverage as a writer? Nobody. And also the Madeleine McCann story.
Oh, God.
So there's a lot of things that your money was... I won't say that they were funding it for those events. But what I'm saying is a J.K. Rowling fan got her day in the sun funded by the US taxpayer, and she got to go on the air for something like 12 years and promote a book she liked. And millions fell for it, and that's how scams work. People profited deeply and greatly off US taxpayers on government funding that never gets repaid, never gets audited. We now find that there were Ukraine backed already in 2014. There were groups in Ukraine getting US aid. You funded the coup. You funded Ukrainian politicians into office. In any other country, that's election interference, right? Could you imagine if Russia funded a US politician?
I understand they may have tried.
Actually, no.
Our system's too big.
No, there were some Russians who decided to troll the US and put $1,000 in. Now, the only politician in the US who was funded by a Russian was Putin giving Bill Clinton $500,000. And he was later forced to repay it. He also got money from China. Yet everybody forgets that. You know, how convenient.
Yeah.
The only politician we know who actually got money from Russia was Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
Now, yes, there were Russian trolls who gave money, like the guy who put $1,000 into a pack, and then called Radio Moscow and said what he did.
Yeah,
that's obviously a troll job, right? Yeah. Or the Facebook group in Cyrillic with location in Moscow, doing those Trump memes. That's an obvious troll job. That's what Russians do. They get their shits and giggles watching people hit a fan.
Yeah, I think that is probably mostly what supposedly Russian interference. They're just trolling. They're not trying.
Even the Russian government, half the Russian government are troll jobs. That's how they got into government. They became popular as, they became popular by calling radio stations and saying, "Come, lad.
Yeah.
Have you seen you ass? Your ass huge. Your mother."
Actually, that was the thing. Adam Schiff. There was a couple of Russian DJs. They had nothing. But they saw this little song, and yes, we have video Trump doing basically a thing on. Oh, really? He was taking it seriously. He's an idiot.
That they were Russian troll jobs, and that's what Russians do. Okay, I'm not saying they're the world's largest trolls, but they are It's a cultural thing. Trolling is cultural in Russia.
Yeah. That's probably why Trump can't get on, because he is also a bit of a troll. He likes trolling people. It's a fun little pastime.
I remember when the Russians trolled the Polish. The Polish at first laughed it off, but it did become annoying. But all you have to do is hang up on them. You can't. If you flip out, it just feeds into the troll.
Yeah.
Take your jab and take your jab and shut up. You don't. If Poland doesn't understand Russians by now, they never will. You know what I mean?
No, they were under Russian rule for so long.
I think yes, there are people who are salty about Russian rule and want to get revenge. I'm sorry, folks. The people you want revenge on are dead.
Yeah.
The best revenge was the fact that you broke from Russian rule. Okay.
Remember,
now it's like. Sorry. It's like
just an old
any
joke.
job.
Yeah.
Just let them. Yeah, they call up radio stations. Radio stations get trolls all the time. This is why most radio stations in the West don't live. Okay, they get the troll, they listen to the troll, and then they say, "Thank you for your call, but you're not on the air." Boom. Yeah. That's it. They filter all their calls.
Oh yeah.
And any of the good ones actually make it through. If you're a good enough troll, you make it through, get your 5 minutes of fame. Yeah. But the radio station's laughing because they got the ratings.
If you're doing it, always have a call screener. Do not take the call yourself. Have somebody to monitor first.
It's the same with congressional staffers. I bet you Adam Schiff's congressional staffer was a professional activist, and the moment they heard PP tapes, they said, "Adam, we got him."
Yeah.
And Adam, like the professional goonbar he is, I mean, the guy looks like he got smacked in the back of the head at 6 years old with a spade.
Yeah.
But
you're a definition of pencil neck geek. Okay, no.
Yeah, but did you know he's the grandson of a war criminal?
That's right. I forgot.
Americans are not war criminals. You don't prosecute war profiteers unless they're German.
Yeah.
Adam Schiff's great-grandfather was a merchant banker who funded Japan's war against China. In fact, he went to Japan and said, "If you want to be such a great power, you can do the US a great favor and join us in this war against Japan," because US, Russia, and Japan were trying to fight the communists in northern Russia. I mean, not northern Russia, northern China, on the Russian border.
Yeah.
This was the 1920s. Adam Schiff's family sold millions of tons of munitions on behalf of the US government to Japan. But the Schiff Bank was in trouble because they had huge investments in Russia, and then came the revolution. And Comrade Stalin went, yoink! And so they got the US then to back out of said war. And then that, people don't know, but that's one of the 3 wars that instigated World War II. The war in China, the war in the Balkans, and the enmity between Poland and Germany. Germany was under socialist rule, and the socialists hated the conservative Polish because they were staunchly Catholic, and socialism wasn't spreading through Poland. It spread through Russia and Germany, but there was this bastion of Catholicism. And America said, "We can't have a Catholic nation. We must destroy it."
The thing is, the Polish are probably the most like Americans, too. That's where personality-wise.
Well, where do you think? Well, there's Italians and Polish. They make up the hugest ethnic groups on the eastern seaboard.
Like it's like not quite an ancestor, but it's like sort of a half uncle, just off in my half brother.
A lot of people
have
Polish ancestors in America.
Well, not Polish. He was involved with it. He was like right-hand man to King Stanislaus before the Russians came rolling in. It's
Yeah.
quite a character,
But here's the thing:
Mhm.
America had stuck its finger in the Balkans.
Mhm.
Okay, the Greek independence, big thing. I can understand that. The
Mhm.
Turks are colonizers. They should have been kicked out of Europe a long time ago.
Yeah.
But America keeps playing these games. So we'll use the Turks against the Russians.
Mhm.
And Russia kept warning you, it will backfire on you.
Yeah.
You can't trust the Turk.
Mhm.
You can't. They warned them about the Arabs. You can't trust the Arabs.
Mhm.
Keep them at arm's length. No, the British went and hugged them. It's like everything the Russians said will do the opposite, and everything the Russians warned us about
Yeah.
came true.
Mhm.
Now, we should have signed the Greater Europe Peace Deal in 1996, but because there were so many Russophobes who wanted their bloody revenge on Russia,
Mhm.
who just couldn't let the past go, and Adam Schiff, I mean, I'm not against banking or bankers, but
Mhm.
it's nothing personal. It is merely that the fact I think that the profession as a whole is just nothing but corruption. Okay? Bankers are the reason why we have inflation, okay? They can't loan money if people can afford stuff. So they keep pushing prices up. That's why they keep raising interest rates to force price rises.
Yeah.
So that nothing is affordable. And bankers, particularly the Schiff banking cartel, they all collapse because basically there's too many banks.
Mhm.
People don't forget, you actually had hundreds of banks close, but because they were all, they were like, backwater, nobody cared.
Mhm.
But I think the biggest problem right now is people don't understand.
Mhm.
Trump gets people talking. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
There's an issue.
Mhm.
And I do think that if the US is funding Canada, why isn't Canada part of America? Why do you want this North American trade agreement? Why do you want this? I get it. Why do they want the North American trade agreement to be this secret thing? Why do they secretly want mass free movement between North America from Panama to Alaska? You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
Why do they want free trade, but they don't want? Why do they want the illusion of national borders? If they're going to have all these secret deals, like you can it is their obsession with what they call free trade.
Mhm.
They think, free trade means free movement of people. Freedom means free movement of people, being able to go and do whatever you want. But that's not human nature.
No.
That's just imperialism, right?
Just open the doors to all the reprobates in Paris. I think, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's like a lot of people haven't caught on yet. India got its independence in 1948. They kicked all the British out. Why can't we kick the Indians out? Why can India say that we are soon going to take over Fiji and England? They openly say they're going to take over England through mass migration. They're half the politicians in some counties are all Indians. That's imperialism.
Yeah.
Yet we can't kick them out because it's a human right. They're not refugees.
You got some councils are like all Pakistan. Like the population is not all but it's like they've taken over the councils and
yeah, they've taken all the top jobs in Britain, and then they say, "Oh, the Indians are most successful." It's like in the US, "Oh, the Indians are so successful." No, you keep handing all the top jobs to Indians. And it goes back to the same thing, like affirmative action, when all the women were running around crying what great businessmen they were, But as soon as USAID came out, as soon as USAID was cut off. Now here's the thing: USAID's been cut off before. It was Obama did it.
Yeah.
He cut wasteful spending. So is he a Republican now? Is
No.
he all right? Again, it's comes back to what I said at the beginning. There's no morality. They don't believe in anything they say. It's all, and the people at the top. There's no, the conspiracies just at the top. The idiots below them don't have to know what's going on. All the idiots below are just told that their side needs them to be idiots, and they'll act like idiots. They'll do stupid things. See, here's the thing, and we can blame Reagan for this. American public television for a long time was separate, right?
Yeah.
If you were a studio, you couldn't own the broadcast. If you were, so you had to be either a producer, director, or actor, right? The separation was to stop monopolies. Okay. For a long time, TV shows were produced by separate individual companies, some of whom became very successful, others collapsed and died before their series came to an end, usually because they were cancelled. Most of them, look at Desilu Studios. They funded Star Trek. They should be billionaires. No, instead they were sent broke by the studios, yanking off their funding and selling their product at a loss.
What's up, Shiny?
Yeah,
actually,
well, guys.
One thing I'm going through the myths of Star Trek and the thing.
Day after last night, that my older sister kind of cut off my internet for thinking I'm talking too loud in the stream at night, which I'm not even talking that loud. I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah.
You don't need any ways to just make sure that stream doesn't ruin.
No, the year that Desilu sold out to Gulf Western, that was the most profitable year in decades.
Yeah.
They were not losing money. I think a lot of Lucy was just sick of the business of being in charge of it.
Yeah,
she just wanted to go back just doing her shows.
Well, that's not what some people said. They said they might have been profitable then, but that was mostly from her own.
No, they were. Star Trek was bringing in money. It wasn't.
Yeah.
No.
But
there's a lot of inside baseball shit. But the bottom line, it's like no, they were doing well. It's just,
anyways, guys,
she's just sick and tired of the backbite and all stuff. Fuck you guys.
Anyways, guys,
and Gulf Western wanted to buy a studio.
Anyways, guys, is there any way to do soundproofing without like without ruining the buck? Huh? What's that?
Egg cartons,
foam,
on cardboard. You get cardboard and glue egg cartons on top of them and put them on a wooden frame. You can buy balsa very cheap.
Yeah. I've seen some people still have these big, kind of pads.
Make yourself a three-way balsa box. You got to have one wall open because you got no aircon.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, like, if I want to have it soundproof, like since I know I'm using my headphones, maybe, try to have something to do, like have a soundproof.
I'm not going to worry about real soundproof until I get a house and have one room. That's your studio, Then I can go nuts.
But the problem with soundproofing is also heat retention.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't want my voice coming all the way up to the ceiling. That's the problem,
Yeah.
If it's the ceiling, you just put a stand with a cardboard, and just put egg cartons on top of the cardboard.
Rig up something to absorb the sound. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just put cardboard up on top.
You make a frame with balsa. You put cardboard on top, right? The proper corrugated cardboard, and then you get inverted egg cartons and put them on top, face down, right? So you got the cup facing you, and the sound will bounce around the cardboard, but the cardboard will vibrate, but the egg cups will bounce the sound back into the cardboard. But that creates heat, so you've got to have a fan or aircon on,
Mhm.
because it'll slowly build up. It'll catch up to you.
I do have an air conditioner like on top of my PC, so
Yeah.
I'll try to think about doing that.
Yeah. Now, but one of the little objections I got when I was starting, because this one site, facttrek.com, they go through debunking a lot of the long-standing myths and legends. There's plenty about Star Trek to celebrate. We don't need to gild the lily too much.
Sorry, I've been to a lot of Star Trek conventions in the 90s, and they always said Gulf or Western screwed them on a deal where they were going to lose a lot of money or were losing money. But then again, you're right that what happened in the boardroom. I think it does sound like Lucy. She walked away from projects before because she always said Hollywood's a den of vipers. You think they're your friends, and then the next day,
Oh, hello.
I'm not staying long.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I just want to check on you guys.
Okay.
Holy shit, Rosetta.
Yeah.
We've actually shifted to Star Trek here, so we've got enough politics.
Well,
yeah, I'm just here for a while, but the thing is, and the thing is like it sucks for me that like I hate how they think I can't stream at night, which my voice isn't that loud because it's like thinking I'm talking that loud, which I wasn't talking loud.
Yeah, but you have idiots, and idiots can get away with stuff because I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
but there's
stupid
just
is contagious, and it's pitied.
Yeah, but there's a human flaw. Yeah, pity. They pity them, so they give them a little win. To make
and the thing is, it's kind of bad. The thing is, it's kind of ruining my health. Someone forcing me to go to bed. Yeah,
I know.
Yes, how dare you sleep?
I don't know how well soundproofing will work because it's cheap soundproofing is exactly that. It's
like if I'm using the headphones, I don't want them to hear up to.
Well, again, a lot of us just get really close to the mic.
Well, I'm close. I'm close to the mic, so.
Yeah. So.
And there are options besides close to the mic, like wear a mask or something.
Well, again, it depends on what your scenario is there. If you can put up the foam squares on the wall.
Yeah,
I know, but one of the things I'm trying is when they try to think, the reason why Gene Coon left Star Trek is because he had a fight with Roddenberry about too much comedy.
Yeah.
No, complete and utter bullshit.
Yeah, I did read somewhere in the Star Trek Companion, which was strange, that none of them liked each other. The studio was constantly interfering.
Well, yeah. Well, studio would have, they'd have problems, but the studio was still being run by, like Lucy and stuff. And it was like, still run by creatives. So Gulf Western came in, and it's like, these people didn't know.
That's what I was
shit
going to
from
say.
Shinola
I
about how to
know
make
which
it.
studio they referred to.
Yeah.
Because they had changed ownership. I didn't know.
Yeah.
But what I do know is when Gene Roddenberry originally pitched Star Trek, this wasn't the show he produced, and they were very angry. But they already had a season, so they had to show it. Now, it was somewhat popular, so they let him get away with it. The third season, apparently there was a huge decline in the audience, or the huge decline or just too much drama.
Well, that one, you can't really sum it up.
Yeah,
you can't. This is.
Wait. Let me have a few things here, because this is my wheelhouse too here.
Yeah.
When it comes to the third season, there's a lot of issues with it, including the fact that it was overhyped with the whole, let's push the campaigns that really weren't really needed as the campaigns and all this other stuff. But also, when you open the season with Spock's brain, you're shooting yourself in the foot. They also were not given very consistent airings and other stuff like that. There was a lot of issues with it then. It was more than just viewership dipped.
And a lot of preemptions during that season. It's just like...
Yeah, I did hear...
The death slot thing is arguable because Man from U.N.C.L.E. had that exact same time slot with the same demographic appeal, and it did wow. It could be given a hit in that show. So
you eat penis. Wow.
But it's like a big part of it is, in fact, they did lose Gene Coon towards the end of the second season for various reasons, none of which had to do with the fact it was too jokey. In fact,
No, Roddenberry said
he loved
in multiple interviews that he believed that shows needed a balance between the serious and fuck off lighthearted episodes that you needed to balance. He also wanted things to be more episodic and less continued, which is why even though they handled a lot of the stuff well in DS9, I think there's issues he would have had with parts of it.
Yeah.
Because he wanted more episodic things people could just hop in and watch an episode. He wanted more lighthearted episodes mixed in with the serious stuff like that. So these are things Roddenberry himself said.
Will you be better than this or no?
When they did First Contact, the comments they made Cochran say about his vision he actually had about wanting women and money and fame, that was Roddenberry.
Yeah,
he was a shameless womanizing adulterer. Okay, but
all right. I'm just making sure my voice sounds okay. All right.
No, you're fine. Yeah,
you're fine.
We want to back up just a little bit.
Yeah, because I wore.
Just back up a little bit.
Wow.
But it's like the original story for A Piece of the Action was a lot darker. And Roddenberry handed to Gene Coon, "Hey, make this lighter. We want more fun here."
Yeah,
he said go comedy.
I remember.
And they brought in a comedy director for that episode too, Jamie Comack. He did sitcoms.
Remember, Roddenberry tried to make another show because he was sick of he didn't like the direction Star Trek had took, so he made another show. But because it didn't take off, he went back to Star Trek and pretended everything was fine. But he was also dying, so
again, he pitched all kinds of things. So,
that's not completely accurate. Part of that speculation on his motives, he was working on many things before Star Trek. The only thing that he openly said he didn't fuck off like about Star Trek was the fact that it became such a cult hit that everybody forgot his other credits.
Yeah, because
that's what he had a problem with.
Because
not that he didn't like it.
Yeah, most of his career is writing westerns and cop shows. But at
to
the start,
fair, I like Star Trek much better than that shit. But anyway,
he got pigeonholed as a sci-fi writer. Whereas, like before Star Trek, he had written maybe one science fiction thing before that.
Yeah, but it was him who painted himself originally. He decided to become a sci-fi writer because he had an idea for a Western to the stars.
Yeah, a Western to the stars. He was trying to make the worlds meet because sci-fi was becoming popular, but he loved that old Western stuff. And let's look at Star Trek as a whole. It plagiarized shamelessly from actually really known sci-fi books of the 40s and 50s anyways. I'm talking about beyond just borrowing ideas, like the entire United Federation of Planets and Keep Earth Human League and all these things that were used in a lot of the stuff he wrote came directly out of Headline Star Beast. It's like stuff like that. So he plagiarized shamelessly. We have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge that because it's truth.
It is true. Can I also point out that Star Trek wasn't the only one, but it was the most popular one at the time.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people don't realize that, again, it's because it's that shameless partisanship, you know? Oh, I like Star Wars, so I'll give Star Wars a pass. But Star Wars, Star Trek, and I forget the other there was a whole lot of series. They all basically not just borrowed from each other, but they all borrowed from a collection of stories known as pulp fiction.
Yeah.
I will say in this defense, as somebody who is more a Trek fan than a Star Wars fan, so I'm more apt to defend Star Trek on this than Star Wars. Star Wars was not as egregious in its plagiaristic behaviors, and the writer crews of that were more. One sec, it wasn't finished. And the writers and creators were more willing to admit when they borrowed from something else than Roddenberry was.
Yeah, but Hollywood and plagiarism is like hand and glove. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not denying that. And I'm not saying this was unique to Roddenberry. Remember, I am an absolute Trekkie, so I'm saying this as somebody who loves Roddenberry's stuff.
Yeah.
And remembers him fondly.
Despite him being a womanizer shitbag.
Good God, some of the shit he pulled. I will never forget watching the interview with his son where Rod's sitting there going, honestly, I adored my father with every fiber of my being. But let's be honest. The first time my dad cheated on my mom was on their honeymoon.
At least after they were married.
Well,
He was fucking around with Sandra back when
remember, if you research the beliefs that they promoted, that Majel and Jean said were what they believed, they did not believe relationships before marriage were cheating. So there's a context to that too.
And it's still again, it's being a little
but don't forget
cheating on his wife with Majel.
Here's the thing.
Michelle
and cheating on Michelle, and then he was throwing the water.
Thank you, Furious Skin.
Hey, you know it's really weird. People forget that William Shatner's Kirk is a stand-in for is a self-insert by Roddenberry.
It was partly self-insert, and then he threw in bits of other characters that he loved from different sci-fi and stuff like that. But there was a lot of, again, Zefram Cochrane was them doing a tribute to Roddenberry, and they admitted that when they made the movie. So I mean, there's been self-inserts and inserts to signify Roddenberry throughout all of the shows and movies. That's been there from the beginning because he was a raging egomaniac who wanted all the women and all the fame. And he never
I don't know who said it, and I don't know if it's true. But what's it? The guy who founded Hubbard. They said,
right. Oh, he was always just Hubbard. Yeah. Like, wait, why
said Roddenberry would have become a cult leader if Hubbard hadn't beat him to it first.
I don't think so. Roddenberry was never interested in making people fun.
No, they're talking about Roddenberry's ego.
Yeah.
Well, he did. Why the hell is Hubbard a thing? Yeah.
What I was saying is, I get that, but on the same side, he didn't have part of the ego that goes with the cult leader. He had the narcissistic side. Absolutely.
Yes, but I'm just
saying,
he
didn't have the other side of the ego that goes with it, which is the God complex.
The controlling thing,
Yeah.
But Roddenberry saying, why is Scientology? I mean, Star Trek is much better written than Hubbard stuff.
Well, it was. Hubbard's writing was shit.
Better plagiarized.
I mean, Hubbard was not that great a writer, again.
No. Hubbard sucked in all kinds of ways. Anyways.
Why isn't Star Trek a big deal? Why is Scientology got it all? What the hell?
Why does it still? I'm sorry. I don't get it. I don't get it. Especially with half of the racist shit in the Scientology book.
Yeah.
Oh, and the fact that he actually did an interview when he first started writing his sci-fi books where he literally said, I'm going to create a cult so I can make people give me money and power and sex.
I'm still trying to find
these idiots fall for it. I've seen the transcripts. I saw the video footage of it when I was younger, but I can't find it anymore. It's like it's been purged everywhere.
I said, I was told a long time it was actually written in some anthology, either in Amazing Story or something, where how to create your own religion for fun and profit. I'm trying to find it. I'm thinking it's more urban legend.
Okay.
It may have been collected, comments here and there.
I've heard of it,
but there's also comments like that in his writing too that actually said, "I'm going to make you guys follow me as a cult" and stuff like that.
That's what I think. It's more
like he was overt
comments here and there. Yeah, I think it was comments here and there.
I found the other when I was a kid. I just can't find it anymore. I don't know what happened to it.
For a moment, one thing I never liked about him, and it's a personality flaw, is the fact that he would always say, "That's not in my vision," but he would never explain what his vision was.
His vision, money and women.
Yeah. But I'm just saying,
this was always in flux. There's always open to interpretation, especially by me. So
I'm just saying, between seasons, between seasons 1 and 2 of Star Trek and season 8 or so of second gen and the first couple of seasons of Deep Space Nine, when they were written. Because they were written long before they were aired. Okay, they've been piling up Star Trek scripts for a long time. That's the thing about. That's why they were able to do such a long run with second gen, is they had a pile of scripts.
Well, one sec. Well, you also have to understand that what became Andromeda and Earth Final Conflict and stuff like that were things that he had written that were originally supposed to be different timelines of the Star Trek universe.
Yeah.
And because Majel did not know how to make them fit in the Star Trek universe canon without destroying other canon, she just made them offshoots when she finally produced them.
Which is probably better.
Which it's better. Look at what happened when they tried to stick Andromeda shit in Star Trek. CD. It's worse. It's far worse. It was much better just doing it as an option.
Yeah, but see,
if Gene had still been there, he could have continued it as Star Trek because he would have understood the continuity better.
Andromeda feels like
she didn't have it.
Trek.
I think Andromeda's probably better off. I think even Gene was like, no, you're better. One, you can prove you can do things other than Star Trek and remind them.
Andromeda was supposed to be very early time to later time. It was supposed to be somebody who was part of that first era where they first started to explore the universe and then got sucked into another timeline in the future beyond the shows that we currently had.
Yeah.
One sec. I'm still in the middle of this statement.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, with Andromeda, there was that. With Earth Final Conflict, it was literally supposed to be what became the Talons and became more sinister. Was originally supposed to be the Vulcans, which were still heavily tied to what became Romulans and all that they first interacted with. And there was supposed to be, and they did use some of that battle in the Talons where they were splitting as a species and turning on each other and stuff like that, which was supposed to be happening with the Vulcans and Romulans then. But the way that it was handled in the show could not have possibly worked with the story as they portrayed the history of Vulcans and Romulans by the time that show was made.
Sounds like they did use some of that with Enterprise. Which wouldn't surprise me though, because I'm sure they'd had more access to.
I've heard different stories about Enterprise. Again, the original idea of Enterprise was how did they get from Earth being second fiddle to number one? You know what I mean?
Well, the issues
when
I
they first
have
went to space, they were crew on Vulcan ships.
The issues I have is they were very bad with a lot of the continuity on Vulcan history and how they handled cast members. And I don't blame the actors for that. I blame the writers and the people who were producing it. Don't blame the actors for bad writing. Got that. But the other problem I have with Enterprise is they did not do a good job trying to downgrade the technology to look like the correct era. It looks like it's futuristic compared to DS9, but it's supposed to be before the original series.
Here's the problem: it didn't work. When you have better production value than past shows,
you can up the production value, but still have it look like that era's technology style.
Yeah, but what I mean is
upgraded to all these modernistic technologies that we weren't supposed to have at the but not upgraded to these technologies we weren't supposed to have in that era, which is what I was talking about.
Which is what they tried to do with the Doctor, with his weird wacko cures, making it look like he's a potion maker, That put people off because that was just too far. There was just too much wackiness.
But they didn't do anything with the actual ship design. The ship design looked futuristic. It looked all touchscreen. It looked all fancy. It looked all weird to that. They could have easily used one sec. Let me finish this point because I keep trying to make it, okay? They could have easily used the technology of that era of Star Trek, the knobs, the base screens, the typewriter styles, and all that, and still made this ship look sleeker and fit modern aesthetics to appeal to the audience. And just said it was an aesthetics era, instead of the technology somehow was really great and then crashed and then got better again.
Well, I don't know if it crashed because, again, then they finally got to In a Mirror Darkly and they recreated the bridge.
It would have been a crash in technological advancement to go from all the fancy touchscreen like stuff and the fancier computers they showed in Enterprise to the dials and shit they had in the original series, then back to Next Gen. It would have been a sudden crash in technological abilities while we were supposedly learning how to explore the stars. That doesn't make sense in technology and how it develops.
Well, no, it's crash. Just like actually, touchscreens don't necessarily work too well. Someone just rests their hands on them and launch a torpedo.
No. There's too many other technologies. I explained that. It's not just the touchscreen. It's all of the computer stuff was much more high tech in that show.
Yeah, and as I said, they mistook having high quality, meaning that everything had to be of a higher quality. They just, again, it's because they weren't Star Trek fans. They were just people hired to make.
Well, this is a matter of interpretation, most part.
But they didn't get. Again, this is something you have to really be involved in, like studying history, sociology, how technology and societies rise and fall, and all that, to understand that the technological swing like that would not have made sense. And so I think some of them just didn't understand why it didn't work. I don't think it was malicious, but it offset.
No, I'm not. I never said it was malicious. I said they made a mistake.
Yeah,
I know. That wasn't me
don't,
saying you said
I don't see
I'm
it the
just
same. I don't see
explaining
it
a
as
point.
crap. I don't see it as crap. I think it works for me.
But to me, it absolutely would have been a crash in the way technology develops.
Oh yeah, I was going to say the first ship is often their best ship. Look at a lot of the stuff. You know, they could explain it away, saying this ship underwent so many redesigns, so much rebuilding, you know, a lot of things. You know, they could have done, and you know, they could say they could have an earlier model, you know, that looked like a very basic Constellation class, and you know, sitting on display, and say that was the NX set, that was the original NX, good, and then explain how, you know, this is exactly what we built on. You know what I mean?
Thing is, that's kind of what they did.
And then later explain when they launched the Constellation class that it was the mass production model, so a lot of things got scaled back.
Well, we're also talking about
faster.
I think part of the other problem with that is just the basic of concept. And now I completely lost what I was trying to say, because every time you guys stopped, one of you started up again when I tried to speak. God, what was I trying to say again? God, I hate that. Oh, God. But see, the thing is, it's a sociology thing. It's how things develop. I think they didn't realize how much of the fans would have been fine with going back to more of the original design of the ship to make it fit the era. How many of the fans would have loved that? They wanted to keep trying to up the scale, make it grander, make it fancier, make it look more modern and sleek, instead of going, okay, well, we're doing this for this era. Let's just make it look like that era. Wow. Ow. You know what I mean? Just make it look like the place it's supposed to be instead of all that, you know? But that's where I think it would have done a lot better if they'd just gone, let's just make it look like more of that era.
No, I said I think it worked for me. Because a lot of the anger was that it didn't fit what people call beta canon, where it didn't fit the Starfleet Battles thing, or the other stuff was like, or should it be a Data's class? And actually, you know, Doug Drexler, actually the Data's class is probably pre-NX.
I'm not doing that.
Ship. Yeah.
Look at me. I'm not doing that.
I'm
saying flat out, the way technology advances and the way humanity advances, the way societies rise and fall, it would not have gone from the technology they used in Enterprise to what they used in the original series without a technological crash and a societal crash. It would not have done it.
Well, I did say, you know, you could have some things scaled back for mass production. I said some, but you're right. And then I said I started and stumbled because I sometimes do.
We all do here. That's part of how we sometimes
part of the problem is
for each other.
They slightly went overboard with because again, I think it's because they thought high production value, we could create sleeker stuff that we couldn't do before.
But it's also their first time, God knows how long, it was actually on a network.
Yes.
So they had that.
But they could have gotten away with some of it if they just built the worlds around the fact that this was built off the base Constellation, was a sleeker model because they put so much into it, because this was their first all human crew. They never went with that because they suddenly decided at the last minute to go super diverse because they wanted to start the messaging early with stuff, because they wanted Star Trek to become a vehicle for social change, like it did with when people were talking more about you know, the first black kiss or the first black actress or the first this and the first that, rather than the actual episodes.
Here's the part about that's funny. It really wasn't the first interracial or black kiss. It was the first one scripted in a primetime show during the Civil Rights Movement.
Yeah.
The rest of that wasn't true.
So, in other words, somebody did it on Wednesday, decided to do it on Tuesday and give them the self.
Well,
very much involved. Yeah.
The first TV show where you can find where there was a black and white kiss was actually on a variety show in France in the 50s.
Yeah.
And again, if you're talking about interracial kisses, what was a fucking Lucy show through the 50s where you've got the Celtic girl and the Hispanic guy together and kissing and hugging and a couple?
Yeah, I suppose
it's hot nuggets. What the fuck?
It was too white.
And that doesn't mean it wasn't important what they did, because they absolutely put it in to stand for the civil rights movement and to help stand against racism. So it was important what they did, but it also wasn't as they credited it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you got modern activists who wanted to recreate that era where social relevance and social messaging was the look. I do get it. They wanted to rebuild an audience they had lost trust with, because for so long they kept canceling projects.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
That's just all kind of at the time. It's like originally scripted. It was going to be Spock and Uhura.
Sometimes
Bill Shatner pulled things. No, if it's kissing the shot, it's going to be me. So that sort
sometimes even when you go back to these originally planned ideas, they don't end up panning out to the audience the way they would have if you had gotten through and made them in the time. Case in point, when they finally did the sequel to Independence Day, they actually followed the leaked plot that was released in the 90s, and they still got blasted for it, saying you destroyed it. It's like, that was literally what the writer wrote as the follow-up story, with the only exception being they killed off Will Smith's character because they couldn't stand to work with him again.
It was also been too damn long. But
that was part of the problem I was getting at. Literally what I was getting at. They waited so long that the information didn't match people anymore. They didn't understand. But literally the plot that was released as the potential plot for the new Independence Day movie talked about Spiner's character surviving. It talked about the president being driven mad by voices in his head from the mind meld with the alien. All that shit. All of it was in that original plot release in the 90s.
But didn't they sort of mix plots from 2 and 3 together to make again a bloated movie rather than the original title movie?
Yeah. Independence Day was supposed to originally be a trilogy. None of it actually got made correctly, and they did definitely just throw the last 2 movies together into one to try to do the sequel they'd promised for decades. But at that point, it really was too late. And so that's how that one crashed. And it's like, so I understand at least that one they tried to do the story. And the one that got me with that is, look, I don't want them shoving in all these romantic interests everywhere and stuff. But literally, they made this like huge deal talking about it's a gay character for Spiner and his lab partner, because his lab partner brought him flowers while he was in a coma, and that they died together supporting each other. It's like, best friends could do that. There was nothing that said they were romantically involved in that entire movie. You know?
They just don't understand that look, it's like all the flack Hayden Christensen got for his Sand speech. Hello, he's meant to be an awkward teenager. They just cast it wrong. That speech would have been something better if he was a 14-year-old talking to a 16-year-old girl. It was just all George Lucas throwing too much at the wall and not allowing the characters to deliver their lines naturally as they would speak.
Now,
you know what I mean?
Yes. Now, part of my issue with the original, with the prequels that they did there in Star Wars, comes down to the fact that mass murdering the women and children of the Sand People didn't turn him, even though it was very much said throughout the entire first trilogy that if you raise your weapon in anger against innocent people, you will go dark. But also the fact that he literally tells her, I killed them all. I murdered the women and children because they're animals. And she was fine with that. But when he did it to their kids, their Jedi kids, it was too far. I can't follow you. It's like, that
what did you expect? You approved mass murder. You approved
because he already mass murdered children before that. How did she not expect him to do it again?
Yeah.
You know?
It's all right, Annie. I'll give you a pass for this time. Just this once.
Don't do it again. Oh, wait, you did it again? I can't follow you anymore.
Look,
it's like,
then look, you know what really broke Star Wars fans? Her death scene.
Which actually, that's one thing I think is overrated in how it's hated. And I'll explain that. Because the reason it broke so many people is because they really don't understand the concept of dying of a broken heart, but it's actually one of the most common deaths for a lot of people.
Just lay down and
you
die.
can go into heart failure from a broken heart. In fact, that is absolutely what they believe actually killed Debbie Reynolds. She went into heart failure and had a stroke right after Carrie died and the last thing she told her family before it happened was, I want to be with Carrie.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that I think had they not done so much over the top stuff, it would have her dying of a broken heart.
It would have worked better if they hadn't have gone so over the top with the rest of the movie.
Yeah. That if she had been just so in love with him all the way through, and then when he broke her heart, she died, that would be it. But they couldn't George couldn't do anything basic. He always had to go over the top. Mm-hmm. And I heard recently, I don't know if it's true, but Disney erased his scripts.
Now, I will say this part of that whole situation, too. The death scene would have made more sense if they had actually just played it off that when he had choked her, he had actually damaged the windpipe.
Yeah.
And they couldn't save her.
And there's no medical equipment around. There was no, if Obi-Wan had decided between fighting Annie or trying to save her, puts her on life support, flies off, but she dies before they get there, and they say they have no explanation. There's no equipment failure, no explanation. I don't know. They just built up so much stuff about the Force. And again, we know that there's 9 hours of footage that was cut out, of all these movies. All the world building was cut out.
Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, there's so much wrong with how they've handled a lot of things, but I think there's so much right too with some of them. And that's where it gets really, because as much as I have so many issues with the prequels, they are golden compared to the shit after.
Yeah. Here's something that's actually good, and a lot of people don't notice because it was only leaked recently. The whole bounty hunter scene, when Vader was picking bounty hunters. And the reason why they had bounty hunters is because they were looking for a new clone. Okay, the clones were coming. The first clones were going to be replaced.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't do that whole story right. They changed it so that they had the bounty hunter become. They picked the bounty hunter, then they cloned him, and then you go back to the original Star Wars scene. But that's a recreation of the original Star Wars scene when they hired all those clones to go after Luke. Why? Because they were picking Force-sensitive people to basically awaken and then clone, okay? But they cut all that world building out, and then they tried to bring it back in the prequels, and it doesn't work because people are subconsciously seeing the scenes being recreated from the original, and they're going, why are they doing that again?
Now, I will also say flat out, there was nothing in the prequels that was as big of a ripoff as The Force Awakens was to the first Star Wars movie. So much of the script, so much of the timing, so much of the scene-by-scene timing of similar scenes was eerie creepy. The trailers were almost identical, just set to the modern technology. It was the weirdest shit.
People have, but why? That's why you see hardly anything by J.J. Abrams. People have gone back and noticed that, oh my God, he has plagiarized so many people. But hey, George Lucas got away with it because nobody knew Hidden Fortress.
Well, let's also be clear that at least with Lucas, while he did do that, he did enough to make it stand out on his own, where Abrams hasn't. The stuff that he plagiarizes is so plain. It's so absolutely exactly what he is plagiarizing. Same reason why I give a lot of crap to Star Trek and to what Roddenberry did, but I still love what he did. And you know what? Even some of the people that he plagiarized ended up loving him.
I think Though I think the writers from Marshall Dillon didn't care because Marshall Dillon itself was plagiarism of Western novels, so they didn't care that hey, a plagiarist, yeah,
that no one else's work evagerize. I mean, Tom Lear is actually my goat for almost all of this kind of shit. He understood it so much what people were doing.
But then again, Then again, we go back to classic literature, and all classic literature is plagiarism of Greek literature, and Greek literature.
Not all.
I'm just saying what they call classic literature. There's a lot of
retelling of historical stories and other mythologies and stuff. I think there's also a difference between you're inspired by this folklore, this history, this mythology versus plagiarizing somebody else's written versions.
Or the 400 plus plagiarisms of Macbeth.
Yeah, it's like, so there's definitely a difference there. No, and
a creative. Okay, we could say that. I'll give this. I would say Roddenberry is a creative recreationist, whereas George Lucas was a recreationist and J.J. Abrams was a plagiarist. That's the difference.
I understand your point. I agree. Although, to be fair, all of them did plagiarize, just straight up.
Yeah, I'm just saying the degrees. I'm talking about the degrees of plagiarism.
So how are you doing tonight, Lydian?
I'm doing well. To respond to that, you look back at any type of creative work. There's always work that it's based off of.
No, yeah.
We're already discussing the difference between being based off of versus direct clones and copies and plagiarisms. If you're inspired by mythology or somebody else's story or a historical event, but you make it your own, you make it creative, you don't just copy all the names or events like that. It's a little different than doing things like what Roddenberry did, where he just took full names and full plots out of Star Beast and shit and made them Star Trek and stuff like that. It's a bit different.
That's why we have Roman gods and Greek gods.
Well, yeah, that was just cultural plagiarism, let's be honest.
Yeah, but
Hercules is not a Greek god. Heracles is the Greek god. Hercules is Roman.
They didn't even change the name of
you gotta understand. A lot of people don't understand this. A lot of people, when they learn Roman history, are actually learning Roman mythology. Rome was founded by a mixture of, because Greece had settled the entire Mediterranean. There were Greeks, there were Etruscans, there were Celts in the Italian peninsula.
And by the way, can somebody go look at chat and catch up on it? Because I can't see it very well with my headache I have.
Well,
there is a lot of chat going on that I'm not keeping up with.
Oh, sorry, chat.
And
hi,
we're going hard. I can't read it very well right now. My head is hurting. I wasn't even sure I was going to show up at all for the stream. So
hey, that's a good example. We do get plagiarism in video games, but they often call them Easter eggs.
Well, okay, there is a difference between, are you just plagiarizing another company's thing, or is it an Easter egg to something you did previously that's part of your works also?
Yes.
But Lydia's like, God, they're in nerd rant mode.
Oh, God.
Oh, no. I just think, right?
Just saying, I was like to point out, I have a series of videos on history of Star Trek. Just check them out.
Yeah.
Cover the bases there.
As Eagles, way better than me at it. As I pointed out before, I've been to cons and you hear different stories and you often don't know which one is going to be true or not because, hey, the guy who doesn't like Dean Koontz is not going to paint Dean Koontz in a good light. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's con stories too many times have become, this is the way I got to, a lot of it's bullshit.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Majel Barrett going on and on for hours.
Even Majel didn't know everything, okay?
I'm just saying, Majel going on for hours and hours, how they were struggling with different stories and trying to separate what was going to be Star Trek and what was going to be other shows, because he was working on other stuff all the time. He actually did a lot of, to fund Star Trek, he did other jobs. He took on a lot of writing jobs. He was a very prolific writer.
Well, that kind of came to a screech once Star Trek started going, though.
But I'm just saying,
he had to hire a line producer because he was
people heard about the.
To be fair,
Hello. Go ahead.
Hey, Kermit.
Hey, Kermit.
All right.
A lot of people. There's a lot of Lynchian influences in a lot of media.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I did like Andromeda, at least a little bit of the little bit I saw.
I love Andromeda. I actually have the collector's series of it, but that's a whole other thing.
You know what I found amusing? That gunnery.
One sec. I wanted to respond to Lydia real quick here on that. Never mind, I lost it. God, my head's not working well today.
So can I continue my amusing?
I guess I already lost my thing.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize if it was me.
I'm not good today. That's okay.
Yeah. It was about Nietzsche. And
just continue your rant.
Andromeda was that gunnery crew. That gunnery crew in the beginning failed their drill, but they were they didn't fail the actual combat alarm.
But to also respond to what he was saying, yes, we don't know how much of the writing that Michelle talked about was done by both of them or was done by him. All we had is her word on that, because again, they were writing this stuff together as a married couple in their private home. So how much of it do we have a lot of full documentation on?
Yeah,
not a lot. But in the end, also, she had a pretty decent track record for being honest about which stuff they worked on together, and which stuff was his and which stuff was hers.
Yeah.
Here's one story I can believe.
And Andromeda was a mashup of mostly two different shows.
Andromeda was literally
Genesis
show he wanted to create for the Star Trek universe, and he never figured out how to fit it in. That's why it wasn't made before he died.
Yeah.
But it was something he was working on in the 70s. Didn't really go much far. Me a few notes.
No.
Something called Starship, about a sentient starship.
Yeah.
And the crew going on. That's where a lot of Andromeda comes. We got even the wing ship Enterprise. That was originally a concept that Jeffrey came up with.
Originally, some of the characters from Deep Space Nine were actually going to be in Andromeda. They were separated out. But here's a story I can believe about the writing team, and that Roddenberry was working on multiple projects at the beginning, to build up enough scripts so they didn't have to have crunch later on, right? And I believe that he often had handwritten notes and a lot of his world building were on the on the fridge or whatever, It would just be stuff that left on the desk, and that when it came to typing it all out nice and neatly, that's when Majel came in and did all her editing and all the formatting and all the other stuff.
What show are we talking here?
All of them. All his, I reckon she did a lot of his typing that, because I heard he used to only handwrite.
In the later stuff, I think he did, because as he got older, he got more curmudgeonly in his writing style based on what his own family has said. But during the early days, absolutely not. I mean, he only really started get to know Majel when he basically brought her onto Star Trek as his mistress.
Yeah, I'm talking about later when she was she did his script tidying.
Well, I do believe they did that in the later days, because even his family and his kids have acknowledged he was not all there the last couple decades.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That it degenerated to handwritten notes left on the fridge or just piles of different stuff on his desk.
That's the thing. A lot of grown from different things.
Did Roddenberry have something like dementia?
They don't know for sure. Things were not always diagnosed well in that time. What they know is his memory and his focus and stuff were not very good those last couple decades. He got really, really distracted more than he used to. That's what they said.
It's one of the things you really didn't know until after an autopsy. He developed blood on the brain in the later years.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to detect that stuff now than it was even when I was a kid. Lydian was a kid.
You got to remember, some motor neurons, there are some diseases that are just so rare. He probably had a form of motor neuron disease where sometimes one hand wouldn't work, sometimes his memory would wander. It wasn't dementia, because that was something known and obvious.
Well, a lot of
how many children did he have?
He had 3 daughters for the first wife, and then Rod.
Well, that is if you don't think any of his mistresses ever had a kid of his.
Yeah, that's true. We don't know.
That's what I said.
Yeah, we don't know about illegitimate.
Who with? How many kids did he have? Well, who with?
Yeah. At least 4. At least 4.
Yeah, legit. He had 3 daughters with his wife Eileen, and then he had one with and he had Rod with Majel.
And let's be honest.
Majel
had no grounds to ever be the wife who would get mad at him for cheating, because that's literally how she got him.
Yeah.
So the fact that she was okay with him cheating, it's like, well, they had an open marriage. It wasn't full cheating. Let's be honest. They had an open marriage. She knew what he was from the beginning.
I wouldn't say she was okay with it, but she learned to live with it for a while. But
she had to have at least decided she was okay with accepting that in order to be with him when they were first dating, because she got him that way. But you can't be the mistress and then be mad at another mistress, or you're even worse.
But within 10 minutes of the crew of Next Gen being announced that Gene had passed on, Susan Sackett was shown the door. Her stuff, she was still in shock, and they're packing up her office and out. Same with Richard Arnold too, by the way.
Now, was that fully because they had both had things with Gene, or was it also because they didn't like each other?
That was Majel. No, okay, that's it. I'm not putting it up to you now.
Majel was kind of known for being hard to work with unless you were the person that appealed to her.
Yeah.
Now, she was also known to the people who she liked as being one of the sweetest, bubbliest people you'd ever meet.
Yeah,
but to all the people she didn't like, she was the heinous bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you smiling, Lydia, you fucking gnome?
Is it?
You looked right at me and smiled, you asshole.
I met her a couple of times. Okay,
hold on. Let's interrupt. One sec. Let's interrupt this nerd speak a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Really? You have to look right at me and then do that little demonic smile when we're talking about being loving and a heinous bitch at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. Tsunade is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Chat is correct.
I have a was an Enterprise on a simulation that Riker was watching?
I am sorry, Fatal, that it's hard for you to keep up with this because you can't speak to us.
Last episode.
Guys, slow down. We're all getting too excited here. Slow down. Let's take a chance to look at Fatal's comment he made last that we didn't get a chance to respond to, okay?
Sorry.
Red versus Blue Zero was pretty much like this. If Halo, Final Fantasy 15, and Fast and Furious had a 3-way orgy and a baby resulted from it.
Red and Blue basically kicked off a Makama.
Anyway,
genre.
We want to make sure, because I had enough trouble trying to figure out what was going on in chat for so long. I'm trying to help everybody get their voices heard here.
No, but basically,
they did an interview and they explained the last episode. It was only a review of the official record of how Chip died. That was because they didn't want to continue the series. They wanted to end it all to start again with something new, because Les Nunez did not like Star Trek. He never liked Star Trek.
Oh God, no, he tried to kill it the 3rd season,
but he wanted something different to replace it. So he wanted to wrap it all up, put it in a neat bundle, and have the Trekkies move on. But instead, he created
that was never going to happen.
Yeah. No, Kerry McCullough's managed to say, no, give us one more season to wrap it up. Don't just end on a damn cliffhanger. Okay, let's wrap it up here.
Yeah, but then they had to start with that shit that they started with for season 3 and just murder it.
Yeah,
they did it by wrapping up the temporal Cold War once and for all. It shouldn't have started in the first place. But
they finally got the ratings they wanted.
I'll be honest.
No, I don't think anybody in the original series script writing group wanted Spock's brain unless they were on acid.
No, we're not sure how serious. We're not sure how serious Gene Coon was when he wrote that.
Yeah, but even as a joke, it was a bad, dumb idea.
Yeah, I know, but again,
and I'm sorry, you don't write that shit if you're on Clean Air. I mean,
Fred Freiberger did not know the shows. Okay, I guess it's what we're doing. It's like, and thing is, everyone who would know what Gene was going for was gone or just totally ignored.
Yeah,
because he really blew off Dorothy Fontana. It's like, no, she's been story for the past year. No, they're not going to listen to her.
You can tell this crew is exactly as nerdy as we say we are, because let's be honest here, from all the streams we've done in the last 20, 30 streams, what time have we had the hardest time reining everyone in and not talking over each other? When we're arguing about politics or when we're talking nerd shit.
Yeah.
Nerdy.
We're there now.
We can't do it because we all want to say our piece.
Yeah.
We all want to talk about, we all want to rant our political opinions,
is
but yes, we want our nerd opinions more. We love our cultures.
And this is a large part of my channel is going into this kind of minutia.
Yeah,
and the thing is,
Trekkie all my life. I'm part of co-hosting your channel with you for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now the thing is, now I don't know if this is true or not. Again, that's why I said I wanted to ask the question.
Well, I'll let you know.
How did Gene respond to the difference between the Trekkies and the Trekkers?
Well, his general thing was that
a fan's a fan.
He would use the term Trekkie. Someone tried, it's Trekker. No, it's Trekkie. I know, I invented it.
Yeah, because Trekkie is the fan of the show, where Trekkers are the people who actually want to live in that universe.
Trekkie is the original term. Originally is an insult.
Yeah,
and the Trekkie was the term. I'm a Trekkie. So what? Fuck you.
Let me explain this as this.
No, but I'm talking about Gene.
One second. Let me explain this. They even did a whole special going down into it and the way the terms have been adapted since then in the 90s. And I can explain this here clearly. Trekkie was the first term, and it was the term that was the over-the-top accentuated fans that everybody could not ignore. That term was adapted through the next couple decades to be the fans that they are always in Trek in some form. And it's not even that they want to adapt it into their normal life. It's that literally thoughts of Star Trek permeate every part of their brain, every part of their thoughts, every part of their interactions with things, because they're so obsessed with it, they can't let it go. Basically, autistic special interest on acid. That's Trekkies. Whereas Trekkers were people who were fans of the show. They liked the philosophy of it. They liked the social constructs of how to treat each other in it, and they tried to work that into how they treated other people, but they didn't tend to be as hardcore and rabid of fans.
Snobs.
What'd you say?
Yeah.
Snobs.
No.
There were a lot of it from later fans. We're not like them. We're not like the crazy.
I'm not talking about the idiots that we have that are trying to separate it now. It was not about trying to say.
No, my question was about then.
This was different. There are plenty of people who consider themselves Trekkers. It's not because they think they're better than Trekkies. It's because they follow the philosophy parts, and whereas Trekkies follow all of it, and that's the big difference. And there are snobs in both groups. I do not like calling either side snobs. I absolutely fucking hate it. In fact.
I'll be honest. I said this before, and I'll say I'm not any form of Trek fan, but I have seen a lot of the shows and stuff. Some of the shows and stuff.
And that's okay. People don't have to all like the same shit. This is the thing that's such a rabbit issue with modern cultures right now. Is that they act like if you have to like everything. It's like the people when I sit there, they'll start talking about things. It's like, well, I'm not a fan of that. How can you not like this? It's a beloved franchise. It's like, and I don't give a rat's fucking ass. What's your point? I'll offend a lot of people out there. Guess what? I don't care about Alien. I don't care about Predator. I don't care about half that shit. Okay? I don't like Terminator. Have fun.
Now, back in the day, there was some buttons just so, and I've white with black lettering. I'm a Trekkie, not a Trekker. Converse, there was also one black with white lettering. I'm a Trekker, not a Trekkie. So this is big.
It is what it is.
One second. And that came with the battle between original and next gen and all that too. And the majority of fans in both camps were not the rabid psychos that you dealt with in those groups, but the rabid fanships where you try to force everyone to agree with you have every bit existed for a long time. This is not new.
Yeah, those buttons, those are late 70s, early 80s, well before next gen.
I'm saying it's part of the same community. Yeah, that's what they moved into right after.
But the whole thing started with because the mainline old line sci-fi conventions were getting sick and tired of these little Trekkies underfoot everywhere, ruining their fun, talking about the latest from Asimov or whatever. And that's okay, fine, fuck you. We'll build our own conventions. Then you got the Star Trek conventions.
Eagle. The crazies have existed on both ends of all fandoms since there was
from the beginning.
It's
like people going, well, politics is so divisive now. It's like, have you seen half of the campaigns that they were running in our founders' days? They ran campaigns saying if you vote for him, your kids will be writhing with their heads on pikes and your wives will be SA'd.
Look at the stuff that Adams and Jefferson used to say about each other when they were running against,
That was what I was referring to.
Yeah. I think the term hermaphroditic got mentioned in one of them.
Hermaphroditic essayer for you too.
Yeah.
And don't forget
that those people are going to run rampant and attack your families.
And they eventually became bestest friends in their later years, right?
Yeah, but hey, that's politics. Don't forget the liberal use of the N-word.
Mm-hmm.
Back then, you could probably use that word.
I'm just saying.
By the way, part of why I don't like getting political with most people is because it is and it wasn't as divisive in politics before they started pushing this concept with the progressive movement that you don't speak about religion or politics. That you can't talk about it because you have to agree on things or else it's bad. Because it used to be high society parties in the Renaissance and Dark Ages and all those, even in those ages, when you had parties, when you had get-togethers, everyone was talking politics and religion. Everyone was talking mythology. Everyone was talking culture. And they were, even when they argued, they weren't at each other's throats.
No.
Well, maybe
people no.
Maybe
in the Renaissance, hold on, Kermit. In the Renaissance, there was hardly a political movement that didn't have a party where there wasn't at least one murder. Okay, murder was very.
I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the outside of it. I'm talking about.
I'm talking about when you had a group of people get together to discuss politics. There was always at least one murder. Okay, murder was very common.
That's a different thing from talking about the parties. Actually. That's a different thing about talking about parties.
To be fair, at high society parties, they might have been at each other's throats, depending on who was there.
There were
that's what I'm saying. It was very common for in high society for there to be a murder.
I'm getting very annoyed and will leave soon. Because I am actually trying to politely respond to that, and every single time I've tried to say this, you guys are talking over me. As I was saying, there is a difference between the whole cultural behaviors and stuff versus the general groups. Yes, are there outliers? Got news for you. In that era, murder was just more common. There wasn't criminal in most cases unless you went after somebody of a higher standing than you. Serial killers were far less often actually persecuted or gone after until recent history. Murder was just more common in that era, but driven by politics was not as common as it's becoming now because we've been taught so much never to accept a different viewpoint. We hit a point where that wasn't as much that way. Towards the end
I was going to agree with you that it's not so much, I don't like what you're saying. It's, you're in my... I was going to say the difference between now and then is that the political murders were back then was, you're in my way, or,
that still happens in some corners of the planet.
I don't like you.
Murders for trying to get people out of your way or hating different viewpoints or different races and stuff always will happen to some degree, and they happen everywhere, including here. Yeah. That's not to say that we can't find common ground, but the point I was getting at is we hit a point where those parties had developed, and yes, we went through time. The Dark Age part in the early Renaissance was a lot more violent, but as society progressed, as they had more of the get-togethers and stuff like that, they had actually learned a way to communicate and debate and argue in more polite ways. That was more common during the early industrial era. That was lost with that progressive movement in the late 1800s.
Definitely, around the around 1883, where basically the progressive movement decided that the only way forward was constant revolution.
It's like Harry Truman compared Thomas Dewey to Tojo and Stalin during the campaign. So it's like, even up to the late 40s.
Progressive movement that started in Madison, Wisconsin. The only thing they just said they stood for in the early movement, which was the mid 1800s, was let's embed ourselves in the system so we can take over and make everyone agree with us no matter which side they go to.
Yeah. They basically decided they created the Uni Party so that they would have perpetual power. They
created the Overton window. You change culture significantly on both sides until neither side can find common ground, and they're both going after the same thing.
I think they finally overplayed their hand to an extent.
No.
There's still work to do. I think it's starting to fall apart. It's starting to fall apart for them.
Yeah, society is.
Yeah.
Society's falling apart, but that's what they want. That was their goal.
That's what I'm saying.
Not the way they won't do.
Oh, Bob.
That's the problem with the title. That's the problem with the title.
Both sides are still very progressive and very big government.
Oh, I know they are, but it's not going the way they want it to, though.
God, you're idealistic.
Yes.
How do you get that idealistic at your age?
Someone's got to be.
Yeah. He's getting older. That's why.
Hmm.
Well, maybe part of his head's going, if I'm wrong, at least I won't live to see it.
Yeah.
What's weird is a lot of people don't understand. A lot of pop culture today is based on stuff that was actually created by the progressive movement.
There was also, I don't know much about it, but apparently there was some form of science fiction back in the medieval era.
Very
but
little.
Very little. See, back then, to be a writer, you had to be someone of note. You know, you had to be an academic. You had to have standing, and you had to have a patron.
Johannes Kepler wrote a little something. It wasn't really noteworthy,
but science fiction dates back 15,000 years to when people made up stories about the elves riding chariots in the sky. You know.
Yeah.
Okay, I was actually trying to answer that when he asked it.
Sorry.
I know we all get excited, and it's hard sometimes with the delays. That's why I'm not getting mad. I'm just trying to wait a chance.
Yeah.
What I was trying to say is, think of it this way with sci-fi. Yes, sci-fi goes back a long time, but the further back with sci-fi you go, the less it's the fiction element and the technology element, and the more it's the fantasy and interwoven with this and the unknown. And yes, there's always been some element of we write stories based on technologies we don't have. There was even bits of that in the old Greek tragedies. Yeah. But true sci-fi as a genre, as it's become, as the term defines, is more of a modern
creation. Give the modern sci-fi birth with Jules Verne. Well, he's well built.
As I understand it, and I've read nothing real. I've read very little on it. It was like knights questing on the moon or something like that.
Yeah, there was that element, and today that would be science fantasy because they had sailing ships. They wrote steampunk in the year. Steampunk was born in the era of steam. Okay, when they were writing about steamships sailing to the moon.
They don't.
The difference with that is that when you're talking about that side of things, you're referencing the technology of the era, and you're more referencing what's actually out there. Being in outer space is not what defines science fiction. Science fiction is defined by it being based on the development of technology and where it takes us. And so unless the technology being portrayed in that is something that did not currently exist, which is why it can be borderline in sci fantasy.
Yeah.
It would be more fantasy based with elements of modern technology, whatever it was.
Again, I said today, to then they considered science fiction, but today we consider it science fantasy. But science fantasy still isn't a popular term because people don't distinguish between the difference between science fantasy and science fiction.
Isn't Star Wars fantasy?
Yes.
Star Wars is space opera.
Star Wars is science fantasy. Yes.
Science fantasy is the happy little middle bubble between science fiction and mythology and fantasy with a little bit of those things like horror and thriller or intellectual debates and stuff thrown in. That's what science fantasy is.
Star Wars has horror.
Yes. Well, the thing is, almost anything in the fantasy and fiction realm will have elements of horror blended in because there's going to be things that are scary, things you have to defeat, things you have to take on, stuff like that. So there's elements of it versus being full horror versus being full thriller. The overlap between horror and thriller, thriller and fantasy, fantasy and fiction and science, they are a Zen bubble that go together. And they interlap and interweave in the middle constantly in different stories that use elements of all of them or certain ones. And I am such a dweeb. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like science fantasy. So,
Asimov's,
Asimov wrote both. He was mostly science fiction, but he dabbled in science fantasy.
On that, the record inside Star Trek back in '76, he so you had to talk. You talked with Roddenberry. It's an interview, and and they asked him, "What is science fiction?" It's like, I don't know if I'm a particularly authority on this, even though I've written hundreds of books on it. But the rough and ready description he had: science fiction is basically a story about reaction to people and different changes in science and technology.
Yeah.
And by that, you have certain rules. They don't have to necessarily be a scientist to do it, but you have to be willing to shut up and when you need to. Whereas fantasy, we can do about something that is impossible in the current world, which we knew: fairies, elves, unicorns, stuff. Whereas you have to at least conceivably be able to go from the realistic background to the science fictional background.
Yeah.
Fantasy also is a double-edged sword on that, because there's elements of you can make up anything. There's also a huge overlapping bubble of most of it's based in mythology and fantasy and folklore that have already existed. And those things are all based in something that's real, that's gotten changed through urban legend, basically.
Yeah.
Mm.
But also basic
science fiction.
Doesn't
not
matter
in space.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what
science fiction, not in space.
No, but we said that before. Eagle brought up several times that science fiction doesn't mean set in space.
Soylent Green.
Yeah, that's when I went to find the books, and I finally found them.
Yeah,
and stuff like Soylent Green. That's pure science fiction.
I know I rambled. Oh, fuck off, eat a dick. I know I rambled, but when you get into debating different types of literature, what they stand for, what they are, and how they are written. Yeah. Oh dear God, this is my discussion.
Yeah, as I said, you go back to the 1800s. What was considered science fiction then would be considered science fantasy today.
Which I think is sometimes a double-edged sword, because we can go back and reclassify. But some of these things get reclassified as fantasy because they're not based on technology. Well, they were in that time, and the things that they described were not a technology that existed in that time. Then it should still be considered science fiction, just early science fiction.
Jules Verne is hard science fiction. Yeah.
You know what's really weird? The Jules Verne. They opened up Jules Verne's vault and actually found a description of Paris, and it was almost beat for beat. And he actually predicted the mobile phone and people obsessing with FaceTime on their little compact.
How did he do that?
He just did.
It was just a technology.
Because he was so imaginative.
Yeah, it was a guess.
Look, Jules Verne, for all the issues that I have with his political beliefs, what he was pushing, his ideology, and some of his stories I find very cringy. He was also a very brilliant man. He had some very good concepts and some very good ideas in that. And I can sit here and go, he's not my favorite by far, but I can acknowledge the brilliance he had, especially for the era he was in.
Yeah.
Because I don't have to agree with everything to acknowledge he was brilliant.
France also.
A lot of people credit the mobile phone to Gene Roddenberry, with the Star Trek communicator, but he just got the mobile compact from Jules Verne's much older story about the City of Light.
There's a double-edged sword with that one. I'll name something, and then Bob will pull up his, and he'll talk.
Yeah.
There's a double-edged sword with that one, because some of the cell phone technology that was developed was specifically developed by Trekkies who wanted to create communicators.
Yes.
But at the same time, without Roddenberry's shameless plagiarism, he would have had those in the show in the beginning. So
yes.
But it's also
there is a stage he needs some.
I'm talking about giving credit.
If I could get this
but Eagles. Sorry, go ahead.
I saw something that they're creating medical tricorders now.
Well, they've been working on that for years.
Trying to. It's still hit or miss.
That's tough.
Okay, there's a thing. The last Trek convention I went to, they were actually talking about the Trek Foundation. And the Trek Foundation took a lot of the proceeds from Star Trek as their retirement investment. That's what they started, right? They started this investment long before Gene got sick and actually lost a lot of money through that. But they were investing in science, and they actually made investments in Motorola, and that's where a lot of the money in the early days, they sold investments to fund new shows, and that's also a mistake they made. But yeah, they didn't know how to leverage. But yes, they had always been investing in technology.
Well,
and that's what the Star Trek Foundation is. And a lot of these Trekkers, well, just took them for a ride, you know. But some did actually produce technology.
Okay.
Damn, one sec.
I'm sure some of the ones who took them to the who didn't produce tried.
Well, I'll tell you, as soon as I'm going to pull up the page I'm trying to share here. It's one thing I love this website because they do about debunking a lot of myths.
All right.
What is it called?
It's it's on facttrek.com. It's talking about, did Star Trek invent? No, it didn't, actually. Because
it inspired some people to help create the technology. It did not create it itself.
It spurred it on, but actually AT&T was ahead of them by about a year as far as public demonstration and stuff.
What do you? But
yeah, that's what I said. Some took the Foundation for a ride.
Well, yeah, if someone could pull up the page I'm doing here.
Yeah.
One sec here.
Okay.
Uh-oh. But I was gonna say also in Star Wars, there's a creature in the very little explored regions that hangs out in hyperspace that looks like a skeleton zombie witch thing.
Yeah, well, George was trying to bring in a lot of new elements into Star Wars, and unfortunately, it wasn't gelling well, as you saw with. But it wasn't Star Wars that sent George broke. Okay, it was other projects. He never was successful with his other projects, and he lost a lot of money syncing them. So he lost a lot of money because he didn't. Leverage, he didn't take precautions, and he didn't understand the movie finance business. That when you take on a project and it doesn't make money, somebody's actually going to pay that back.
Well, the big thing he did was when he held on to the merchandising rights for Star Wars. The studio didn't understand. Okay, fine, whatever. Remember
he admitted. That he came up with Star Wars during the shooting of American Graffiti based on early stories that he wrote for his dissertations at university at Berkeley.
Yeah.
He did have the foundations of Star Wars long before, but I'm just saying he came up with the idea of Star Wars deliberately after seeing a He-Man commercial. He wanted to create a toy line.
He-Man was late 80s. This was
sorry. He not He-Man. I forget what it was. Sorry, He-Man just came to mind. But yeah, But he wanted a toy commercial.
Yeah, he wanted
to create something.
Yeah, he wanted to do Flash Gordon originally, but they couldn't get the rights. So it's like, okay, fine, I'll share it, do my own.
Yeah, that's actually that might have been. I just couldn't remember what, but but I'm just saying when he was at university. He'd started creating different stories in different genres because that's what they make you do, right? Write this story, but it's, here's a Western, now write it as science fiction, They do that to weed out this, to weed people out.
And of course, George's enough of a dweeb, but
that's why you have elements of Westerns and all that in Lucas because he was at Berkeley at that time of the beginning of the, I forget exactly what they called the movement, but where they break things down and then rebuild them as different genres.
I think Lucas actually went to USC.
Writing.
I thought it was Berkeley.
No, he went to USC, and Spielberg went to UCLA.
Right.
Yeah.
So I got that wrong. Yeah. Sorry.
Right.
Thank you. Yeah. But Lucas was talking about university, and I understand that he did come up with a couple of characters in the beginning. I think a lot of people don't understand that he had actually been working on this for a long time.
Well, the original outline for Star Wars is radically different.
Yeah, but again, the original outline was a Flash Gordon movie.
Yeah, like Han Solo was actually some kind of weird alien type. Yeah. A lot of names in there. Even Anakin Skywalker is in there somewhere.
Yeah, he changed them around, didn't he? Yeah.
Wasn't Luke originally going to have a sister named Nora or something?
I don't know the name, but again, a lot of it's like some things he had planned out, some things like I'm getting tired of this, I'm getting burned out. So like originally he did have all 9 planned out.
Yeah,
Leia was not going to be Luke's
sister. Here's the story I was told.
Yeah. Who was she going to be?
He pitched movies.
He was the princess, and there was a love triangle with him and Han.
Yeah, he was pitching movies for a couple of years, and he got a conversation with Roger at Fox. He got into a conversation, not realizing who he was talking to, and he said, "We'll go with number 4." That's and the next thing you know, he's got a movie deal.
Yeah,
but he doesn't know what to do. Because the guy had just said we're going with number 4, and so he tried to do them all, and that's why Star Wars was shooting for so long, going over budget, and then eventually Fox shut them down, and that's where his wife came in and had to piece together, and she was under studio mandate that the story they were to do was number 4. So she had to actually find out what number 4 was.
The way I heard George do is like, what became he only knew he was going to do. He's going to get one shot at this. If he get any more, so basically, the story they want to be in number 4. It's like, okay, that's what Star Wars was.
Yeah.
The other 3, that's your backstory. He had to establish a backstory, knowing who these people are, what kind of universe you're going there.
Yeah.
And if we do get lucky, this is where we're going forward with.
But there is over 9 hours.
But forward where all the action was. And that was the most self-contained story. If it's one and done, this is the one to go with.
Bob.
I didn't know it was that much of a clusterfuck.
It was.
It
was. Oh, yeah. It was nuts.
George spent a whole year creating Industrial Light and Magic because they had no special effects that could do to do the special effects.
Yeah,
he created from scratch.
He was busting his butt just trying to shoot the film. Then comes back to L.A. Like,
Bob,
we haven't got anything usable. What the hell? So he's having to go in and do the effects.
There's 9 hours of raw footage of people walking around. There's no costumes, nothing, because he actually wanted to paint the costumes on the people because George had no understanding of special effects and how they worked.
Yeah.
It was almost.
The special effects guys, like, they were just, they got around. They got a few things. This movie is supposed to come out, though. They've already got locked into a date. No, so he's having to take over the effects team. It didn't start well with John Dykstra. But it's like,
George had no understanding that special effects. Just computerize it. But there is no computer that could do that, sir.
Well, they had just gotten, I think, a computerized motion control thing, so you could do a lot of shit. Do multiple passes. And have them all match up. It's like,
Sorry, yeah.
Do we know what the original scripts for 7, 8, and 9 were?
No, that's what Disney recently destroyed. So they
they wasn't really scripted. It was just outlines at that point.
Yeah.
But
what did you want to do?
It was similar, but it's like most of it was like no. But as far as originally, all right. As far as originally. We were it was because when Yoda said no, there was another. He was talking about Luke's sister. It wasn't Leia. We were gonna see her until maybe 7 or 8 when she show up, and your sister, your long lost sister. And they were both
Leia in the original script. We don't know exactly what the relationships were because they were all outlines, but Vader meant father. That was always in the script. It was always meant to be like that. Anakin was always meant to be the Dark Lord, and
that part I know.
Meant to be.
At least by the time it got to that point,
So,
but Leia was never meant to be the sister. She was meant to be the love interest.
Yeah.
But Carrie Fisher at the last minute backed out of a relationship with Luke to have one with. So because they were having a real life relationship, they made it a movie relationship.
I don't think that really, but there wasn't.
Carrie Fisher went from Mark Hamill to Harrison Ford, and
Mark Hamill also said, "No, I would love to, but you are too high maintenance." It'd be a fun ride, but it'll end in disaster. I know that.
Well, it was a disaster, because she was hopping to everybody's hot tub at that point.
Yeah, and Harrison Ford. Okay, yeah.
Even Harrison dropped her after. Harrison dropped her after the movies because she wouldn't get. She was still in character years later. She was wacko to say the least.
She would cooked up the gills at that point. So it would have been fun. I can't fault Harrison for that.
Yet somehow she was able to have a child.
Years later, when
cocaine doesn't always make you sterile, and she went through rehab multiple times. Every time she crashed, her mother would drag her to rehab. Her mother kept her alive for 20 years.
Yeah, I forget who she was married to when she finally had Billy. I don't know.
But another thing,
it wasn't Paul Simon. I'm pretty sure. I think it was somebody else. Yeah.
But we don't know the truth because. But all we do have is bits and pieces. Carrie always complained that she was typecast. Her mother said that she was the one who never let things go. She pined for past relationships, and all the other actors, they said, Carrie's an actress, which is Hollywood speak for I'm not going to say a bad word about a co-star.
Well, Carrie did get
a lot of rumors. A lot of rumors out of cons would basically, Carrie would show up in costume, she would talk as Leia and leave as Leia. People began to suspect that she was pretty much.
I don't know about that one because I don't recall Carrie Fisher ever doing conventions anyway.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about what's the one? The one she did LA a couple of times.
I think it would have.
No, Mark Hamill hit Comic-Con.
Mark was.
He was in a 10D at Comic-Con. He was. I was astounded when they asked him, "You mean I've been coming this year for years? Now you're going to pay me?" He was
don't forget he was making money off the signatures for a long time too.
Yeah,
but the con started paying him to show up. They started bidding on him. There was a time Mark Hamill was actually up property.
I mean, that's kind of the frustrating thing about Mark Hamill. It's like on Geek Levels, we'd be like blood brothers. But
Mark Hamill,
political, it's like, shut the fuck up, Mark. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay, here's a question. I heard different stories about Mark Hamill. One, he was typecast and couldn't get a job. Another one says, no, he just wouldn't show up for jobs. And that was...
He would get occasional work, and same thing with Carrie.
Oh, that's why he went to voice work. He did it remotely.
Well,
that's what I think.
I think the truth was, because he's probably doing because it's like doing voices since he was a kid,
Yeah.
Harrison Ford's the one who definitely really plugged it for, and then managed to get a big career going afterward. But
don't forget,
a lot of it was also because of Indiana Jones. That's what he blessed up, So.
Yeah. If he didn't have Indiana Jones, he'd still be a second rate.
Yeah. That we kind of I can do more than Han Solo. Well, you're still working for George. Okay, but whatever.
But that's what I mean about Mark. I think Mark had become a mindset where he was just so loving the attention of Luke Skywalker that he didn't take other acting roles other than voice acting.
He did occasionally.
I mean most. There was a rumor that he wasn't showing up for work. There were many rumors about him not wanting to do.
I think it's the fact that the work they got at was not at the same level as a Star Wars movie. So he's still getting work. He's just no one paying attention.
Rumors usually have some basis in truth.
Yeah, I'm talking about variety rumors and the Hollywood Insider saying that Mark Hamill became a bit of a diva. And I understand, right? When you're the leading man in a major franchise. You don't want to go back to being the second fiddle, considering he never was a second fiddle to anybody. But in reality, he carried that chip on his shoulder that he was second fiddle to Harrison Ford.
Well, even when they're making Star Wars, it's like, and they're doing the scene where they're coming out of just came out of the garbage compact. And wait, my hair's wet. And I shouldn't have my hair be wet. And hair's like, it's not that kind of movie, kid. Don't worry about it. I might point out that at the time, Star Wars was not really a high budget film, especially for the genre. It was not a really high budget film.
But don't forget, George had a high budget film. but he turned into the 9 low-budget films.
Yeah. But it's like, I think the total budget was like 10, 12 million for a Star Wars movie.
What in the original outline? What was Padme in there in any way?
No,
yeah, there was a mother. There was.
I'm sure. Again, the original outline. You got a lot of names in there they reuses elsewhere.
Star Wars
characters are totally different.
The Skywalker saga. Okay, it was going to be the father, the son, and then the grandson. Okay. It was the rise and fall of the Empire in over 9 generations, over 9 films. Each generation. Because the thing is, originally Jedi were going to be like long-lived. They were going to be like the Knights of the Old Realm. They were, goody two-shoes, good deedies. But he created the dark side where the Dark Knight, if you even one, you lost you make one mistake and you fall to the dark side. He tried to create this idea, however, that one he created actually 2 ideas. One, Jedi were born. 2, Jedi were made. There was the born and the made. The born were the highborn, like the Skywalkers, and the made were the people who were,
some Steve that's the thing about Obi-Wan. Yeah, I saw that same thing back. I think it was around the time Empire came about, and they're making speculation. And one other speculation was that the Millennium Falcon was Anakin's old ship, even though before we even knew his name was Anakin.
But then they came up with See, originally, and I don't know if this is true or not,
at some point.
It may have been.
Solo was wearing a pilot's uniform of the old Republic. But that was squashed. That just became a lot of the rumors and stuff was just George throwing things at the wall and seeing it stuck. And by the time Empire started shooting, George had taken a back seat and was pretty much forced out because he was having too much rows with Marsha.
There's other thing. Empire, he brought in Irwin Kershner because he's like, this is a more emotional story. I need someone who really can do this sort of thing.
But he was also having drama. He couldn't keep up with the work work schedule.
But he was still very hands-on all 3 films.
No, I'm not saying he didn't bow out. I'm just saying he had to bring in
take a step back of it.
What was some of the older ideas for Empire Strikes Back?
Well, I think by Empire,
it was the rise and fall of the Empire. Okay, there was supposed to be a saga where Luke's father built the Empire. Luke joins the rebellion against his father, not knowing it's his father. Then we have the beginnings of the fall of the Empire. They lose a major battle. The Death Star gets blown up. That was originally meant to be movie 3, but Marsha cut it all down into 1. And that really pissed George off because now what I'm going to do? What am I going to do now? That's why he also had to bring in other people because he was falling behind. There were too many arguments in the runnings rooms. He needed an outsider to come in and sort everything out. Otherwise, Peter was going to pull the plug.
I figured they had everything planned. Not everything was planned out. He had a general idea of the storyline. As far
Time out.
Hold on.
All right.
Time out. You guys have gone way too hard, way too fast, way too long. I am going to dip. I cannot do much of this tonight.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Nothing against what I kind of knew I wasn't probably in for a good group chat today. I just missed everybody enough. I tried to do it, but I'm going to dip. I just wanted to tell you all good night and I love you. And
feel better soon.
Try to stop interrupting each other as much as you are, okay?
Hey, what's up, T-Gap?
I know you're all excited. Just try to hear each other's cues more, okay?
I'm sorry.
I love you guys so much.
It's okay, right? It happens. It happens.
I have a legitimate mental disorder. I hate using it as a crutch. I have a legitimate mental disorder, and I'm really trying to not do it.
Look, autistic with Tourette's. I get you. That's why I said just try because we're all getting overstimulated tonight. But I'm gonna dip because I can't handle it. I'm going to steal the gnome because I need to have a sensory overload with somebody.
All right.
Good night. Eagle.
Night.
Night, boys. I love you
I
all.
think it's got to get a second
How
one.
do
We'll
you-
still be here probably.
Feel
How
better
do you
soon,
feel
Eagle.
about kidnapping a gnome?
Mm-hmm.
Get your
Sweet,
ass in
innocent
gear.
gnome.
Bye.
Gnome napping.
Wait, isn't the gnome a Half-Life reference I don't get because I haven't played Half-Life?
No, it's just because it's short.
No, but it is a Half-Life reference too.
Mhm.
So if you want to know the story about why she calls me gnome,
Mhm.
there's a cherished Christmas special that she used to watch as a kid
Mhm.
that I remind her of. And that's
Oh,
why she
okay.
calls me gnome.
Okay, garden gnome.
It's not a garden gnome; it's a Christmas gnome.
He's a wee,
Okay. Oh,
he's a
Christmas
wee-
time. Oh,
he's
red
a
cap.
he's a wee tiny person she can carry under his arm. I don't know I'm there.
He's a red cap. Get him, blue caps.
Yeah, anime
People
night.
who do
You
not
wanna see
know
something?
gnome mythology would not understand that. Red
Anime
caps are
night. You want to see
Sorry,
something?
No, red versus
sorry, I was
blue.
muted for a minute. Go
That's
ahead.
where red versus
Yeah.
blue comes from. The red cap, blue cap. No,
That's what I got.
no mythology.
Oh,
Now,
take
remember
care, everyone.
Marsha Lucas was a film editor. That's the big thing with her being involvement was
Yeah,
they did
but
a
I'm
rough
saying-
they did a rough cut of the first
Yeah.
film to a bunch, and Brian De Palma and Steven Spielberg and everything. And most of this is crap, George. You know, Spielberg's one stuff, and
apparently-
you've got
no,
something here. You used to restructure a bit, and then Marsha got involved. And okay, let's cut this into something a little more flowing.
Yeah, the story I heard was that Francis Coppola was the only one who spoke at the viewing and told him
You
to.
saw it, right?
Bob,
I don't know if France was there, but it wouldn't make be out of line if you
No,
what did-
Yeah,
What
but
is-
it was
I
part of the
said
whole enclave. Yeah,
George was very
What
George wasn't very happy with the
Yeah.
reception.
yeah.
But Francis Coppola just put his hand on his shoulder and said, "George,
Mhm.
she can fix it."
Yeah, Spielberg is the one who raised it. No, you've got something.
Yeah.
We can fix. We can do this. And then
Yeah, but I thought Spielberg
a lot of-
originally walked out and came back later
Mhm.
and apologized when he saw the premiere.
I don't know about the premiere, but I'm talking the rough cut. No,
Yeah,
I like you got something good here. We got something good. We can do something with it. The rest of them are saying, "It's crap, George. They're gonna kill you."
But wasn't there a leak?
I mean, at this point, we're still
recently-
doing. It's still got dogfight, World War II dogfight footage in the film and stuff because the special effects weren't ready yet.
Yeah, that's what I said.
No,
There
that's
was a
good,
lot
yeah.
of stuff that was put in
What did-
because they didn't have the ability to
Yeah.
make it.
Mhm.
And I think the problem is again, the shootout just said go with number 4, and I think George was the only one who knew at the time what number 4 meant
Yeah.
because he'd done he'd gone and pitched 9 movies to them, you know.
Well, I'm not sure he even got that far. I think it was just a lot of it, handwritten notes of his own thing. But okay, we're gonna do it. Here's the one we go with, and the rest of it, that's your
No,
backstory.
well,
if we get to that,
Maybe
great.
it was the
And
4th pitch
Yeah.
that when they accepted.
Okay, I don't
There's
know.
different again. There's
What-
different
Yeah.
stories.
fantasy. Shut up for a second. Was George gonna do any spin-offs or anything?
Whoa.
Originally,
Whoa.
Well, whoa. Huh?
was George gonna do any spin-offs original
Well, again,
Yes.
originally
For-
it's like
characters and stuff?
originally it's like
Character-
he was just hoping how the thing was going to work because again,
No.
when
like I
Star
said-
Wars came out and Close Encounters came out, right? Him and Steven Spielberg, they went into hiding. They went, they immediately went to Hawaii for vacation because they didn't want to be around if this thing cratered. And they
But
didn't want to
don't
hear,
they have-
"Oh, it's great first week." No, don't give me first week. Give me next weekend. That's
But
when I know
don't-
if we got something.
You know why they
Anybody
didn't
knows
like the first weekend?
But
Because the first
Any
weekend,
movie went for- yeah.
don't they have movie theaters in Hawaii?
I know, but the thing is, it's
Hey,
out of,
don't
you stay
forget,
away from
back
Hollywood.
then-
That's the thing.
back then you actually had to go individually to each movie theater. They were all owned by different companies.
Mhm.
You were lucky to get 100 out of 100, you know.
Mhm.
There weren't that many either. There was only,
Mhm.
I mean, when was it? I
Mhm.
think it was the 80s when there was actually 1,000 theaters.
Well, there
weren't that many.
there were over 1,000, but not that much because it was still
No,
big.
I mean,
It was still
able to
big,
show.
one screen. Still one
Yeah.
big one screen. Like the
Yeah.
How
like
many
Grauman's
screens?
Chinese. Well, Grauman's Chinese was one big screen. It wasn't a duplex.
Yeah.
How many screens are there today? Do we know?
Oh,
Thousands.
several thousands. Yeah.
Mhm.
In fact, it's one thing when it's not. But the first Star Trek movie, Star Trek Motion Picture came out on 1,000 screens.
Yeah.
I apologize
JJ
for
Trek
telling you
came
to
out.
shut up, fantasy. It's the only way I can talk now.
Now JJ Trek came out on like 3,000 screens.
Thank you.
It was the
And
first
it
one
took
to
a
be
lot to catch up.
3,200. Yeah. And then
And it still
recently
took
there
a
was
lot
a
to catch
movie
up.
that hit 4,000. Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, it still took a while for it to catch up to the motion picture in adjusted numbers.
Fantasy.
Yeah.
I wanted to apologize for.
I said
telling you to
Sam,
shut up.
moving on.
Yeah.
Because sometimes my disorder just runs away, and I'm trying, and I have two brains trying to rein in. It's very disorderly.
Yeah.
Now with George, again, you were asking a question, Kermit. Now with George, the original 9 movies did not have spin-offs, but at some time between the first and the third, he did actually start coming up with them.
That's kind of the holiday special, kind of the first attempt there.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, from a writer's perspective, George had finally found what he wanted. The series that inspired him, and actually he became a serial writer. Okay? He became overwhelmingly consumed with different stories from Star Wars to the point he created 75 video games because he couldn't get movies made. He actually set a world record. Did you know that? For making video games.
Were they any good?
Wow, LucasArts
was
back in the day. Yeah, they're pretty good. I still like to get Dark Forces working.
Here's the thing: Lucas created better stories then for prequels, but the problem is because he created them with other people, he couldn't get the rights to put them to screen. That's why the prequels were such a mess. He couldn't get the screen rights.
No,
I don't know why.
The original X-Wing fighter game. It's like I said, hey, give me an A.
Yeah, it took him 20 years to get the rights to that. I don't know why.
An A-Wing is fun. X-Wing, good fighter. It's an airship. It's a space priority fighter. Y-Wing handles like a pig. Okay.
Yeah.
B-Wing handles like a but A-Wing.
But don't forget, this was George. I forget his name. George was talking with one of the Star Trek guys who had actually been a pilot. There had been a lot of World War II people working on the sets back then, and George was collecting stories, and George was going to different sets. George loved Star Trek. He used to sit in on the shooting.
No, he told Rod and the reviews, there probably wouldn't have been a Star Wars without a Star Trek.
Wait, wouldn't they not? Why would they allow him to hang out on the set during shooting for Star Trek?
Because he was a writer, and they used to have writing meetings after the shooting to bounce ideas off each other.
Yeah, celebrity videos all the time. There's a picture of Clint Eastwood and his kids meeting Leonard Nimoy.
George was a genuine celebrity for a long time. Before he was before he was going to conventions, he was going from studio to studio. They loved him. They bounced ideas off him.
American Graffiti was a big hit.
Yeah.
They probably still do it to a certain extent.
Well, now it's like when he showed up on the Solo.
Yeah,
no, I don't.
Going on there, he actually directed a couple of scenes. So
I don't mean
didn't save the film, but
I don't mean just George Lucas. I mean all kinds of actors probably go between all kinds of sets.
Yeah, unless it's a close set.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a directors club with Clint Eastwood, George Lucas, and Steven Spielberg who used to go around to different universities and drop in on student projects.
Would they hire?
Francis Ford Coppola actually recently got kicked out for his flop from Metropolis.
Would they sometimes hire people from universities?
Yeah, that's how George got in.
Yeah, well, I was it depends on the attitude of the because Zoetrope, which is Coppola's thing, that was all a bunch of guys from UCLA and USC film schools. With George Lucas, Brian De Palma, John Milius. They still give him John Milius because George had Star Wars come out, Steven Spielberg had Close Encounters, and Milius had this surfer film that's supposed to be like the Star Wars of surfer films. It didn't do anything. And they all had percentages of these other. So yeah, George, you're talking about the amount of money he made off of Close Encounters. Steven would make a crack about how much Star Wars money he's got. Hey, where's that surfer movie money?
Were Spielberg and Lucas friends?
They were friends and rivals.
They're still best friends.
They were friends and rivals.
That's how he got Indiana Jones, because Spielberg is wanting to do a James Bond film. No, I got something for you, and they cashed out on the beach in Hawaii during the.
Actually,
it's a joint thing with them.
Yeah, Indiana Jones was originally going to go with the guy who played Magnum in Magnum PI.
And turns out the way it all shook out, but he had already done the pilot for Magnum. So CBS, no, you can't have him. But that's the way it turned out, though. They didn't start shooting Magnum until well after they'd finished shooting Indiana, Raiders of the Lost Ark. So they could have done both. CBS is being a bitch.
As they said now, the thing is, he actually had an injury, and they did, and the insurance was going to be higher, so they went with Harrison Ford because the insurance was going to be less. Yeah. It was actually about money.
Good, yeah. Spielberg said, "Now, once you use Harrison Ford, Harrison's not going to be my Bobby De Niro. I want to get somebody else here." But then that happened. Okay, fine, we got Harrison Ford.
It usually is about money.
But it's always
Like I said, George may started with a budget of 10 million, but there's different rumors and that. He had people pouring in money and he had people like Spielberg and Francis Ford Coppola say, "No, don't worry, Fox, it'll be all right."
What were some of the original pitches for Indiana Jones? Do we know?
It was a very quick couple of lines.
It was,
he's an archaeologist. He pulls a gun. He carries a whip. He cracks one-liners. It's action all the way in the style of, I forget which TV show they were talking about at the time.
It was like 1930s serials.
Yes.
I liked how that one guy,
the original Indiana Smith.
You'd be surprised, Kermit, how some of this, you can ask those questions all the time about the pitches, but you'd be surprised. A lot of those pitches are very short, very quick, and that because they have these studio executives. They get out of bed, they have their Coke, they screw their secretary, they do 5 minutes of work, they check on their money and go back to bed.
Don't they eat actual food at some point?
Yeah, probably as they sleep. They have their mistress feed them. No, but studio executives, don't forget, they're running huge companies, okay? The movies are secondary.
They have a million meetings a day.
Yeah, where they're checking on. Don't forget, the studios, they're producing dozens of projects simultaneously in various stages of production. Warner recently cut down from 17 to just a handful, and they're actually never going to be profitable because they're not producing enough material. That's why they're putting so much into Max, is because they want to just be now an IP holder. They don't want to make anything anymore.
Did you see that they're removing Bugs Bunny and all that stuff?
Yeah, they're coming down to they're picking their best IPs. They're going to put them on Max and just shut the rest down. They're just going to produce garbage, for the cheapest.
Some of it might be good.
Yeah, some might be good, but I'm just saying. They even cut a lot of stuff with Harry Potter, and that's what I mean. They want to be just an IP company with a few IPs, and it's not going to work.
Did you see that they're making Snape black?
Yeah, but you got to remember, Kermit, these companies, they're political now. And some of the politics. Hold on. Some of the politics is weird. I'm not talking about left or right here. I'm talking about internal company politics, if you understand the difference. That you got your Harry Potter fans, you got your and the different divisions. They want to push out the superhero stuff. They think it's passé, too masculine, etc. Right?
I understand. I wanted to say that you've seen Harry Potter, right?
Yes.
You remember in the 7th book / movie when they show all of Snape's memories?
Yes.
Was it, I believe, if I'm remembering right, Snape was like the first one there before anyone else.
Are you talking about the first two Dumbledore's death?
No,
or
when
first...
he finds Lily's body and is sobbing on the floor.
Yes, he was the one who found. He was the one who tried. He went there to try and warn them, but it was too late. When he got there,
But
she was already.
How did he know where they lived?
He was always Dumbledore's man. He was working on the inside. Always, he was always Dumbledore's.
But Dumbledore shouldn't have told him because
he learnt it off. No, Snape got their address off Voldemort. Voldemort got their address off the traitor, the rat, the one who sold them out, the one who became a rat.
That may be true, but I see what I was
I know you're right. The continuity of the Harry Potter series is a bit questionable over who learned who, what, when. But yes, in the memories, it was official canon that Snape learned the Potter's address from a meeting with the Snape group and saw Harry's friend telling Voldemort their address, and then faked his own death with the explosion.
He didn't really fake his own death.
Yeah, he did. He faked his death. He blew up in the explosion, turned into a rat, and hid in the sewers for a decade.
Snape isn't Scabbers.
Oh, no, Scabbard. I'm talking about Scabbard. Scabbard was the one who originally told them the address.
But would anyone else have known?
No, because that's how the Secret Keeper spell works. You tell one person and one person only.
And how would but I'm talking Snape got there after Lily died.
Because he overheard them telling. Scabbard's telling Voldemort. Yeah, that's how he also learned about the prophecy. He was always sneaking around over listening in. If you look at the build-up of Snape's personality, he was a peeping Tom who creeped on Lily. That's why she didn't like it.
See what my theory was that for whatever Dumbledore wouldn't have told anybody, but
Dumbledore didn't know their address.
Finish, please.
Scabbards did.
Let me finish.
Okay.
I was going to say that Snape was stalking Lily. That's how he knew the general area, and then because that's how he knew.
That's why he was hanging out there. Yes, you're right.
He probably saw the explosion and the wards collapsing and went in to investigate.
I think that would make better sense, but I forget where it is. I don't know if it's true or not, but there are different theories and explanations on why there are broken continuity in the story. My personal opinion is, and the rumors is that she didn't write all the books herself. She had a ghostwriter who also worked on the movie scripts. And it makes sense. A lot of people, where are all these ghostwriters working? They're not employed by me, are they?
Yeah, well, that's why they're called ghostwriters, because you never know them. They're ghosts.
Yeah. But I'm just saying.
No, I think she wrote
somebody put out a recent article on ghostwriting saying you'd be surprised how many major works are actually written by ghostwriters, not their creators. Yeah. Their creators come up with the characters and the outlines, but the hard work is done by writing teams. Now, it recently came out, hold on, remember for a long time, George Lucas was taking credit for all of Star Wars. Well, it turned out that he had a writing group of over 20 writers. It's easy to come up with great stuff when you have a lot of writers.
That was probably in their contracts or whatever. That
never speak of it. Yeah.
That he was to take credit, and they never were.
Yeah. But the question came: why is J.K. Rowling not a billionaire, and why is she losing so much money? And the obvious answer is there's 3 reasons. 1, she invested poorly in property at a time of downturn. 2, she's paying off ghostwriters. 3, and this is more likely, she's also paying off some of the people she plagiarized. There are many different theories of why she is only worth $200-something million now.
For Britain's economy is shit.
That's what I said. The first one, she invested in property, and that was a bad time because the value went down, not up.
That's what happens when you invest in something and watch it fall flat on its ass.
Well,
yeah, but what's the weird part is property values were falling at the time she invested.
Now they're near.
No problem. They'll rebound.
Well, maybe that's what.
Yeah, it's the theory.
Now with all the idiot migrants in the country, I don't think they have any plans on removing anytime soon.
Well, not labor. That's for damn sure.
Well, not unfortunately. The Tories and I've warned people.
No, the Tories are any better.
Yeah.
I don't think many of
the Tories are a controlled opposition.
Yeah.
I don't think many of them work because they run around.
No, they don't.
People all day.
No, Keir Starmer had to cut 13,000 people from their jobs just to pay the British pension fund, and he admitted that only 13% of them legitimately qualified. The rest are just getting paid because they don't want to be sued for racism. They created a mess with the Human Rights Commission because none of these countries these people come from do any of the stuff they demand in the West. South Africa went broke giving away free housing. You remember that? All their reparations and sent their country broke. And they're still demanding reparations. It's not enough. Oh, we lost everything again. We have, once you give somebody something.
Did you see that they're trying to get qualified pilots for the RAF?
Yeah, because all the pilots went to other countries. Yeah. Because they were cutting staff.
No, it was more of
they're all working for British Airways.
Idiot DEI and whatever else.
Yeah, but I'm saying originally, when John Major, I think, made the first cutbacks. Okay, that a pilot for the RAF was earning half of that, and Bob was right. They went to work for British Airways because they got twice as much.
Yeah,
you know what I think they should do. Round up all the migrants and send them to the conflict zone in Ukraine.
Which would be sending them home, I think, in most ways, sending them back to where they came from. Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. It's actually the majority of people in the UK right now claiming all these pensions are Ukrainians. 2.3 million of them. They just don't want to admit it. Because...
You know what would be better? Sending them to some of the Syria conflicts.
Yeah. Here's the thing. They wouldn't fight. You know that?
Yeah.
That's what Rome did. Rome rounded up all the migrants and sent them to war. What happened? They shook hands with the enemy and marched on Rome. Now, here's the thing. You're right about a lot of stuff, but the major problem, and going back with Britain, is that the people keep voting for self-destruction. They hate society so much because they want revenge on all the things that happened in the past.
I say cut off all shipments of everything into the country and wall it off.
Look, here's the problem. You know about dependency syndrome, right?
Yeah.
That's what England has. They want to make all they since John Major, England's had a dependency issue where we'll do what we want because America will bail us out.
That's not going to happen for 4 years.
It's starting to fall apart. That's why I said about they're getting the cash, but it's not working out the way they planned it with it. It's not ascending them into power. They're starting to turn the power people to turn on them.
But Bob, In 2,500 or 2,300 years of documented liberalism since Plato and the Platonian Republic, has liberalism done anything but collapse into fascism?
Yeah.
But don't worry, comrades. This time it's real communism, right?
Yeah.
We'll get it right this time.
Yeah.
That's what we're dealing
To
with.
be
okay?
fair,
To
be fair, it does work for a little while.
Yeah,
it appears to work.
No.
Yeah.
Britain's liberal democracy only worked because it was being bailed out by America.
And that's not going to happen anymore for 4 years at least.
That's why Trump's cutting them off, because the only success they had came at the expense of U.S. taxpayer in the last 70 years.
The same reason why the Canadian health system works, because we're here to take on the ones that, I can't wait 6 months to see a doctor about this hangnail or whatever,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, while an Indian student's getting her nail manicure at a public hospital, somebody who's dying of a disease is paying because they're $1 over the threshold. Are in the US paying $5,000 for a hip replacement because they don't know you could go to Spain and get one for less.
I said also we used to have some of the best doctors.
Again, because you decided that we have to raise up the colored people because of disparity. You fired instead of making more doctors, you fired existing doctors to make jobs.
Equity,
not
equality, equity.
It's true.
So
that's the same with the flight stuff.
Yeah, half the people lose their job for equity rather than creating new jobs.
Or making sure that people get the jobs and know what the hell they're doing.
Or they lower the standards like they did with nursing.
When I traveled to a couple of weeks ago to DC, I took a plane, and all the I didn't say anything, of course, but all the I haven't seen many, of course, but all the problem videos I've seen of flights have been having.
Yeah, you know what? A lot of those flights, you know how many? I was shocked. Thousands of Americans every day are flying. Mostly women are flying to South America for cheap healthcare because their providers, though, the providers say, "Oh, we'll only cover this much money." So they go online and find somebody who will do the job for that. Because women, they are more vested in if a woman gets a sniffle, straight to the doctor, and that's a generalization, but
medical tourism has been a thing for a while.
But there are a lot more women racing to other countries for medical care out of the United States, and which is weird, and it's because the queues in the United States are full of people who come from other countries with queues, and Trump is basically looking at the only cure to dependency syndrome is to cut people off.
I think we're done with the I think we never really had the dependency syndrome.
No, you have a lot of people in America who go to the doctor for their Bob said hangnail, didn't you?
Yeah. Stupid
but
shit.
I mean,
you saw yourself in a pair of clippers.
Or a sniffle.
I'm talking about the current administration.
Oh yeah. They're done with it.
This is where the cold drink and you can't have anymore. We're cutting you off.
See, you have such a culture of. See, you have two cultures on the left. One is the give me, and the other is the give away. And Bob called it right. He called it it's not equality, it's equity.
So everyone winds up in the same place. Thing is, they generally don't do it by elevating the bad one. No, you do it by chopping down the good ones.
Everyone ends in the ditch at some point.
Yep, everybody.
That's
then
true.
Tries to get out of the ditch. No, chop off your legs. You're staying in the ditch with everyone else.
There was an experiment, and I forget when it was. I do think it was the 50s, where they basically gave 10 people $1 million each and see how long it lasted. they quickly shut down because it didn't.
Yeah. Go a little
They
nuts.
took, and these weren't, this experiment to get funding, they didn't pick randos. They picked people who are actually trained in finance. No, they thought the economy was, see, the thing is, people don't understand that the 1950s economy was an illusion. That's why the Liberals don't want to go back, because they don't want to admit they printed lots of money and sold off gold.
So Fort Knox is empty?
No, it's full of gold we sold to other countries.
Yeah.
Trump wants to know how much of our gold reserves we sold off.
Yeah, that's true.
A secret.
Do you think it's empty?
It's not empty. It's full. It's not our gold. We don't own it.
Mm-hmm.
It's all leveraged. It's all sitting earmarked for shipment to China and Saudi Arabia because we owe them so much money.
I heard somewhere that most of the debt is U.S. debt.
Yes, over half of the U.S. debt is debt to U.S. banks. That's what's keeping the pension funds running. That's why the Democrats keep promising all these payouts, because they know, you tell an old person you're going to get free healthcare and a free pension, that all your money's guaranteed. They'll just go. They just will keep voting for self-interest.
All the give me stuff is going to end, but it's
that's what dependency syndrome is. You have two types. You have the dependent child and the dependent elderly, and that's the Democrat base.
Mm-hmm.
And
people
then,
with dependency
issues. I think that's slowly ending, though.
Yeah, but it's a painful process taking somebody off the drug.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm not
because
saying it
give me
isn't.
is a bigger drug than cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say that it wasn't, did I?
It's gonna be ugly.
No, I'm sorry, Kermit. You're right. You did not say it. But for the general purpose of the audience, what you didn't say is that this dependency is a huge drug that's going to be a lot of yelling and screaming about.
Yeah.
Look at Britain.
To be fair, what aren't they yelling and screaming about now?
Their crimes.
Yeah.
I mean, right?
I mean, look at Stacey Abrams. $2 billion went to her. That's more than Hillary Clinton got. I was shocked.
And she's going, oh, they're afraid of me. No, means we got you dead to rights, bitch. Okay, you better lawyer up.
Why haven't many people been charged?
Because the DOJ won't prosecute.
It takes a while to get. We're starting from ground zero pretty much now, so it's going to take a while to get this ball rolling.
Pam Bondi is fighting every day to get a prosecutor out of bed to even look at a case.
Mm-hmm.
They are dragging their heels even on legitimate cases.
Yeah.
Trying to ruin the administration any way they can.
Mm-hmm.
She fumbled the ball on the Epstein stuff, which I personally don't care about, and I don't think we're ever going to get anything real off of it.
Well, I think the Epstein thing, I'm worried about some of these people that got so. Oh, you got. Why do you care so much? Jesus Christ, back the fuck down.
Hey,
it's not going to affect your life. Wait a minute. Wait till it happens. Okay, come on. But it's like I think a lot of it is.
You ignored it for 4 years.
Yeah.
What do you? Now you can't wait a month.
Yeah,
2?
exactly. Just calm your jets. You'll get it in time. But a lot of it's like, one, the stuff they got was pathetic. It was stuff we already knew anyway. We knew the flight logs. But the stuff they're getting from New York and the Southern District of New York, it's a lot more than they thought they were going to get. Holy shit.
Yeah.
and a lot of it's like,
Pam Bondi made a mistake because some of the documents were online and when she promised to have stuff unredacted, she forgot that there are laws and processes that have to go through, and they take more than just saying, I want to unredact this, because there are actual plea deals that can't be broken under US law. Like Bill Gates can't be named because he settled his case.
And also apparently our national security concerns because Epstein had
Epstein was an Israeli agent. That's right.
You know what I
thought about the way, but he has fingers in everybody's pie.
I
So a lot of it's like you expose this, and you expose this. We're at war by the end of the week. Now let's hold off on this, okay?
I don't think.
Let's make sure we do this right.
That the actual evidence is in the FBI system anymore.
Well, no, it's not. Now it's all been dragged out. Now
it's in the hands of the DOJ.
It's all been, they got it all because they meant. It's like I think they raided the place in New York. They raided the FBI office in New York. No, you're not. It's going home now.
No, that's not what I meant.
Yeah,
I meant whoever took over for Epstein probably has it.
Now I know what you mean. Yes,
like the tapes and whatnot.
Well, that's all. That's in the DOJ. And again, I think it's a lot more than what they were expecting. It's like, okay, this is going to take a little longer than we thought, guys.
Yeah, I forget who I had the conversation with. We came to an agreement in that we'll never know the truth. But as I explained to some people, and I sort of got agreement out of some, here's the reality. You know what hazing is?
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine that on a grand scale in secret societies where you have to go through a series of hazing, and each degree of rising the ranks, so to speak, the hazing gets worse and worse. With WWE, you heard about the sexual shenanigans there.
Not really.
Okay.
But then I don't follow wrestling or any of that.
Vince, however, got accused of certain things, and rather than defend himself, he had to quit, right?
Who?
Vince McMahon.
Vince McMahon, the founder, he got ousted over sexual allegations.
Yeah.
Well, consider that the 20th degree, right? Things only get worse from there. Think of 33rd degree is Epstein, where you get to the final stage of proving your loyalty to the group by committing a criminal act and knowing that they have your cojones in a vice.
Yeah. We got high def video of you screwing a 14-year-old. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a video of apparently this goes back to not just world leaders, but movie stars. You go back to Robert De Niro and many others. Exactly. That's the allegation.
You know what else it might also be? Him doing some financial crime as well.
Oh God, yeah, well, a lot of money there.
Oh yeah.
No, they might have him on tape doing that.
Yeah.
Apparently, that island was covered with cameras. Everything that happened was on camera.
For whatever. They also had him painting Bill Clinton in a blue dress for some weird reason.
No, that happens.
That's part of the as I said. It's hazing. That's the initiation rituals. They start with mild humiliation. And then that remember that painting was updated and changed over the years. Bill kept going back to be further and further humiliated.
Wait, it was changed?
Yeah, there was six in total done by the artist.
Yeah.
I thought there was only one.
Yeah, they painted it over 6 times.
Oh,
there was one when he was president, and then the latest one was just before Epstein's arrest when Bill Clinton went to the home.
Destroy it, no problem. We got 4 more waiting to give you your space.
Yeah.
But remember, there's also the fact I'm trying to get. Look, not everyone that went to the island necessarily got because it's apparently a decent resort. People just went there to go there. They don't know what's going on back in bungalow number 6.
Yeah,
and again, this is where all the rich and powerful are. You want to do business? Go there. You have a big business over my time.
There was also, don't forget, he held 6 conferences on the island because he needed See, here's the problem, Kermit, that we have, and a lot of people are jumping the gun. Is that he was also a financier who was holding big meetings between various world leaders and financial organizations. And part of the quid pro quo was that he was providing, though they were of age, he was providing prostitutes and various fetishes to bring them to the island. Though everything was illegal. but it was an influence campaign.
Yeah.
And if we go back to the 1989 Sicilian trial, the mafia's biggest income was influence peddling on behalf of Israel, where they would provide prostitutes.
There's enough legitimate business going on there for plausible deniability.
Yes,
Bob,
to cover up the nasty stuff.
Yeah, they probably suspected what was going on, that there was parties on the other side of the island.
But that's why
they were taking part in it.
No, the people that weren't.
No, that's why people who weren't dropping names, they were dropping hints along the way to try and get, because they didn't know who to trust. You had American leaders on the island. They didn't know who to trust.
Yeah.
No, they knew it was an Israeli influence operation.
And a lot of people, when they found out they had an idea what was going on, they wanted nothing more to do with it. Donald Trump was one of them. He was fine with it, but then he found out, what you're doing? No, fuck you. I'm out of here.
I don't
but don't forget.
I don't think he ever actually arrived at the island, or we know it.
No, we'd know about it if he did.
Yeah,
I'm talking about
the
only thing we can confirm is that Epstein was accused of hitting on a 16-year-old girl at Mar-a-Lago. He denied it. They looked at the security tapes. He looked at her general direction a couple of times. So Donald said, look, you're out. You're not coming back.
Yeah.
Nobody called Trump from the DOJ and warned him.
The people
Trump said.
The people who were there for vacation on Epstein Island and didn't participate in the parties, I would imagine
those
something
girls
was wrong.
were in Florida, not on the island. The island is a distraction. The real stuff was going on at 3 different locations. One in Florida, one in Palm Springs, wasn't it? And the other one in, was it Texas or Arizona or something, where they had the ranch? There were 3 locations.
I don't know.
A ranch is a really good place. If it's big enough, it's a really good place to hide those weird parties.
Which needs to be remote enough.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, the motive for
there was also
Epstein Island is just to distract everybody to look at here and not the cases in Florida and other areas.
He also had a penthouse in New York City, I believe, or some apartment.
Well, at least one,
Now, also, Epstein is a distraction from actions of others, like Wexner and the guy who accidentally hung himself in that French prison. How do you accidentally hang yourself in a prison?
Well, same way you accidentally hang yourself from a bed you're taller than.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, Epstein wasn't the only one who hung himself. And, Burrell, I think it was his name. Was he Parisian or Brussels or something? He was arrested in Paris. He was a photographer. He had been accused of SA. He was awaiting trial for SA, and his trial was getting longer and longer. 6 people visited his cell, and he accidentally hung himself. I'm not saying it was a cover-up. I'm saying 6 people were told by prison guard. That's a coincidence, right?
Epstein's case is so bloody obvious. Oh, the cameras just happened to go out at the moment that he just happens to hang himself from a bed he's like a half a head taller than.
And Epstein's brother happened to be delayed.
Why do they bother shutting off the cameras? Why not just have
so there's no record?
Guys in black masks come in.
So there's no record.
It's the same as that there's supposed to be somebody on the floor at all times, yet the only 2 guards took a break and nobody came to relieve them. So
I mean, isn't that stuff more suspicious than just sending the guard?
Yeah, but that's how arrogant they're getting. What are you going to do about it? He's still dead.
Do about it? The entire system is full of people who do bad things every day. The entire system's full of bad people.
I mean, it's got to the point where
Trump draining the swamp is going slow because there are not 1 or 2 swamp creatures. There's thousands of swamp creatures who've been there for decades doing bad things in the name of national security.
I mean, chopping off USAID, I refuse to call it the USA. There's no aid involved. But, chopping that off was just a start. But it was
he basically figured out the first step is to cut off their major funding. It's not all their funding.
It it was kind of funny seeing Maxine Waters lead the charge to some of those buildings.
Well, I love that guard just standing there. Give the way up. I don't give a shit who you are. You're not getting in.
Well, Maxine Waters got a $5 million loan from a pharmaceutical company. There's nothing she never paid. Nothing to see.
Give that guard the presidential.
She got a gift of a $10 million house. Nothing to see. It's just
the doors were also, at least in one of the buildings, when a guard wasn't there or standing aside, the door was locked anyway.
Yeah,
but she's grandstand anyway. Kermit, they all grandstand so that nobody will look at them. Those who shout the loudest. It's unfortunate. It's not always true, but those who shout the loudest need to always be investigated.
I think it was one of the Department of Education at AOC led that.
She got $10 million from an education provider. There's no way AOC should be in office, but the New York district, hear no evil, see no evil.
And to be honest, with AOC, like she's a bartender with no political experience. She just get things out of copy.
Yeah, that doesn't matter so much because it's because we're talking about the corruption. She has no political experience, therefore she's most open. And most open and obvious to being controlled by staff.
It was kind of funny though to watch them freak out.
But you got to remember, most politicians are controlled by their staff.
That's true. And think about this: these people want to try to blame the Orange Man, but the problem is he's not doing the work. To be honest, he's been dealing his own stuff.
It's typical liberal tactics. Can't prove can't stop the message. You attack the messenger.
Or morally, like they call it the black hat tactics. To be honest,
they run to all these judges too, and I think Trump is ignoring most of them.
Well, yeah, because a lot of it's like this is an executive branch. The judiciary has no role. Shut the fuck up. Go away.
And the thing is,
a lot of their filing impeachments. No, you're overstepping your bounds.
Here's the problem: for far too long, people have put judges on a pedestal as authority, and that's America's been authoritarian for 70 years because people have basically worshipped the judge, the system, because that is the system. Okay, the government is a lot of systems, but the most biggest system that impacts your life is the legal system.
Yeah, or the justice system, they call it anyway.
Yeah, there needs to be some
justice.
kind of
justice. That's for sure.
They need to get an accountability thing, like just the ability to appointment's fine, but there needs to be a way to recall them if they turns out to be the idiots.
Yeah. What about the Mafia files when they named all those corrupt judges? They never did anything about that. All those people who allegedly were found innocent were all guilty, but the judge threw out the evidence that proved them guilty. And when decades later, when they found out the judge was corrupt, nothing happened. That's the problem.
To be fair, I'm not sure that the judge always had a choice about throwing away evidence.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Okay, the FBI.
It kind of does matter.
Well, mainly in the sense of you throw out the evidence, or you're going to find up with something in your bed.
That comes down to the fact that society decided they won't. That if somebody makes those kinds of threats, they won't take them behind the woodshed and throw them in a cement case.
That's true.
Yeah.
The FBI decided long ago that we're not going to kill bad guys. That just makes us as bad as them. No, it doesn't. People cheered when Dillinger was gunned down. Okay, if the FBI walked into a corrupt judge's office and took him out,
I think they don't want to pay for is after shooting counseling and whatever else that involves.
Yeah, that's true. But here's the thing: we know now the FBI and the CIA were created by the same people, the same 6 people. We know that they all became very rich. Many retired very quickly. Hoover, however, stayed around forever. So did Tenet. And they became very rich, very powerful. And I think the thing is, they used this network of judges who were corrupt to control the government.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're still doing it today through their inheritors of power.
But it's not working.
No, because they've got nothing on Trump to blackmail him with, and public opinion and trying to change public opinion didn't work. It worked with Nixon because people didn't know better.
The thing is,
so here's the thing: sometimes, and this guy from the CIA actually explained it. You can force the public you can change public opinion once, but if the same tactics don't work again, because even if you don't recognize it in your head, you go, there's this part of your brain that's going to go, hey, wait a minute, you told us to think this, now you're going against it.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, I'm sticking to my beliefs. You know what I mean? When you program the public to a certain set of beliefs, it's very hard to change it. And right now, the people in the middle, they're the ones with all the power and control. And they've decided they've had enough of both parties. But the Republicans don't realize they're next. You know, once they're finished with the Democrats, the Republican Party's next.
They also, the information technology is such that now it's like nobody's in the dark unless they want to be. He's got Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard making direct videos, putting them on X. So now you don't have to worry about what does Walter Cronkite have to say about it, or what's Terry Wogan going to say. No,
we know now. What we know now about this is the thing. I've been to Vietnam. They love Walter Cronkite. He was their friend.
Oh yeah.
Walter Cronkite's a traitor, but no. Liberalism, no. Trump's a traitor. He's working with Russia. Really? Walter Cronkite was working with Russia. There was actually a guy who was talking about the death of liberalism, and Jimmy Dore asked him why, and he just said it's simple. Back in the day, the liberals were all working with Russia. Now suddenly Russia's bad, and it's just such a cognitive dissonance for the old guard versus the new guard that there's just no reconciliation between the two. Yes, the old guard may be dying off. But the AOC wing, they don't have any of the gravitas that the old guard have. You know, that all their narratives are just trying to reprogram people, and the public don't have it. You know. How is Russia a threat? They're not even their economy's not even the size of Italy. Come on. Why they don't like Russia is because Russia does things cheaper. Okay, it doesn't have this massive bureaucracy where getting anything done is I pay off 100. Russia got rid of its corrupt bureaucracy. Show it, and Russia doesn't care what we do.
Did you guys? Did you see that video that I just sent? They put in the private chat.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Kermit.
It's
sometimes interesting to watch the left on YouTube, by the way, because they're in a civil war right now.
They're
imploding. Yeah.
This is an idiot on Twitter who's probably going to lose her job.
Well, it's not like they're hiring the best and brightest on Amazon. I've dealt with these idiots enough time on a daily basis. I should probably be grateful they never hired me.
Yeah, but this is the problem. Liberals want to do the least and get paid the most. They want a no-show job. Now, we actually been through this before. I forget exactly when, but leading up to the 1920s, a lot of Americans didn't work because there was, and again, you look at the 50s, a lot of Americans didn't work. But because there was just so much money around, get married, doesn't matter. I don't have to work. It's early retirement, Women would go to college, work for a few years, find a rich guy, marry him, and retire. That was the whole, that's why so many women wanted to go to college.
Fantasy. Did you see that? The show Mad Men?
Yeah, I think season 1.
They hinted that for Peggy for when she first joins the firm.
Yeah, I think the character Kevin Spacey was playing was basically spot on. That I'm in a position of power and wealth. I'm going to make people have sex with me. Why? Because I can. And, well, yeah, the more sex he had with people, the more people came to him for sex. It was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah. But what I think what Mad Men failed is the fact that these people always had the fallback plan of, I'm going to see you later, for sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, sexual harassment was always a thing. It's just, it was like the RICO Act. Nobody ever prosecuted it before.
Mm-hmm. There was before we were a country, there was probably sexual harassment.
Oh, God.
It wasn't exactly called that, but yeah, it was called coercion.
Yeah.
Whatever it was called, it's always been around and always will be around.
There were three bases of law: fraud, coercion, or I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, or theft. Right? Fraud, theft, or coercion.
Mm-hmm.
One of those three have to be there for a crime. That's the basis of law.
Also, murder.
Well, that goes into coercion.
Yeah.
In extreme.
It does?
Well, it's about as soon as you get
theft, taking a life without illegally taking a life is theft.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
same with rape. Rape is theft.
Wait, legally taking a life is theft?
Well, you're taking a life.
Yeah, you're taking something without illegally.
I mean, you just wander around this. You just wander down the street and
theft,
and then kill a random person.
Theft is not stealing. Theft is taking something without permission. It doesn't have to be physical goods. Stealing is physical goods.
All right.
Law has different meanings sometimes. Most law still has the original meaning of words.
I'm not saying you're wrong or right.
It's weird, I know, because it's not what we're used to. But law has very specific meanings.
I'm not gonna call you a liar or anything.
No. I find it weird sometimes too, because I forget that sometimes what the law meaning of a word is. But as far as I know, murder is theft because you're taking something without permission.
Yeah.
What if you have the permission to kill them?
That's still now.
It comes under then coercion because you don't have the right, because allegedly you don't have the right to take your own life. That's why the Liberals want to create new rights.
So they can. All right, if you say so. I was just...
No, it's a very bizarre thing, but yes, it comes back to the Bible with suicide being a sin.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
The Bible was lit. At least the stuff they kept.
I know this is controversial, but every religion has been rewritten at least once, and and none of them are their original forms. We have fragments of the original Christianity. We have fragment, and believe it or not, Islam was a fragment of Christianity at one point.
Yeah.
I would imagine every religion at one point or other was connected to every other religion at one point or other.
Well, yeah, Islam gets a lot from Buddhism and Christianity because I think Tehran at the time was the center of trade on the Silk Road.
Yeah.
And every religion was hanging out there at some point.
Yeah, until the 9th century when there was the first revolution. Yeah.
I saw something about, going into the origins of Islam. It's like, actually, Mecca and Medina had nothing to do with it.
That was the first revolution.
But the actual origins is like that was really further up, closer to Israel and stuff. But like since they rejected Muhammad, Muhammad, so they don't.
Yeah,
they got moved
on south.
Muhammad
was rejected, so he went back to his homeland with a new religion. He was
Muslim,
Christian.
They don't really allow you into Mecca.
Yeah, here's the thing: the founder of Islam was born a Jew, became a Christian, and at some point he found an older religion, which he then rewrote to justify his actions with Asher. And we won't go deeper into that because YouTube will kill us, literally.
Yeah.
Let's just say there are 9 wrong reasons for that religion.
Let's just say there's certain things you're not really supposed to do with a fourth grader. Okay.
As I understand it, You're
but he created. But he's not the first.
Outsiders aren't allowed into Mecca.
Yes.
No.
If you're
He's
not
not the
a
first and he's
Muslim.
not the last. Okay, Henry VIII recreated Christianity to suit himself. The Pope Clement, was it Pope Clement who recreated, and then you had the King James Bible. Come on, folks.
I don't know. I don't know who changed what. All I know is I should be surprised, but I'm not surprised that they rewrote religion.
But at their core tenets, all religions are the same about good and evil, admitting that there are the fundamentals of the Ten Commandments. Are the fundamentals found in every religion, okay?
Yeah.
It's not new, it's not original.
Yeah, the Code of Hammurabi is not much different.
Yeah.
Every book, as I understand it, every religious book has a great flood myth in it.
Yeah, because according to Egyptian history,
tradition.
Yeah, according to Egyptian history, there was a great flood, and there is even watermarks on the pyramids. If you look carefully enough, you can find them still. But during the 9th or the 12th century, they removed the outer casing of the Great Pyramid because of the symbolism on the pyramids. The symbols were decorated, and the Muslims broke the stone because they were pagan symbols.
That's what they do. They break.
There was also one of the Muslims that wanted to see what was inside the Great Pyramid, so he sent a bunch of guys in.
Yeah, but when they collapsed on him and killed, they didn't go any further. Yeah. Yes, I know that.
The Great Pyramid.
Oh yeah, they got into it through the underground.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But he died later. They went back and it collapsed on him. They found him inside in the Great Chamber. The the central pillar. They were made to actually collapse. The entrance.
All right.
It was a trap. It was death. The original. That's where the Indiana Jones death traps come from. They were actual real death traps.
As I understand it, no pharaoh body has really been found in those pyramids.
Not in the pyramid.
No, not in the pyramids. They're found in the Valley of Kings.
At least not in the Great Pyramids. No, they
were raided long ago.
Yeah. That's why
Some of them were empty.
That's why King Tut was so remarkable, because it hadn't been raided.
Yeah.
They finally found one that was intact.
A lot of that stuff was probably put back into the economy.
Oh yeah.
A lot of it wound up in the British Museum.
No, I mean a lot of the stuff ended up later in the British Museum, but originally he's right. A lot of stuff was privately sold, and a lot of gold was melted down.
Yeah, a lot of their worldly goods was gold, wasn't it? So they could just.
But there was also stuff that didn't have any value anymore, like all the salt and perfumes that had long evaporated. There were many empty vases because they contained perfumes and food. They also found rats and all sorts of stuff living in the pyramids that had, and they had long gone.
They probably tossed what was left of the vases and used them or sold them.
It's really weird. Some of those vases would probably be valuable artifacts in today's economy.
Hey, DJ Ronnie G, what's up, buddy?
I mean, back in ancient Egypt times, a lot of the graveyards, graveyards are...
Tomb raiding goes back centuries.
A lot of it, that's what I meant. A lot of it was probably put back into the economy at some point.
Yeah, but see, when Egypt fell, they stopped guarding the royal tombs. So, they already probably had tomb raiders back then.
But so anyone, Joe Schmo could wander in from the desert and take what he wanted and leave?
Yeah, because the royal guards were disbanded by the fall of Egypt. When Cleopatra died, the Romans disbanded all the guards.
So they didn't hang out? They didn't guard the pyramids?
No. They then nobody hey, it's like if you lost your job, you got to go back to it.
No, but they didn't have anyone. I didn't mean the.
How are they going to eat? How are they going to? They had to eat. The guards, most of them. There weren't that many left either. A lot of them died fighting, protecting Cleopatra.
That they did.
And those who remained, they hid her body, which was found centuries later, but they didn't recognize who it was. So Cleopatra remained laying in some tomb somewhere for a long time in Alexandria, wasn't it? They didn't know who it was. I think only recently the Egyptians started sorting out who's who in the mummies because they have a lot of them.
So what would what's left of the Royal Guard do when they were disbanded?
They became mercenaries for the Romans.
Yeah.
They had to earn a living, and they also didn't want to get executed with the rest of them, so they pretty much got absorbed into the Praetorians, wasn't it called then?
Or the Auxiliary Guard.
No, I think they were all disbanded. I think it was just all the Praetorians took over all the security, all the...
No. Rome had auxiliary troops.
Those were... yes. Sorry, you're right. Those were ready. Those were not part of the official legion, though. Those worked for different senators.
No, but would they?
They probably did. Some probably ended up in gladiatorial pits too. There was probably different factions making sure that they were scattered to the winds. Because don't forget this at that point. Pretty much like today, you look at politics today, you get enough people together and they suddenly believe they're in charge, and suddenly just like how the government back then started ignoring the president, you have the Senate today trying to be, we're separate but equal, the leader of the Senate could do as he
pleases. Some of them are trying, or at least pretending.
Yeah, I'm just saying you're not wrong. There's probably multiple things that happened to the Egyptian guard, but I do know the fate of the last scribe. The Egyptian scribes refused, even at the point of torture, to reveal the secrets of what the different symbols meant. The Romans tortured the last scribe. He died under torture, refusing to reveal the meaning of hieroglyphics.
Wouldn't that be whack if he didn't know?
Why should they help? Why should they help the Romans?
Rome just destroyed their country. Why would they?
I'm not telling you a damn thing. Fuck you. You're gonna kill me anyway. So fuck it.
The scribes just know to write it. They don't know what it means. Wouldn't that be funny?
No, but the Romans only wanted to know the hieroglyphics so they could understand the maps to the Egyptian tombs because they knew there was wealth in them. They wanted they thought Alexander had buried his wealth in Alexandria, and Rome was after the wealth of Alex.
They never found it, did they?
Alex's wealth was scattered already to the winds, and they just wouldn't believe it. That when he died, the various generals, including those Roman mercenaries, took what they could and left.
Yeah.
But they couldn't believe it. They always thought that he had another vault up his sleeve.
Yeah.
Maybe he did for a time.
He spent it all.
Maybe he did at one point, but don't forget, when he was made king, he was shown the vault, and it was already empty. The vault that's what drove Alexander mad, is that for generations, the wealth of his family has been on the backs of slaves because they had no income. Macedonia was broke. Fighting the Persians had pretty much bankrupted them.
Great warrior, fine military leader, could not handle money. No.
Well, yeah. But also, he had a proclivity for horses.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He liked
empires are expensive
in a very beastly way.
Yeah.
Was that
Let's just say the Macedonians really love their horses. Okay.
Yeah.
Was that ever proven, or is that?
And horses are also horn dogs. They loved it back. Okay. No.
Was that?
Yes, there was a thing called the Alexander. Where do you think the horse fault came from? It was Alexander's the horse fault.
Mm-hmm.
They would tie men. The horse fault. They would tie men face down on the mount, and the horse would mount.
How'd they get him to mount?
Horses are horny.
Yeah. One of the things they don't show you on the natural is when a horse is, they'll walk along and you see they're hanging out and the whack, they're jacking off.
Same with bulls in Macedonia. Macedonians wiped themselves out by not breeding because they were all lining up to have it with horses and bulls.
Is this historical fact?
Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually a historical fact. The last Macedonian... Actually, the Black Plague killed the last couple hundred of Macedonians, but they went from about 20,000 down to a few hundred because they wouldn't breed.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have children anymore.
No, and Tony Randall, a story when Jack Klugman was showing around his horse stables with horse, and part of the thing of having horses is you're selling the semen for other horse to breed, and some gals in there going to jack off the horse to collect the semen, and yet does that hurt the horse? Oh, they love it.
Yeah, I bet she loved it too because there was actually a thing about they used to have a club,
drinking club,
where they'd go and jack off a horse and drink the results.
Well, I don't know. I think in this case, no, we're just doing.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, some of these clubs they got out of hand very quickly. These things.
It should. Once again, it should surprise me, but it doesn't surprise me.
Never underestimate human depravity.
Yeah, and there was a website. I will not quote the name right now. I don't know if it's still up. It's probably died by now, but it's like, yep.
Put it in private chat.
If you really want to risk your server thing.
Actually, never mind.
Yeah.
Look,
that's why I've never searched for it, because if it's still, I don't think I want to find out. I don't want anybody else finding out.
As I said, when you go into the history of secret societies, the hazing and the road to depravity, because they believe depravity is the ultimate expression of human freedom.
And that kind of goes with what we're going through now.
I'm of the mind you can be somewhere in the middle. You can be depraved to a point. Okay, you can like women. You can wear. If a company came out and sold high heels in men's sizes, again, because believe it or not, they actually started as a men's fashion.
Kinky boots.
Kinky boots came out selling men's size high heels.
Based on a true story.
I wouldn't care.
Yeah.
Okay, 30% of the population. Believe it or not, at some point, right, conservatives were around 70% of the population, and they were evenly split between the two parties.
Yeah.
And they always hated each other. That animosity is coming through their children and grandchildren. But back in the day, if you were depraved and stayed in the closet, nobody cared. Both parties agreed you could do, if you was consenting adults, closed doors, it didn't matter.
And leave the kids alone. Yeah.
But unfortunately, along the way, the idea of secret societies, particularly going back to not just the Hellfire Club, but we go back to the Minoans and the Romans and the Bath culture,
the Gnostics and everything.
Yeah, they all had this notion that God's will was for humans to be depraved.
And they finally got to the point where they're starting to overplay it. That's like,
look
at the trans thing. Now, just basically the modern version of sacrificing children, because they weren't getting enough adults to keep it going.
Yes.
So now let's get these kids who are confused what's going on.
The trans
No, tomboy, you're really a boy. Let's chop off those tits and give you full of hormones.
Again, it comes down to you have this different layer, and let's say up here, the top guard. It's just about the money, right? Creating perpetual customers. Down here, though, you have the useful idiots who think they're helping somebody be their true selves.
Mm-hmm.
But the useful idiots just can't be told they're used. They don't want to believe they've fallen for a scam.
No, it's a full-on fight.
Yeah, but to be trans, I don't care if you put on a dress. I don't care. Go start a company and sell men's shoes in high heels and men's size dresses. I don't care. Wear bras and underwear. I don't care. Go to work in a skirt. I don't care.
Madam Jack, I'm okay.
But here's the thing. Everything 18 plus, please. If I have to... And here's the thing. Stephen King should be in jail for writing cheese pizza over some of the stuff he's written in his books.
Yeah.
If I wrote even half the stuff he wrote in some of in my books, right? How long would my book last on Amazon if I had a brother and sister relationship? Yeah. George R. R. Martin celebrated.
Yeah.
Even by people on the right.
Yeah,
there is a level in hypocrisy. There's a level of hypocrisy in society that just can't be reconciled. And this is why we have culture wars. We just can't draw a line and say, here's the above and here's the illegal.
In the novel It, there's a scene because supposedly Pennywise is going after one of the things they're going with kids because they're virgins. So these kids who are trying to think of them, they had the bright idea to have an exit.
That's right. They have a certain scene so that the kids would no longer be attracted to Pennywise.
Because one of the kids was a girl. So guess what?
And guess who was on the flight logs before at the time that book was being written?
Oh, Steve. Yeah,
Steve. What were you up to again? But yes,
were you there all the time for the sun?
Does it not come back to secret societies and the things they believe in, right? If a 15-year-old can have a relationship with an 18-year-old, that is the step to the wrong direction, right?
Yeah.
Why is there a cutoff at 18? I remember back in high school, they used to drag us out into an assembly and give us a lecture every year about the no-nos. You may be in high school with people of a certain age, but you're not in high school of a certain age. You know what I mean?
You turned 18, knock it off. No,
now
it's a felony.
Basically, no, I'm just saying, every year they tell the boys, no. Even they even had. I mean, every year when we did have the occasional girl who'd disappear pregnant, and then it would be a special assembly, and everybody get whacked on the hands over basically all the shenanigans, because there were shenanigans, and the worst offenders were the girls. Some of the stories I could tell you totally far out. About girls setting up a certain type of activity where boys would come along with little baggies of drugs and get invited into the girls' bathroom. Women are not victims. They might have been at some point.
No,
they definitely not.
Most of human history has been pretty much driven by the male libido.
Yes.
Trying to impress some girl, usually.
Yes.
My school, my high school, if there was no monitor, they locked the bathroom door.
Yeah, because that's where the bunnies would go to attract their clients.
Or the more aggressive boys would be in there laying in wait.
I'll be honest, I never saw that, but I never looked for it.
Yeah, well, that's how they get rid of it.
Okay. Kermit, believe it or not, there's a part of our brain where I think everybody has it, where we want to only see the better part of our world.
I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm just saying that.
Oh yeah.
No. I'm just saying you weren't looking for it. I'm just explaining that everybody has that.
Like Douglas Adams in Hitchhiker's Guide, something that's in an SEP field.
Yeah.
SEP means somebody else's problem.
Yeah.
It gets to ignore. No, it's someone else's problem. I'm not dealing with it.
It's totally not a bad thing per se. Kermit was looking at and protecting himself, and that's what everybody should do. It's just a lot of people with that SEPs will actually deliberately say, I will take advantage of that.
Yeah.
Actually, if there was a problem, I reported it to the monitor.
Okay, there you go.
Well, there you go. You're one of the
You
few
see a
people who are
problem,
brave
yeah.
enough to do that, because
Mhm.
everybody else will just say stitches get stitches and walk away.
I don't want to get involved, you know.
Or it's none of your business, Amata. Go on.
If it's not happening in front of you, why do you care? And it's like, well, I'm a human being. I give a fuck. Okay.
Yeah, human empathy, man. I don't like the. I don't. I know from personal experience that there were parts of the school where you were told not to go.
Yeah.
And there were good reasons, because they were ambush points.
You're too
A lot of schools have been redesigned to get rid of those.
Yeah.
But but you'd have gardens, and you'd have hedges, and people would go behind the hedges to cut corners and go through the gardens.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there were blind spots. Teachers, there weren't enough teacher lounges. Teacher lounge on this side of the building, but not. They don't have a view on the other side of the building.
Yeah. And
when people worked out where all the teachers' lounges were, that's where the teachers would look out the window and see an empty field.
Yeah. Well, no,
so they had to move around.
It's both a known smoking spot for our school. Like
the teacher
on the eastern side of the campus, a big fence and a gate. Right outside the gate, that's where they start smoking up.
Even if the teachers didn't know, they probably knew.
No, it was SEP.
Yeah, a lot of it's like, do I really want to tie up my day with all the paperwork and everything's going to do? No, let someone
else.
Do
I want to report a student that I send a letter home just to have a 1 in 2 chance of the mother coming down and saying, "Not my boy."
Yeah, not my little angel.
Yeah. No, how dare you accuse my boy and everything? My boy is a purebred American motherfucker.
Although being, driving a school bus for 5 years, I was gratified a lot. What did he do this time? There were no illusions that they're trying with little angels. Like, well, good, what the little shit do this time?
There was
the other time is that you get the parents who goes, "What do you do?" And then give him a hit in the back of the head, and that was it.
I did get scared of one because I was filling in on a route, but I was going the route as there was in the book. The regular driver was driving it backwards. He was starting off there and then going up there, and no, and I showed this is how it's supposed to work. And the driver's dropping off way over, and this time he's doing it wrong, and I'm going to tell on him. So
there's also
I'll give you a moment. I'm kind of off my camera because you're talking. I'm having a general short of breath.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're all right, David? David, you okay?
I'm having trouble breathing at the moment.
Okay.
I'm short of breath.
Okay.
So I apologize for the heavy breathing. I'm going to shut off for a moment, but I'm still here.
Anyway, just make me big here for a second.
Oh yes, of course.
Okay, just got this book. This is a book by Andrea Kindred. Was it back in the day? She was Andy Robinson. She was secretary to Gene Coon when he came on Star Trek, and she the memoir of her thing. Coming up to, her background as, descendant slave and those encounters she had, but a lot of it working with Gene Coon on what actually happened. And also just driving a stake to the heart to the idea that, Gene Coon left because Roddenberry didn't like the joke. No. Put it shortly, Gene Coon left because he was fucking exhausted on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Everyone was wiped out by the end of that second season, but Gene Coon especially because, one, again, he was exhausted. This is around the time that also Paramount was taking over. I mean, Gulf West was taking over, who knew nothing about production. So they're sending notes. It's like, what the fuck, you people? No, okay. And also personal crisis because he had hooked up with a childhood sweetheart, and he thought, it's like the one that got away came back. So he divorced his wife. Hooked up with her. His ex-wife died a year later from cancer, and he felt oh God, I killed my ex-wife because of this. So he's on the verge, and everything is going weird. But had nothing to do with the fact that he was writing too much comedy. Gene Roddenberry loved Gene Coon. Okay, he won him when he did a little letter to the entire cast, and calling them out for shit they were doing. Yeah. One of the things he kind of held Shatner, Nimoy, and Kelly as partially to blame for why Gene Coon left because of the shit they were pulling. So no, he didn't want to lose Gene Coon, and there was no fallout there. But in fact, the teleplay for the Quester tapes was written by Gene Coon. You know.
Now, I don't know if this is true or not, but apparently the filming schedules were out of whack because they had so many people coming and going at odd times. Nobody was holding to schedule.
Well, a show, TV shows that never shot in sequence. You always, all the bridge scenes.
Yeah, I know they're not shot in sequence.
In fact, there was
they had problems where people would be hours in makeup because they were, continuity errors, and they'd have to reshoot.
Yeah, there was a lot. Hiccups and stuff,
of problems
and overlap where like you think you're finished. No, we got to go back and we got to fix this scene from last week's. So it was chaotic, And the thing is, what Shatner, Nimoy, and Kelly would do is they would go through the scripts and we don't need that line. That's more your line, and they swap lines around. And a lot of times, a lot of superfluous stuff get cut, not because they're trying to screw over the other guys. It's like we don't have that much time for this kind of crap, okay? And we need to tell the story as quick as possible and get this done with.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I also believe losing a line or what,
Yeah, I also believe between first and second season, the actual minute time was cut by short. That the ad breaks were shorter in first season than second, so they had to make more room.
I think all through it was because back in those days, a commercial break was literally one commercial.
Yeah, it was just.
It was like
but it was a.
Because I've got a it's like a minute ad, but still it's like one commercial and you're back in.
No, I mean the allocation went from 1.5 minutes to 2.5. I'm not sure if that was true or not.
Not in those days.
No, but I do understand.
Later on, they started getting bigger, but back in then,
because I do remember when I first got the Star Trek, the digital edition of Star Trek, that they're all 43:15. 43:15, 43:15. It's like
original series. There are 52.
No, they were
52. 52. In fact, I can pull it up here.
I remember.
No, we had no. Let me finish.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I found out that we actually got a censored, and I'm going, why did they censor? They actually, I don't think. I think we got a. They actually cut parts. They actually cut it down to fit all on the disc. So
that's generally when they started doing commercial
release. But I'm just saying, I remember when I originally got it, they'd all cut to fit it all onto the.
Well, when they all get into syndication, local stations would chop up something. That's why I stopped watching on Sci-Fi.
The ads,
because they would interrupt in the middle of a scene, throwing a commercial. It just pissed me that. No, but I'm looking here at the.
That's what I'm saying. When they did the digital release here, the first ones were the syndicated, and they were edited for longer ad breaks. They were not the originals.
But I've got the originals on here. It's like 50 minutes.
Yeah, there you
50 minutes, 30 seconds.
Because so it was the later re-releases that they. That's what I thought.
That's
the later re-releases that they edited it down.
Oh yeah, when I get into the syndication, then it's all
They never
not at that point.
They closed,
but I've got a recreation of Space Seed as it ran.
Yeah,
technically it's the first rerun, but it's still on NBC, and it starts off when they hit that 7 o'clock mark. The following program is brought to you on Living Color at NBC. And then you run the teaser, the opening credits, and Star Trek, sponsored tonight by Polaroid, makers of the new 1967 Polaroid, and they get an ad, and then you're on to Act 1.
Yeah.
First commercial break, one commercial. Back to it, another commercial. Then at 3, one commercial, and then
the scripts were written around that timing schedule.
They were designed for it. Yeah, and that's why there's some deleted scenes where we're a minute over. So they chop off the bit where Peter Kirk is on the bridge at the end of Operation Annihilate. No, okay, we got to lose that scene. A little something like that. But I think the longest commercial break was like between Act 3 and 4.
I'm just saying, in other countries though, they cut them down because we had longer ad breaks.
Well, Britain they chop it down because that's too violent.
Yeah.
And then there's like, what
I think that's the edition we got here. The same one. Yeah. The 15 minutes cut out.
Also, something when I saw them in Britain, because of the frame rate, the difference between frame rate and then it played a little faster.
Yeah, I remember that they had to go back and
that was
re-syndication and release it again.
Because I got a buddy in Hull. He said because he got used to listening to that, and he saw them in the movie sound like they were on drugs.
Yeah.
Whereas I'm watching, knowing having won the original, watching them on BBC, it's like, they sound like they're on helium.
Now, I don't remember, but did the cast only have Star Trek? I don't think they had odd jobs on the.
Oh no,
they were all. Oh, did they?
No, they had odd jobs. Yeah, they did other stuff besides Star Trek.
Now, I mean, while they were on Star Trek.
Yes, while they're on Star Trek. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Look on the IMDb. Look on the IMDb. I think Michelle Nichols showed up in an episode of Tarzan, and Tarzan was Star Trek's lead-in.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And George that's what I'm asking, because I didn't keep track of the stars and some of the stuff, but I did hear that they were having scheduling problems. That's why I asked, because I thought maybe they're coming from other sets.
Well, again, the whole thing about not so much that. Just if they weren't, because again, they weren't in every episode. The only thing was Shatner, Nimoy, and even Kelly wasn't in everyone. He was in most everyone, but Jimmy Doom was only like maybe 60 or 50 something.
Yeah. I was told that originally one of the things they had to do, go back and reshoot, is because makeup was taking too long with some stars, so they had to basically go, right, we're cutting these down, I don't
know, but that's the only one that really took a long time was Nimoy. He was at like 3 a.m. But they eventually got it down where he's only on the makeup like an hour and a half.
How do you do 3 a.m?
Because those ears and everything takes a while, and whereas everyone else is just like, you're done in 15 minutes. But putting that Vulcan thing took a while. Yeah, so
don't forget, makeup time is they shoot, go back, shoot, go back. The makeup is constantly being
the touch-ups here and there, especially
every couple of minutes in some movies.
Yeah,
they call makeup, right? They'll shoot about 5 minutes and then call makeup, and everybody's makeup. This is the problem, because some people sweat more than others, so they get pushed back. A-list actors, they have to be meeting such a high standard. That's why they love Shatner, because he didn't sweat. His hair was easy to gel. He was easy on the makeup. His makeup stuck to his skin. He didn't flake.
The toupee behaved itself pretty well.
Yeah. I'm just saying, Shatner was probably the least troublesome they had for everything, except for him keeping his pants on.
Now, I'm looking at IMDb right now. In fact, let me go and pull it. If we can put this up.
Captain, look at the comment by DJ Ronnie G.
Watching DS9, my mom pointed out a scene that played back at the
first.
Yeah, and that's because the difference between the BBC's, the British, video system and the American. PAL and NTSC have a different frame rates, and that affects the playback speed.
Yeah.
Is it just the UK that did it? Because when I watched it back in when I watched it back growing up in the kid around that time period when it was coming out, I was watching on UPN at the time.
Yeah.
They may have done the same sort of thing. Just there's
a lot of TV shows that never made it to America, because only America and a few other countries had NTSC. Japan for a while had both, depending on which station you were on.
Yeah.
You could actually get some American shows, and this because they had a different television. The Sony was could play PAL and NTSC. It was
it was just only short bursts. Okay.
It was a test.
Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I need to see the episode in that case, because there may be something in the plot.
But
put up what I got up here, too.
Did TV always have ads?
Yes.
But yeah, commercial. Yeah, you go back to radio.
Was there ever a time when radio didn't have commercial?
Yeah, during the testing phase.
Yeah.
To get people on, they would play concert music,
but But
that's how they
number of episodes, because with Nimoy they're counting the pilots. That's 80, but there are only 79 episodes of the run of the show.
Yeah.
So Shatner's in 79, DeForest Kelley in 76. There was 2 or 3. There were like 3 he wasn't in. Michelle Nichols was in 67. Jimmy Doom 65.
Yeah.
And that's wrong for Eddie Paskey. He was in more episodes than George Cage. Lieutenant Leslie. He was another.
I imagine.
Or George Takei, only 51 episodes.
That a lot of radio ads turned to TV ads.
Well, yeah,
yes, RKO was that. RKO became a.
Let's take a look at Nichelle Nichols during that period, though.
Yeah.
So let's do.
Yeah, I was just asking because it's curious because a lot of TV stations treated Star Trek as the filler.
Yeah.
But eventually, over time, all these other TV shows disappeared. So I don't remember this cast in much. I remember Shatner in as a cop for a while.
Yeah, TJ.
It actually turned out he was a cop longer than he was Kirk. And then Shatner became. I
think TJ Hooker ran for a little longer than Star Trek.
Hooker, yeah, TJ Hooker. But then I forget what Shatner became for a while, and then he did the Trek movies, and then he did the Lawyer. And that actually is his longest, wasn't it?
Denny Crane. No, it was on two. It was on two shows. He actually won the Emmy for that one. I think his reaction was, "What took you so long?"
But a lot of people saying Shatner's best work was post Star Trek, the original.
It's more dramatic stuff, but with the Denny Crane thing, and he liked the show. He's a pretty good comedian too. But look at with Nichelle Nichols.
But remember, Shatner was trained to be a cowboy.
He wanted to be the next Olivier. He was really kicking it
but I'm saying they wanted him to be a cowboy.
Yeah.
In an era where...
But let's look at Nichelle Nichols here between 66 and 69.
I was going...
Because, she did a movie in 66, did the two episodes of Peyton Place. Mr. Budwig, I think. Again, 2 episodes of Tarzan. And Tarzan was Star Trek's lead-in at one point.
Yeah, but isn't there something uncredited?
By this point, no. In fact, her TV debut was The Lieutenant.
They did update it.
Well, this is her credits introducing Nichelle Nichols. That was her TV debut.
Yeah, because there's allegations that Nichelle Nichols did porno as well.
No, good lord, no. There's a few nudie pics out there, but nothing porno.
No, I think they're AI nudie pics, but there was just there was an allegation, and I think probably I just asked you because I would know or not whether it was covered up or that it was a lie. That's what I'm asking.
I saw somewhere that there were allegation that they use some of the props and stuff to do porno with Carrie Fisher.
Okay. Allegedly, when Star Trek got shut down, they put all the stuff into storage. And that was taken, and the nearby porn studio would raid the props, particularly Star Trek props, because it was a big deal. And also,
I was talking about Leia, not
Star Wars. Yeah.
Star Wars. Yeah. Again, Carrie Fisher was compromised, but not to that extent.
No.
She was not caught on film like some actresses.
No.
But a lot of actresses, their caught on film moments were blackmail,
It was deliberate.
No, she never volunteered. They did try to get her on film for their own, for their own amusement. But she would take off when she saw the cameras come, and she took off. Because remember, they weren't secret. In those days, secret cameras were a big big handbag. You had to be obtuse not to notice.
Yeah, these did not exist in 66, or 76 even.
No, a hidden camera in those days was a big, obvious handbag with a big. Yeah.
But we have to go back to looking at this is Jimmy Doohan during Star Trek. He did a couple episodes of Man from U.N.C.L.E., of Scalpel.
That's what I said. I don't remember. That's why I asked, because I did see Shatner, and I was thinking maybe did the other cast, because I know they tried to get Shatner to do cowboy stuff because he was such a good fighter.
Well, he did some stuff before Star Trek, though. It was like Bonanza here and there, But,
Bonanza here and there.
But once he's doing Star Trek, you're the regular. You're there every damn week. He's there. But
I don't know about the tension between the many, but I do know that Jimmy Doohan later did recount that Shatner was always in demand, and Sulu was
between the time he's doing again a typical episode of Star Trek. You're shooting at least 6 days if you're lucky.
Yeah.
A lot of times they're doing pickups in the next week, so sometimes the production of an episode will take like 7-8 days.
Yeah.
You're lucky if you see your family. That's why I got divorced. But it's like between that, he's got to do all that. He's got to learn 10 pages of dialogue every damn night. He's shooting every damn day, pretty much. He's in most of the scenes. Then he's also got to go out and do press. He's go occasionally show up on Mike Douglas or Merv Griffin. He's doing all this shit. He hasn't got time to hang around with the rest of the guys.
Bob.
No, I'm just saying. George Takei, a lot of people have said George Takei was always jealous of the
Fantasy, quiet, please.
Hold on. Let's go, George Takei here.
I was trying to say, didn't at least in the Star Trek set they all bump uglies, to put it nicely, not help their marriages?
There was that rumor, but no, Michelle did put out for Leonard Nimoy and sometimes Shatner, but no, there wasn't this gangbang that everybody assumed that was going on.
The only one Nichelle on the nail was Roddenberry. I don't think she,
I thought she did Nimoy and Shatner.
No.
Oh, so that was also part of the false rumors of the.
I never said gangbang. I said.
No, I'm sure Shatner flirted quite a bit, but I don't think because he was still married.
I thought Shatner was a horn dog.
He was, but it's like what do it?
Was he discreet?
He was discreet enough not to do it with regular cast, but let's look at George. Yeah. Let's look at George Takei, what he was doing during this period.
Because it's weird. It's weird looking back on George Takei because there's all these things about him in the 60s where he was a sex symbol and always going out with all these different women.
The stuff I found usually was him at home with the wife and kids. They're trying to make he's a family man. It's
he turned gay. Remember?
Yeah.
Even if he went out,
he really came out.
Fantasy. Even if he went out, that doesn't mean he always slept with a woman.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I'm talking about.
Kind of implied that.
Well, Shatner pretty much caught it. Yeah, he was cheating around a little bit, but not with anybody on the cast. Though it'd be like someone shows up for a thing and okay, now we'll show you the captain's log. But I think he hated that when they said that. But no, George Takei. This between 66 and 69. It's like we got a few episodes of My Three Sons, a couple episodes of I Spy, a couple episodes of The Galactic Ship in the Navy.
Good episode.
Showed up on Bob Hope, The Walk.
Yeah. I know he did.
Mission Impossible.
I was going to ask. He also did a episode of The Outer Limits, which was only aired once.
By the way,
that's well before but this is George Takei here. Episode of Felony Squad, episode of The Big Mouth, did the Green Berets with John Wayne. I'm sure that was fun.
It doesn't list George Takei as having a wife.
Did an episode of It Takes a Thief. He did an episode of Courtship Betty's Father and Bracket. So he was busy. These people were doing other gigs.
Yeah.
When you went also at the bathroom, you had to sign in and out.
I don't know about that.
No, when they weren't locked, eventually they had to sign in and out.
If they left the studio, they had to sign in and out because the insurance would only cover them on
my
set.
Bathroom.
Oh,
at the school. They had
Huh?
to sign in and out eventually.
What school are you talking? What are you talking? We've lost.
When I
track.
said they locked the bathrooms and they had monitors outside.
Oh, we're back to that. Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
I apologize.
All right, yeah.
No, my bad. I thought you were trying to bed.
We left that topic a long time ago. Yeah.
The reason they gave when I asked was they said it was due to vandalism.
Yeah,
that probably was.
We had that problem too. There were those who would pull apart toilets to watch the fountain, see whose fountain was bigger, etc. How long it would last.
Rip the toilet paper dispenser off the wall and throw it in. See if they can smash it.
I walked into one of the bathrooms, and and I turned the corner, and there was what I think was water all over the floor.
You hope it was water.
Yeah, it was water.
There was no. I wasn't gonna step in it, but there
wasn't pure.
No.
There was water, just wasn't pure.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna step in it.
The water had been soiled.
The water has been soiled.
Yeah, there was also people who used to stuff sinks full of toilet paper and overflow them just to wash.
Mm-hmm.
I reported it, and at first they didn't believe me. I had to get a monitor to come with me.
And then as the water's flowing under the door, it's like...
No, it didn't get that bad.
Yeah. No, we had a groundsman who basically ended up every lunch hour was basically at one point every lunch hour they're racing into the girls' toilets, because the mess,
I never they didn't, and they said they just checked it like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
I honestly didn't go.
There are people who just want to see the world burn.
I didn't go in it to see what made it clog or what clogged.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's stuffed a roll of toilet paper in it,
Yeah, it's fine. They make sure no one's around.
Yeah. I mean, the obvious suspect is the guy. You see him every day. They stand out the toilet, wait for the groundskeeper to leave. Yet somehow nobody would ever play +1+1 and just wait for them to go in and follow them in, or wait for them to come out and grab them and see what they were up to. Most of the teachers, like you said, SEP.
Yeah.
But we did have one teacher. He died recently too, I think, because he was pretty old, over 80. I'm 56, so you imagine this guy was in his 40s when he was a teacher.
Yeah.
But he used to grab kids by the collar and drag them in, and eventually he gave up because just parents wouldn't discipline their kids, and schools weren't allowed to discipline the kids.
And I'm supposed to be here to teach, not
I say bring back
fucking. I say
bring back public whipping.
Yeah, but the problem is these kids, they carry on when they become so entitled that when they become society's problem. They don't work, they don't want to work, and because they think that they're entitled to be given everything.
And now that they all just become a YouTube influencer.
I live or OnlyFans or both.
Usually both. But I heard recently the number of girls doing OnlyFans exploded and the income has fallen to less than $400 a month on average.
Yeah.
Did you see that Amaranth got attacked?
Yeah, I've been talking with her. It's like,
are they okay?
They're fine. They've made 4 arrests in it. It's like, which I thought was like 4. There were 3 gunmen.
Yeah. To be honest, like
who's the 4th guy? She's not telling.
It was 18 down to 16.
And to be honest, these people, let's say this, who've been tipping on OnlyFans, is like, my God, there's other people who are in need like me because I'm disabled and I have a hard time making money. So why don't anyone just
I'm disabled too, man, and I know how hard it is. I got a Kickstarter, right?
Yeah.
But because I'm not D&D or a comic or anything popular, there it is. I had 87% funding. Just one raid, just out of the blue, was back to 0, and now I'm back to 5, and it's almost run out. I don't... Look, I'm sick of people asking me to fund their projects or help me with their projects because comes time, my turn, they're nowhere to be found.
A lot of that stuff is a scam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why people don't want to back the Kickstarter, because so many of them are a scam. Yet, why do they get funding? Why do scams get funding,
Yeah, and think about this. Like, I have a Ko-Fi account, but yeah, I made $2.
Or
I made $1.50 in 12 months, so you're doing better than me.
Or they do try to start it, but then they realize it's more work than they can handle.
Look,
fact that it's work.
Look, this OnlyFans influencer was recently brutal honest, showing how much and people were giving her money, but don't forget they have to pay OnlyFans 30%.
Yeah,
and then they pay taxes on top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and she said she was brutally honest. She said, these people making $1 million. They're doing porno movies. They're not doing OnlyFans. They're not getting their money off OnlyFans. They're getting porno checks, but it's paid through OnlyFans because they're building up OnlyFans. These women are actually doing hardcore porn, and that's why they may look like they're earning lots of money, but why they're still on OnlyFans if after 10 years they're making $1 million a year? No, they're getting their payout for their porn movies. That's why they're not leaving OnlyFans, because it's the only way they're getting paid.
Well, like
OnlyFans won't pay them up front.
It's like she's not making all her money on OnlyFans. She's also got, she's still on Twitch once in a while. She's on Kick doing a lot of streaming there, so it's not all OnlyFans.
And a lot of them have
selling their own content too.
A lot of them influencers. You see there now and again it comes up.
A lot of the OnlyFans people also do private whatever.
That's what I'm saying. Most of their money is coming off OnlyFans, but it's paid through OnlyFans. It's not from their fans. It's actually porno money. Private films.
I think I don't know for sure.
Yeah,
but I think you can do private stuff on OnlyFans too.
Yeah,
custom.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Is that OnlyFans is getting these women to do hardcore porn, and then locking them in.
Porn.
Yeah, hardcore corn. Yeah, I mean cornholing. That's what we used to call it as a kid. Yeah. Cornholing. Putting the corn in the hole.
I was gonna tell another story. I went the campus. Then I back up in where I live, backs up into the whole campus.
Yeah.
And I walked from the dentist across from the dentist. I walked through the campus.
Yeah.
And then I went, and then when I clearly had no backpack, but I had my hood up, and I guess it was a teacher. Walked came out of the middle school out of nowhere, and started to ask me questions. And she asked me where I was going, and I said home. She followed me for a little while, but I put my hood down, and then she stopped off at one of the high schools, and I kept going. I clearly wasn't a student.
Yeah, actually, in some countries now, it's actually a crime to enter school grounds. So you got to be careful, man.
Yeah.
Some counties, they have trespass laws on school grounds.
Everyone walks on those grounds.
Yeah, well, in England they call it rambling laws. If you don't enforce trespass laws, rambling laws kick in, and that means any wanderer can wander through your land. So it's very got to be very careful. I don't know about the United States.
I mean,
I don't think you have rambling laws.
I wasn't going anywhere near the schools,
and they were making sure you didn't.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate, but when people don't know you, particularly teachers, they're going to assume the worst.
Yeah.
They have to. If something goes wrong, they're in. The parents are going to say, "You didn't protect my kid."
Also, my hood was up.
Well,
that sets off a red flag right there.
I put it down once she approached.
Yeah.
Did you hear about the fake influence scandal? I don't know what that's about. What's the fake influence scandal?
I don't know what was it all about.
This is the first time hearing it.
Apparently, a lot of Instagram models weren't real.
Of course, the AI.
Yeah, but not AI. They, well, I suppose you'd call it AI. I don't know what you call it. What do you call it? What was the? That's the thing. I think they somebody got a bunch of models together, took photos, and I guess they used AI recently. But for years, apparently, some of these models weren't the ones who were running the Instagram account, and they were all run out of one account in Dubai, and they were raking in. How do you rake in $100 million?
A lot of dumb, horny guys.
Yeah, but what were they doing? Sending. Well, what I mean is, even if they're sending gifts, I mean, well, they must be getting a premium or something.
Yeah.
But apparently, a group of Kenyans, I think it was, in Dubai, were racking it in.
What were Kenyans doing in Dubai?
They would hire these models, put all the photos up on Instagram, and the Instagram accounts would explode, and they'd be raking in money by the millions.
That doesn't explain why they were there, though.
Well, they're not in Dubai.
They're Dubai.
Going through Dubai.
Yeah, they would be in Dubai because that's where they could do almost anything to a woman and get away with it.
But they're from Kenya. I imagine they can do the same.
No.
Ooh.
No, because the infrastructure is not in Kenya.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go where the tech is.
Same with Cyprus. It's why do so many scammers go to Cyprus? One, the infrastructure's there. Two, the laws aren't. The law's not enforced. In Kenya, they probably won't get away with it. That's what I'm saying. They might get away with abusing a few women.
Countries, if you have the money, you probably could.
Yeah. Maybe they started in Kenya and they picked Dubai because they have access to more women. But I don't exactly know how this scandal worked, and I guess that's because they don't want somebody to repeat it. But I guess it did. It might have involved AI. I don't know. But apparently, they'd get women, take their photos, and
then suddenly, bingo! They're not wearing any clothes.
Suddenly, they're bikini models on Instagram selling bikini photos and doing private chats, and it's like, but this is what they accused Andrew Tate of. Were these women actually doing the job, or what was going on? It just doesn't. I just say this. It just seems to be a story that appeared and disappeared, and I wonder if anybody heard or knew what was really going on. But Instagram shut it all down very quickly. So my guess is forced labor was most likely involved.
Like the Harvard, like the professor in England that recently got arrested.
Wasn't he? Didn't he have a slave in his?
Actually, there was a judge from Nigeria in Britain, and they got her for having a slave.
Yeah.
Or housekeeper.
But I heard there was actually a couple of arrests. It wasn't just one. There was a network of these slave keepers that came out. Ironically, they all would come through Dubai, on work visas to the UK.
I think the fact this bitch was a judge, that's the thing. What?
Yeah.
I think she was with or for the UN.
But you got to remember, in certain religions, they have a caste system. So she probably thought, I'm that. It's my culture. England has to respect my culture.
Remember, large chunks of the Bible are, how to treat your slave properly. So that
Yeah, like I said. The Bible was edited. I'm pretty sure that wasn't in there originally,
Well, because it was
I'm just saying because Christ said, don't condemn the prostitute, condemn those who force others to do it. So I don't think he was pro-slavery. I think there was a lot of stuff cut out. And you can see by the cadence of the Bible being inconsistent that somebody went through with a knife.
Probably when they were what they probably did if they did it, release all those removed sections when they released the so-called final Bible. It was probably removed by the various churches.
There won't be.
Yes, it was to appease various factions. You're right.
During the Middle Ages, when they were.
Yeah. Don't forget, 90% of European wars were, I want to be a Catholic, and the Protestants saying, we hate you, and then the Catholics persecuting the Protestants. Most of them were, the Protestant Catholic wars dominated Europe for how many years?
No, but what I was trying to say was that when the church was copying all those sections, there might have been a priest or two or section that was like, don't like this section and cut it out.
Yes, there were sects who cut stuff out. That's the allegation.
Yeah.
Let me finish, please.
All right.
And then the higher ups didn't notice or didn't care that they cut out huge portions of the Bible.
Well, the direction of the higher ups
was about Clements or Pius, whether or not they actually were popes who took an interest in, or they were just because they were inheritors. Pius and Clement both were inheritors, so I doubt that they even read the Bible. I'm sorry, but the Catholic Church is full of bad popes. Like, really,
it might not have even been approved by the higher ups.
Yeah, usually at the direction of the higher ups, though.
What I'm saying is that there's probably one or two who didn't, like Clemens or Pius, the inheritors. But there were probably a lot of ambitious empire builders. I just can't think of right now their names. But the biggest one that we know there was editing done was when they moved the Catholic Church from Tours to Rome, when they moved it back to Rome. So don't forget, the Catholic Church left Rome during the Austrian era. They went to France. But they came back.
But it's like there's a reason why it's called the King James Bible.
Exactly.
The translation ordered by King James.
Bible. Yeah. The Catholic Church reinvented itself in order to appease and stop the Protestant wars. They cut a lot of stuff out to appease the Protestants.
Yep, that they did. That they did.
But I think they also added stuff about slavery because the Protestants were pro-slavery. The Catholics weren't. So that tells you that. But the Orange Bible can't be found. Nobody can find the Orange Bible. That's weird. You think there'd be a copy with so many made.
You don't think someone has it in a private collection?
No. It's surprising. But nobody seems to actually have a pre-era Bible. They actually looked. The Orange Bibles was written in Syria and presented to the Catholics in Bath in the that was the Bible that was edited to make the King James Bible.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, because the Constantine Bible was destroyed because they only had a few copies of it, and the idiots left it in Constantinople during they never had one in Rome. Why? Why did Rome? This is the thing. Most people don't know this. But the Bible wasn't intact. It was only each city had sections.
To be fair,
but the only place that had the Bible complete was Constantinople, and it was burnt by the
just in time for the Saracens to come in, and
the Saracens came in and burnt it.
To be fair, they had other problems in trying to preserve the Bible.
You think a church who was created by Peter to ensure that Christ's word would live on would have Christ's word? They only had the Gospels. They didn't have any of the letters of Thomas or any of the others. They didn't even have. They only kept a few of Peter's letters.
They still had they still had their own problems when the city was burning.
Yeah, I'm just saying the other cities never. The scholars would go to Constantinople to read the Bible and then go home. They never made copies.
Are we sure about that?
Yeah. Because it's safe in Constantinople. It's heart of the Eastern Empire. No one's going to take that. So much for that idea.
Fudgicles. What do we do now?
Yeah.
But the problem is the Eastern Empire was attacked and sacked, and tens of thousands were killed by the Crusaders because the church hadn't paid them. So they took it. So they sacked Constantinople to punish the church.
No, the earlier translation was kind of, because again, before Gutenberg did his printing press thing, everything was handwritten. So there, you'd have things like, somebody, a little typo like "thou shalt commit adultery."
They had so many.
Skip the word there, yank that copy.
They had people going house to house in the 1950s, handing out
Whoever was supervising the nuns is like, or the monks are like, all right, lads, toss it into the fireplace.
Well, your eyes glazed over after a while.
But that was the accusations about book burning. The reasons why the Catholics were burning so many books was printing errors. They didn't have, they didn't even have the notion to just basically unbind a book, take out that page.
Yeah.
No, they considered the text so sacred that one mistake corrupted the whole book.
So it wasn't so much censorship; it was quality control.
All right,
but it was bad.
Yeah.
All right, put it in the burn pile, and then the guy comes along with a shovel. And
it's like bad copy. Get rid.
But another reason why they were burning entire books is it was their only source of heating. They had no wood. They had nothing. They created too much paper. They weren't tending their gardens. Look, the whole system was falling apart by the 14th century. But a series of wars, influx of wealth, and the religions have always gone through reinsurgence. But the problem with Christianity is while the core tenets remain, the false Christianity is the one that most learn.
Do you think we will ever find a complete copy of a old
There is
Bible?
that in the Revelations, the promise that the original will be revealed to all. Once the original is revealed, that's Revelations. That's the true believers will come out of hiding, reveal the truth, that nobody will believe them, and then God's miracles will resume. There's nobody understands that God's miracles are just something we don't understand or will never understand. But we've created so much religious further around them, and such a sense of entitlement that the pure believers think they're entitled to a miracle. That's not how the universe works,
Most of them will get vaporized at some point.
But I'm just saying, at some point, right, somebody made a promise that the secret society that would reveal the truth about God, the angels, Christ, the descendants of Christ will come out of hiding, reveal the truth, be sacrificed.
Are we sure that's not a later addition to the Bible?
It was put in at the last minute by Thomas's descendants. The letters of Thomas, Revelations, and Brother John, and all the others. They tried to keep them out. They only tried to listen. Look, the church had become fanatical, and they become factionalized between Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. They didn't want Peter. They wanted
Doesn't it say also that there's going to be a war between heaven and hell and the new stuff?
Well, that's what they're talking about. Is very hard to actually, without looking at it again, to actually comment on. But yes, there is a war that will kick off Revelations. That's what I think.
And then after the war, or I heard somewhere in the Bible, there's going to be like 1,000 years of peace or whatever.
That's Christ's return, and he will usher in 1,000 years of peace, and then everything, which is why there are fanatics who don't want Elon and others to go to Mars or any other planet. You know, this is why they hate science fiction. They don't want man to look up. They don't want man to enter the heavens. There's all sorts of weirdo.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of weirdo stuff.
They could have written all that stuff before they knew there were. I mean, that stuff was all written mostly before there was an idea of other planets, wasn't it?
No, they knew there were heavenly bodies that moved in a different orbit. Galileo.
But he's after the Bible.
Most of the planets were named long before they were. Most of the planets were named. They could point up to the star and say, "Oh, that's Jupiter going by."
Yeah. They didn't understand what they were, but they knew they were.
They knew they were lights in the sky that moved differently to everything else, and they started naming them, and started making maps. And then they said that they were the realms of the gods, and that has stuck throughout history.
They didn't even consider going to other planets when they wrote the Bible.
Yet they knew what Earth looked like from orbit.
Yeah,
oh, absolutely, DJ. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, they knew what Earth looked like in orbit. There's actually they knew the Middle East was a great desert. How did they know? How did they know?
How would they know that? Someone. Also, there's giant maps that apparently show Antarctic. So how did they know that?
There's a map in 1425 that was done by the Chinese, and the thing is they were following the map. You know what I mean? Marco Polo was following the map. There is stuff we don't know, but there is a theory called the collapsed civilization theory. And this is going back to ancient Egypt, when the ancient Egypts actually recorded a great flood. Not once, not twice, but 3 of them. And they are on the great stones of the pyramids used to bear hallmarks of these floods. They marked them, how high the water got. And you've got to wait a minute and say, but how did they do that? Well, the Egyptians had, and most of humanity was almost wiped out. They're living on boats, tethered to they're living on boats.
The pyramids are just landing platforms for the god.
Well, no, that's a mix-up of the Mayan interpretation of the pyramids. And Egyptian. The Mayans believed
they're gold landing platforms.
There's a guy I forget his name, but he wrote all about it. The Mayans.
I was teasing.
If we're talking Van Daniken, the guy's full of shit.
Yes, that's it.
The guy's an idiot.
He poorly interpreted the Mayan beliefs about the visitation of the gods.
You didn't get my jokes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kermit. I did. It went over my head. I thought you were mixing up with Van Daniken misinterpreted, right? The Mayans believed that the gods had visited them in their dreams. Van Daniken turned this into a spaceship story. Did he not?
There's an episode. There was a segment of Nova back in the late 70s. I think it was where they call it The Case for Ancient Astronauts. Yeah, and they go through it, each and every claim that Van Daniken makes, and show why it's total bullshit. Starting with the Egyptian pyramids. We don't know how they did. No, we know very much how they did it. In fact, there's also a couple of failed pyramids where they didn't get it right. We know very much how they did it and how they developed it. And then moving on to the Mayas, but no, that's not a guy in a rocket ship. That's a burial thing. Those are snakes. And it's like,
it's a guy riding it's a guy riding a horse that has slowly, not a horse, a llama that had slowly been eroded over time and was misshapen.
Yeah.
The joke was from Stargate show.
Oh yes, now I get you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but Van Daniken, had taken the story that the Mayans believed the gods had visited in their dreams, and he changed that to spaceships.
Yeah. Well, like the Nazca Plains one's talking about, and showing close up of it's a part where it's a kneecap of a giant hummingbird thing. It looks like a holding period.
Yeah, but if you're a guy with a piece of string and a map, you can draw a massive.
And also what he said was was like a parking area for spaceships. It's about that wide. That's literally how big it is. We're talking very small.
They're about a meter wide.
Yeah.
There's chalk drawings in England. They did the same thing. A guy with a great imagination drew on the side of a hill.
Yeah.
Because he could stand back and actually see it. But in his mind, as he was going through, he had in his mind with a piece of string this far, and then this far, and this far, and you go back, and boom, it's a thigh.
And also, they talk to the natives. Well, how do you maintain a straight line if you're just dragging your foot? Well, you just focus on one part thing and just keep straight line and just dragging your foot.
Also,
straight line.
Also, they did a measurement. They didn't just do one straight line. They actually went through and over, like thousands. They probably for years were walking up and down these chalk lines to make them.
Yeah.
They literally thumped them out with their feet with chalk. Yeah. They chalked their feet and thumped them out, and they stayed between the string lines that were on the rocks. You could actually see where somebody actually drew out a theory of how it was all made. It's the same with all these crop circles. Why did the crop circles stop appearing? Because somebody exposed how they were made.
Yeah. Length of rope and a 2x4.
Yeah.
The funniest one of that Nova thing was when they went to out of Easter Island and the big statues. Oh, there's most of my name. No, Thor Heyerdahl. Remember that name?
Yeah.
He did with the Raw Expedition and Kon-Tiki and something. Yeah. He went there and they talked to the natives. Well, you know how these are? Oh, yeah, we'll make one for you. And they hadn't done anything for a long day. It was something to do. So a whole bunch of guys got together. They carved one out on the mountain and showed how, roll it down. Dig a hole, up it up. There we go, and put a little hat on top of it.
The same. The Egyptian pyramids. They asked the Egyptians, how did they bring the sandstone? Where did they bring the sandstone from? And one day they took them out to the quarry. The entire mountain, the entire quarry. There wasn't any sandstone left.
Because it was on the pyramids, they took it off.
Yeah, it was all on the
they picked it up and walked away with it. Like, sorry, this is our style.
There's some indication because the way the stone blocks are. The composition.
Remember how they said it took hundreds of years to assemble all the stones from Wales to Great Stonehenge, and somebody did it. Brought 9 tons of rocks in 9 days. On a raft and rollers.
Well, they're saying that the pyramids, those like the composition of those blocks and such. This really is more like poured concrete, which would make a lot of sense. Like, okay. Turn it all up, but you liquefy it.
You can make to pump it up sandstone.
Yeah,
if you're gonna hot enough fire, you can liquefy
sand. It's sand.
There is some evidence.
You grind it up, pour it into forming.
Well, that's what they're saying. Right? They had this huge quarry where stones were ground down.
And then pump it up and the grind.
There is some evidence that it might have been used for like chemical manufacturing or storage or something.
No, that's actually the fires they used to melt the stone.
Yeah.
They melted the stone. That's how they got it so perfect. It was all cast. The outer stones were all cast.
You grind it up, mix some water, throw it up there, it dries, and you're fine. So the only delayed thing is waiting for the rocks to dry.
The problem is they cut down entire forests to build the structures around the pyramids. And that's why the pyramids are the tallest structures, because that's as high as you can build a wooden platform.
Yeah. Well, they also they learned one of the things they learned afterwards. One of them particularly a failed pyramid because they built it too steep, and the thing collapsed.
Yeah.
And then they knew what they're doing, and they failed a few times. It wasn't perfect. They weren't any. So they learned. Go through that, and then you got to go a little shallower.
Yeah, and they used to find these notch wood. What they didn't understand, that's an early thermodolite. You put the 2 wood and look at the notches, line up with your eyes, and you'll see the base of the pyramid.
Yeah.
And that's how they kept each stage. So each stage was a different notch, 1 notch down. Each stage was 1 notch down till the top.
And then cover it all up with, smaller limestone stuff, and it looked very pretty back in the day.
How would you explain all the tunnels between the pyramids and stuff?
They had 100 years or more of nobody being around to stop you from digging.
It's their country. They do what they want. They dug these things before and then planned, okay, we're going to build a pyramid here. Eventually, we want some connections here. Because it's hot outside. I want to walk through the pool.
The first pyramids were built around 15,500 years ago. Mm-hmm. This has been dated. They were ancient observatories of the civilization. The Egyptians were the builders of the pyramids. They inherited the civilization when it collapsed in civil war. And the pharaohs for 25 generations ruled over Egypt and basically felt that the pyramids belonged to them, so they turned them into tombs. But they were actually ancient observatories of them. But then the Nubians invaded, and a lot of stuff was wiped out. And the stonecutters, they fled to all corners of the earth and founded the Freemasons.
Yeah.
Supposedly they're in the Chinese. I believe the Chinese use blood in their cement.
Correct.
That's strictly symbolic.
But yes, they use.
They didn't do anything to that.
Was it ox? Yeah, or chicken. Sacrificial. Yeah, they used. Yeah. They thought that the sacrifice would make it holy.
Yeah, it's just strictly ceremonial. Those.
Although I think in some sections they have found bodies inside the wall.
Yes.
Well, because these things are dangerous. Somebody died, they're just
building at the Great Wall. If you died, you were given the honor of being buried in the wall because you died for your empire, I suppose.
And it was easier to dump the body inside the thing and bury it up.
Yeah, but I mean, they created a whole
When they asked the supervisor later, what happened to Jin?
What happened to those guys?
He died for the glory of the wall. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the building of the Titanic. 6 people were sealed in. No, they went missing. They walked away. They wandered off.
Whoopsie. They're only Irish one. Who cares? Yeah.
The guards were asleep last night and they wandered off.
Yeah. But it's like everything. I'm not saying that all religions are bad or all religions are wrong or that atheism is right. I'm just saying a lot of stuff that religions do feed the argument.
Hey, MGTOW, what's up, buddy?
They're pretty, like the church abandoning private property. That was the Christ never. It's like the arguments over immigration, everything. There's so much that Christ didn't say that they're making up based on other passages in the Bible. But you got to remember something. Christ never preached Judaism. The Old Testament was added later to appease the Jews.
Why do I have that twice?
And why would the Romans care about appeasing the Jews? Well, the church was broke.
A lot of religions ended up in the Colosseum pits.
Yeah, it wasn't just Christians. It was the Jupitans. Was it Jupitans? No, it wasn't Jupitans. What are they? The one, I forget the name of the religion. It took hold in Rome for a while.
Mithraism.
That's it.
Mithraism. Yeah.
To be fair, I imagine every religion that the Romans absorbed into them.
Yeah, the Romans used to be the Romans used to tolerate every religion, and then they started. All right.
That's how they built the empire. Let them believe what you want, as long as you pay your taxes and don't attack any over. We'll let you do what you want. That's how they grew, and that's why they stay stable for so long.
I forgot what I was going to say. Damn it.
All right. Rome had tolerated many religions for a long time, but then all of a sudden became a new religion, and both of them at the same time said all other religions are bad. They fought each other. Christianity lost and were thrown to the lions and would have been lost to all history if it wasn't the fact that the Mithranians wiped themselves out through human sacrifice and degeneracy. They weren't having kids and they were killing each other.
Well, also the Mithraism kind of most of early Christianity. Most of early Christianity was borrowed from Mithraism. You know, Christ's birthday being on July
no, but I'm just saying Christianity would have Christianity would have died out if it wasn't for the fact
that I remember what I was going to say.
Mm-hmm.
Every religion that Rome absorbed probably took hold in Rome and the empire to varying degrees at various points.
Do you know the term Roman? You know the term romantic? You know what the term romantic really means?
What?
To make Roman.
All right.
What was the Roman central religion?
Make
the worship of women.
What'd you say?
Roman central tenet was the worship of women.
Like I said, most of human history is driven by the male libido. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm just coming to that. But Romanticism, the Romanticism, giving women flowers, etc., it's all religious ceremonies from Rome, if you look at it. Oh, that's romantic. That's, the Romanization. But yes, all religions were Romanized. That's what I was getting to in a long-winded speech. That all religions were Romanized, that they all had to have a central woman figure. That's why they picked Mary Magdalene and Mary. Although it was easy because Mary was a central figure in the church already. Yeah. But they just elevated, you know what I mean? The elevations.
Could they have however many holy men as they wanted of both sexes?
No, holy men were the preachers because women were it's the whole thing. Women were exalted.
Were they allowed to be preachers in some religions?
No, they were holy. They were sacred. A preacher would be killed. A preacher was a worker. Women weren't allowed to work. That was unholy. Women had to be exalted. They had to be.
Although in Rome they did work.
Yeah, those were prostitutes. They were unholy. They were unclean.
No, they owned.
Maybe some shopkeepers.
No. They owned businesses or worked for businesses.
Yeah, they were considered unclean.
They did not all work for prostitutes or any of that job. They still
it didn't matter if you were a prostitute or not. They considered the Methodians had their own such a caste system. Because there were too many women. If you exalted all women, they could all run around going up to rich men and asking for gifts. So they created a caste system.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm saying in the Roman Empire, that women did do other jobs besides.
I didn't say they weren't.
Very rarely, though.
In their religion, they considered that unclean and they weren't holy and no longer worthy of gifts. The word gift in Rome came from the word Greek sakros, sacrifice. It's where sacrifice comes from. You had to sacrifice your labor to women. You had to treat your wife as a holy person. And if you didn't, she was unclean and was considered a prostitute.
Romans had a really weird,
because they also had limited language. It was so binary and so absolutism. They never created new words. They were just they just basically kept building up, until categories were so broad and so mismanaged that their language literally collapsed. That's why we got Italian.
Remember in
that's true.
There's a rhetoric class being told the thing, but one of these little logical problems. It's like ancient Rome, in a plaza, guys being given a shave by the barber type on a patio type thing. Some kids are playing ball nearby.
Yeah.
Kid misses, hits the arm of the barber, accidentally slits the throat of the guy. Who's at fault?
No.
Is it one of the boy? Is it the boy that threw the ball? Is it the boy who missed the ball? Is it the barber? Is it the ball? It's like, what do you go? And the conclusion is, it's the guy who got his throat cut because he was dumb enough to have his shave done out where it's out, and these sort of things can happen. So
that is
correct. Yeah, Roman law allowed for some amazing things to happen that were basically you could get divorced, you could get married, you could own property. And women did. They did marry each other in Rome. They did all sorts of things in Rome that even today is still controversial. I'm just saying, when Mithras, it wasn't Christianity, it was before that. It was Mithras and their absolutism. And it destroyed Rome. It destroyed their language.
I imagine.
No, I'm saying the structure of the Catholic Church was from the Mithrans too. They what the bishops and the thing.
The Catholics inherited everything from the Mithras because they wiped themselves out.
Yeah, they just changed labels and now we're a Christian church. Yeah, same function, same bishops. You know.
Now let Kermit have finished. Sorry.
Yeah,
I was trying to say that even though we probably don't have many records from outside the city of Rome, women marrying and all each other and all that.
I'm saying in Rome.
Probably did happen.
We don't know what happened outside of Rome. No.
It probably all happened outside of Rome as well.
Yeah, but eventually it all got wiped out by the pseudo Christians. And let's be honest. If the Catholics are wrong, all Christians are worship. They're all from the same tainted well of dishonesty and self-delusion. So the only thing we know from Christ is that the basic tenets of Christianity still live on in various forms, but each religion has added their own special flavor interpretations.
That's right.
Did any of you ever play any of the Assassin's Creed games?
No. I hate Ubisoft for many reasons.
The game wasn't good, I'll be honest, but it takes place in ancient Greece, and one of the many things you can do, you have to knock on in a party. You have to knock on a door, and the first thing that comes out is a goat, and apparently they're all having an orgy in there.
Yeah, that's Greece.
You get your information or do your quest, and then they offer you at the end to join.
That sounds like Greece.
Yeah, it does sound like Greece. I played Origins because I'm a sucker for ancient Egypt.
Yeah,
I have to admit they did a pretty good job with like how Egypt looked, the pyramids and everything. And I actually had a decent, a fun time there and everything. It was a fun game. I actually had a good time.
Here's an interesting thing that I think the Greeks noticed that if people were in orgies, right? They were usually closed groups, right? They were usually often close relations. They were often the families in business, whatever. It was a way of keeping them from breaking up, right?
Right.
Say you had a business and you're an olive importer. The captain of the ship and his wife and maybe his daughters. You probably impregnated her. He probably impregnated your wife. You probably impregnated his daughters. It was all in the family. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It was a family business.
Yes,
we won't say more, YouTube.
Yeah, we won't say more right there, YouTube, because we don't want you banging on our doors demanding answers.
Yeah. But here's the thing, and we know it comes from ancient Greece, and we know it's actually a form of worship. But here's the thing about it. They had a legitimate reason then to do this because they had such a level of mistrust. But here's the thing they noticed. You have a group, right? A closed group of maybe a dozen males and maybe around 30 to 40 females, right? No outsiders. They're a caste system. The women are absolute snobs. They don't put out for anybody, right? There's no hanky-panky. There's no cheating. It's because it was the death penalty, right? You cheated, you were put to death. There was no if, buts, or maybes. Mm-hmm. So where did the STDs come from? How did the Greeks did actually think that they were punishment for the gods, because they'd come out of nowhere.
Absolutely, they did come out of nowhere, and they looked at us, and they're
because for a long time they were hanky-panking, and they were all in the family, and they were if things got out of hand, if somebody started producing bad offspring, they were put to death. That's why Sparta. That's why Sparta's died. You know why Sparta died, don't you?
Because of incest.
Yes. Warriors only bred with the warriors, and they were all taking turns. And eventually there were too few men making out with too few women, so all the women in the second and third generation were related to the men. They're all brothers and sisters, and they basically inbred themselves into extinction, which is oddly enough, what the royal family did. They knew this was happening. That's why orgies stopped in Greece, because they suddenly realized what was happening. They were producing that it was that offspring weren't a punishment for the gods. It was incest that was the problem. Took them a few failed. It took them a few dead cities to figure that out.
Did they call it incest, or did they call it something else?
I think incest does come from Greece. Yes, they were the ones who recognized it. And the same with STDs. They recognize that STDs are born out of having multiple partners.
I think syphilis came from it was sheep.
I thought syphilis was brought back from South America.
Well, I think sheep were involved somewhere in there.
Yeah, but I don't know. I remember somewhere saying that hearing that syphilis appeared in the West from after the voyages of what's his name, Magellan, wasn't it, or his crew? His crew were banging every port. Why the voyage took so long is because the crew would bang women in every port along the way.
Yeah.
Let's just say on a long voyage, he couldn't find many volunteers, so he had to scrape the bottom of the barrel. But isn't that always through history?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of history, a lot of successful people in history are merely because they succeeded where many failed. And they didn't succeed because the skill, it was luck. Magellan didn't survive his voyage.
Yeah.
They pushed their luck once too often on an island. I think it was the Philippines and Cebu where they were killed. But the Spanish came back. They survived, came back, and basically took out their revenge by raping all the women. I mean, yay for justice, right? But somewhere along the way, humanity did lose its way. And whether you believe in religion or not, it doesn't matter, because I think religion believes in us. It does something to us. And whether or not you want to believe this, but a lot of people who suffer mental illness have gone through stages of atheism. That seems to be a common denominator. That rise in mental illness has been linked to atheism. You can deny it all you want, but religion does something to us that allows us to have a morality system. And unfortunately, most religions have lost their way because they don't adhere to the core tenets. That was my point about ancient Greece. They started to realize that a lot of their practices, but how could you go for generations of incest and nothing go wrong to suddenly everything going wrong? Unless they were lying about their calendar and generations, which I don't think so. It does appear Greece was around for over 100,000 years, which doesn't make sense unless, of course, you realize that the entire planet wasn't covered in ice, only Northern Europe and parts of China.
Yeah.
And that our own stuff that we learn in school is just too dumbed down.
Yeah. Well, the argument, they only once you're smart enough to work the machinery to keep the thing going. Yeah.
Yeah. So they cut. So just like the Bible, where stuff was cut out, I think our own history books. I don't mean that Africans settled. That's been debunked. The Greeks. The Greeks came out of the Caucasus. The Caucasus come out of Asia. White men are Asians. Why are we white if we're Asians? because they didn't stop incest as early as we did. I think that's the point, right? That's why they have legends of people with different color hair.
Yeah, and there's also what wiped out the Neanderthals? They didn't really wipe out. Cro-Magnons and Neanderthals. They started getting in because I have an old lab partner who is now currently a subscriber. He might even be in the audience. I don't know, but he was in my lab partner in biology class, and we're discussing this, and we're doing the traits of the typical Neanderthal. He matched every damn one of them.
Yeah,
the Slopey Mountain looked at him. He's got a big old grin in his face.
Look at Stacey Abrams. She has the Neanderthal gap in her teeth.
A lot of people have Neanderthal traits in their trait.
You look at British. 1 in 13 British used to have that gap in their teeth, right?
Yeah.
She has that classic British gap. Here's the thing, okay? If out of Africa is real, why is it that 13% of Africans are related to Neanderthals, but no European is related to Africans?
Oh,
that means the Neanderthals came
south.
through China and into Africa. That means the African cavemen are early Neanderthals, and they bred with. Well, we won't say what they bred with because that would be racist to tell the truth. But they bred with the hominoids of Africa and created the African. But the African hominid is not related to the European hominid. The European hominid, however, is related to the Chinese, Japanese, and Koreans, who are all related to each other somehow. But
which brings us back to the male libido all over again. Okay, we will fuck anything. Okay.
Now, here's the reason why we have gaps and why out of Africa has been debunked. Some time ago, all but 1% of humanity was wiped out and lived in isolation. So, and I guess, I'm sorry, but I'm only guessing here, but those 1 million isolated or so survivors are the ones that everybody's related to. That all the other bodies that we find or whatever, they're all dead lines.
Yep.
They're all dead
scary.
lines. Yeah,
and it's
99% of humanity has been wiped out, and that we're the 1% that's left. And it's scary that, well, yes, obviously that's why they want race mixing, because they don't want incest to rise again. But I'm sorry, but that's exactly how incest started. Was hey, we'll breed with everybody. And that's how China became China, all Chinese, because all the different people just bred out all the differences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they became the brunt of everything, and then
so those who preach diversity are doing the exact opposite.
So saying, they all look alike. There's a reason why.
They all look alike. Look at all those white women. Look at all those white women there, man. Yes, indeed.
Well,
and they may complain about mayonnaise, but you're chasing it and putting it on your bread.
Yep.
Stacey Abrams, you got some mayonnaise in your history.
I don't want to go into the percentage of incest in certain recent immigrants to the British Empire and the United Kingdom.
David, I like to call your attention to this one. Yeah.
They still call it the Caucasus. I'm sorry. And yes, Indo-Europeans.
Yeah, the Caucasus.
Indo-Europeans came from China. and through India into the Caucasus and then into the Slavic regions. The reason why they say it from the Caucasus is because that is where we allegedly spent most of the Ice Age.
The thing is, it's still not Africa.
AKA not Africa.
Yeah. A little something, inspirational here.
Yeah, the Burrow people. That's right. Even though they moved from Western China all the way through to Himalayas, everywhere they went, they took refuge in caves. Why? Because the daytime climate was very cold at night, and the midday temperatures were too hot.
And that's already
the world was going for extremes.
Anyways, guys, it's 12. We're on AM, but I know it's late for some of you. So
okay.
But the reason, the thing is, most people have some Neanderthal in them. So calling white people Neanderthals is a waste of time because the Cro-Magnon or the Chinese are more Cro-Magnon than Neanderthal. But everybody's got that cousin it. So don't tell me the Neanderthals didn't get around because we know they did.
And the thing is,
we did.
Just as smart as anybody else.
And not out of Africa, Neanderthals went into Africa.
Yeah.
They traced the DNA wrong. I don't know why they refused to fix it. I guess it's like everything, right? You go to school, learn 1 + 1 equals 1 + 1 equals 2, 2 + 2 equals 4. But that's because you're in base 10. The Mayans didn't learn base 10. They learned base 7 for some reason. So, 4. Yeah, they didn't learn binary either.
Let's just say the Neanderthals went into Africa and got a little jungle fever. Okay.
Yeah, and that and that out of the I forget the name of the region in the North Sea. The Greeks called it Anatolia, but out of the Black Sea and the North, how they get from the North Sea to the Black Sea to Egypt, that's anybody's guess. But my guess is that there were wide open gaps in those periods where there wasn't where the snow hadn't completely wiped out plant life, and there was enough. And here's the thing: our ancient ancestors didn't eat. I don't know where they get this vegetarianism, right? Because there was no vegetation in Northern Europe. It was eat a giant sloth or die, because the only vegetation that survives the cold is spruce. Do you know how deadly spruce is?
Yeah, it's like, like you'll give and say, many parts of a pine tree are edible. Not that many. Okay.
Yeah.
You're not going to feed it. You're not going to feed a village on a pine clovers. Okay.
Yeah.
You take out the mammoth or everyone dies. Okay.
Let's put it this way. If we were living on spruce, every non-edible spruce would have been cut down and they've been growing spruce trees.
Yeah.
No. They kept those spruce trees because it lured in the sloth and they killed the sloth. And when they ran out of sloths, they killed the mammoth. When they ran out of mammoths, they went south looking for pigs.
Okay, I don't know. Weird thing. 5 hours here. I got a little inspirational thing here.
Put it this way, vegetarians, point to a cave painting that says salad.
There are plenty though where they're taking 5 or 6 guys are taking on a mammoth though. So
guys, this was a very well thought out discussion and everything. This was fun.
No, it wasn't. It was all over the damn place.
Well, despite it being over the damn place, you actually gotta learn. well, you gotta learn. Well, yes, and I
went
know
from politics to Star Trek, Star Wars, to archaeology, biblical theory. We're all over the damn place.
Well, yeah.
Anyways,
I'm
guys,
not condemning the religion.
We mean
the people.
Anyways, guys, you heard about the Texas law, which they want to do something unconstitutional against anime because of the whole loli nonsense going on.
Yes, I know. Hey, look, people call me a Putin puppet, right? I hate the guy. He banned my favorite animes. Why would I be a Putin puppet?
But we understand him, though. We know how he's.
Yeah, we understand Putin. He's a very easy man. He's like Trump. If you give the baby their rattle, they are very happy.
Yeah.
They have power. We don't.
Yeah, and as far as he's trying to cut. No, Trump's trying to make a deal. He literally wrote the book on how to make deals. Okay, let him do his magic and shut the fuck up and let him.
Here's another good one. Okay. Here's another good one. Exactly. European pagans were gay. What happened to the gays? They didn't have kids, so they wiped themselves out. So the European Christian says, no gays in our community.
Like the order was be fruitful and multiply. It means don't screw your brother.
Yeah.
Screw your sister. That's an argument. But
hey, all kidding aside, I may not like the religion, but I do not remember Muhammad telling his brothers to go out and marry their sisters. Omar. So don't blame religion, okay?
Okay. Let's wrap this up on an inspirational thing here. What's something here? Okay. At age 7. Are you doing that deliberately? Or is he snoring? There we go.
He's snoring.
Okay.
Yeah, he's snoring. I'll put him backstage.
All right. At age 17, she was rejected from college. At age 25, her mother died from disease. At age 26, she moved from Portugal to teach English. Age 27, she got married. Her husband abused her. Daughter was born. Age 28, she got divorced and was diagnosed with severe depression. Age 29, she was single mother living on welfare. Age 30, she didn't want to be on this earth. But she directed all her passion into doing the one thing she could do better than anyone else, and that was writing. At age 31, she published her first book. Age 35, she released 4 books and was named Author of the Year. Age 42, she sold 11 million copies of her new book on the first release day. This woman was J.K. Rowling. Remember how she wanted to herself at age 30? Harry Potter's a global brand worth more than $15 billion. Never give up. Believe in yourself. Be passionate. Work hard. It's never too late.
You know what? I thought, I don't like some of the stuff she did. I do, and I do think there's a few things missing there, like how she.
Oh yeah,
but
it's Cliff Notes.
But I think because it so much mimics Virginia Woolf and her struggles.
Yeah.
And I do understand that if you give women an inspirational woman, it does give them inspiration because, if you're only looking at inspirational men, a lot of women in depression won't. Yeah. I get it. It's not just misandry. It is actually there is a thing that people do need to see themselves in the characters, and I understand.
Yeah.
So I'm not condemning JK for I think her success, however, I always will maintain that her success was handed to her because a few people in the media loved not just her book, her story, and a lot of people bought her book because of her story, not because it was the best work at the time. And that has been proven out by the slow decline of the franchise. But yes, never give up. Just because I think the problem is that humanity is divided into 80-20. 80% of the people will follow what the 20% do. Yeah. And that's, J.K. Rowling run over that 20%.
Yeah.
And I think that for anybody trying to be successful, remember, don't give up. That it's not just hard work. It's a lot to do with who you know. And people growing up, we used to be told this often. If you have bad friends, get rid of them.
Yeah. Get better friends.
We used to be told that, These days, people want to cling to friendships. I get it. A good friend is hard to find. But let's be honest. There are very many inspirational people who aren't getting attention right now because of the 80-20 rule. I'm not, again, condemning J.K. Rowling for doing the right thing.
No, I think right now she's learning that it's time to get better friends because,
That's exactly right.
She's gotten the point where
when she built her career, she got a lot of support from certain communities on the fringe to sell her book. Okay? A lot of people do that.
Yeah. But now she's up against no, that's stupid. That's not right. And it's like, what? And
that's the thing. Yeah. They now think they own her because they're the ones who bought a book. They're the ones who went to the movies. They're the ones who stood in the rain for hours and bought multiple copies. So they think they own her. That's a huge mistake to make with women, particularly modern women.
Especially rich ones.
Now, I may condemn her stupidity. I may condemn the nepotism and I may say I suspect that she had help with her books, But at the end of the day, she's sitting there. She has to live with her decisions. And right now she's finding out that fuck around and find out is real, and it's cost her a fortune.
And also find who her real friends are. And like,
yeah, she found out who her real friends are, and they weren't the people who elevate. They only elevated her because they wanted to make money off her. As soon as the book sales started to drop, they went out and found somebody else and just happened to outsell her by 500,000 copies. You know, they.
My neck actually crooked. Am I just sitting weird?
I'm just saying. I'm just adding. It's great for inspirational. But one of the greatest mistakes that people made is their friends. You know.
Yeah.
And JK had some bad friends, some bad relationships.
Yeah.
And she's found out what a liability that could be. Because, she had bad financial advice.
Yeah.
Bad friendships. She misread the room on politics several times, thinking that feminists will stick with feminists. But she forgot. She forgot intersectionality was what she built her thing on. She built Harry Potter as a coming of age story. That wizardry was a stand-in for a certain community. And we also found out that here's the thing. There's plenty of gay authors and trans authors and trans story. Why aren't they bestsellers? The trans community won't read them. That's the weird thing, isn't it?
I think everyone's trying to chase these audiences. They got their go woke. They don't buy books. They don't go to movies. They don't go to conventions.
Because they're too busy paying for their painkillers, their drugs, their dresses.
It's like destroying like Marvel Comics. Jason did. Oh, try me. I'll get one. And you're pissing off the longtime readers. They don't give a shit about the agenda. All I want is the next issue of Spider-Man.
And look. Here's the thing with Marvel writers. One of the reasons why they have so many bottom of the barrel writing stuff is they don't pay. It doesn't pay well. Most of the good writers left long ago.
Yeah, they drove away the good ones.
Yeah, all the good ones, and because Marvel stopped paying, but Marvel said, "Oh, we got," New York became expensive. Marvel should have moved out of New York long ago.
Yeah. But I need a combination of that. I don't want to pay $5.99 for an issue for one regular issue or whatever the fuck is going for.
I remember comics 10 cents, 20 cents, 50 cents, $1, $2, $5, and the same comic is now $35. Sure, they've upped the quality. They're more coloured. They're no longer 4-color process. They're 4-color process. They're hardcovers. They're even in proper books now.
Yeah.
But still, I can't get... People complain about my book's price, yet... And I can't...
Found this by a bus stop.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this, what's the ticket price on this one? $39.99.
Yeah. And how big is it?
It's, that size. It's
around 100, 148 pages.
Complete collection, volume 2, or whatever the fuck this is.
It's a little bit more value than say 36-page comic.
It's long after I dropped out of this. I don't know what the hell's going on here. There's some sketches in the back. What the fuck?
But a monthly, $30 a month is a bit rich for a periodical. You got to remember, a lot of periodicals are dying now. So
I don't know if I pay that much if it was a collection of the Claremont and Byrne run. It's that would.
Yeah, but see, one of the things is, and I know from getting books printed, it's they're just the printers are ripping us off too. Marvel's paying a fortune for printing.
Yeah,
and they're stuck in the fact that they have to pay union rate. The printers get more money than the writers and the artists. The ones who do all the work get the least pay because they don't have a good union.
But anyways, guys.
They also abandoned the newsstand.
Anyway, sorry to drag it out. I'm sorry. Right. I just wanted people to understand that if you're going to follow JK's story, just remember she's had to lose friends and find out that her core audience were the people that she used to hate. Though she won't swallow her pride, she does actually understand that the community that she once pandered to, that she once embraced, wanted to control her.
Yeah.
And just like Elon and many others, that's not on. You don't assume control of somebody.
Yeah.
Just because you're the majority or you think you're the majority. That's why throughout history, the majority has never been. That's weird, isn't it? Historically, the majority has always been on the wrong side of history.
Well, like a lot of times, like for a while there, every time she'd make another, sensible claim, I'd be in her feed saying, "We'll make a Tory you yet, Joe." Okay.
She is. She's a classic Tory.
Yeah. Trying to be good sensible Labor guy. No, Labor's leaving me behind. Okay.
Yeah. And this is the thing. I mean, just one last quick thing about anime.
Yeah.
Look what's happening with anime now.
Yeah.
Most of these liberal artists in anime 20 years ago would have been considered far right. I mean, anime's industry is waking up too. The fact that, they're underpaid, overworked, and they're producing way too much material. They can't even keep up anymore. If they keep oversupplying, it's going to not only lose value, it's going to lose customers. Yeah. Because so many series are coming to an end, and they don't want them to end because people won't pick up the new stuff because it's not as good. I get it. It's not as good. It's everything the first time round. It's like everybody's first baby story, That's the, the first big story you've read on your own is like when the first time people read Tolkien. It's the story that sticks with them. It's the same with Harry Potter fans. It's the story that sticks with them. But anime is in a bad place right now because because so many series are coming to an end, and they've chased so many people out of the industry to have these big tentpole, Bleach, One Piece, etc. So anime fans, you brought it on yourself by buying only the few, and again, the few have to blame because they basically up the price. They got people so used to paying and so used to buying. I love Overlord. I'm not paying $36 a copy. Would
anyways,
you? An issue? Yeah. So have a good night, Shiny.
Now remember, David has his own opinion here, and he is right to a certain degree, but you gotta understand, ladies and gentlemen, we do so much, we do so many different things, and you are not wrong, David. You are not wrong in this.
No, but I still love anime.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
we still love anime
on one end. Yeah.
Yes. Well,
the views expressed by the panelists in the Zoom don't necessarily represent the channel owners or YouTube in general.
Yeah.
Or YouTube.
So, real quick, David. real quick, David. I will agree with your opinion to a degree. You are correct on certain, and I agree on certain things. And yes, we still love anime at the end of the day, like we love movies, comics, and what have you.
Yeah.
But you are not entirely wrong because we don't want the story to end. We love the story, and you're not, and you're correct in the matter.
The story often dies with the artist. And
that's what worries us so badly.
Oh, that's it, man. Thought it was down around.
So anyways,
but I figure I get that in there. But
this
has been fun.
Yeah, that has been fun. I mean, I don't want anime to stop. I actually want them to realize that they're overproducing and basically there's more anime than airtime. It's overproduction and it's driving prices down and when prices go down, the quality's going down. They're pushing the artists too much. And also we're sick of anime syndrome where you get the first season and even though it's immensely popular, you get some bloody slice of life that goes on forever instead,
Yeah.
Under the category clean your desk once in a while, I thought this guy was on the ground. He was right over
here. Anyway, so guys, this has been a wonderful, chaotic show. We are appreciative here. Tune in tomorrow night. I will be playing more Sly Cooper. Shiny, thank you for coming over. I am sad about your situation, and I feel like that was really blatant of your sister to do that, and I feel like she should have just came to you as a person, but like, hey, I know you're streaming and everything, but can you keep it down just a little bit?
True.
Not totally stomp you. Yeah, that's wrong.
Because that's just rude. Because what if she here's the thing, you could play reverse psychology on her if you want to. What if she was doing something and boom, you turn the power out?
Yeah.
There's always that, but I know you, Shiny. You're a good person, and I know you want to consider that.
Yeah, I should think about one thing for sure, that people should really understand, like, if this happens again, and if it's like in the reverse situation, if it was me, like, trying off the internet myself, well, you'll see the whole another story.
Yeah.
Getting teary in here.
That's what I'm saying. People shouldn't be like taking things too far. I'm just saying.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, you know, you're in a situation where she wears the pants. You know, society will take her side no matter what. You know, she has that advantage over you.
The thing is better. It's just like I had to like find a way to soundproof without damaging the house, and the only thing is I'm just gonna think about.
Yeah, as I said. You have to look into what's called a soundproof box, although you know you're gonna have to consider
everything. Use blankets or something.
Yeah, but you know, don't forget, all soundproofing creates heat.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, other things happen.
Yeah, because it'll creep up on you. Your body won't feel it until it's too late, and you'll find yourself with permanent breathing problems.
Or at least sweating like a pig.
Oh, yeah. But most people, by the time they get to the sweating pig stage, it's the damage is done to your lungs, you know?
Yeah, the thing is, I'm just going to do like the safer way, but the thing is, hard to see how I'm going to hang the blanket up and all this stuff.
So don't be smoking and rocking at the same time. It's a bad thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, that's how Rod Sterling died. Smoking in those.
Well,
he was smoking in the sound booth he was in the sound booth for hours per day, and he was smoking all the time. You know.
No, that was the time period. You know, he was smoking.
Yeah, I'm saying he was smoking in the booth, not outside. Yeah. That's what. Exasperated
his constant image in the Twilight Zone is like he was doing an arm squat and there's a cigarette in his hand.
I'm just saying, people need to learn to be more respectful instead of like.
Absolutely.
And the thing is, instead of cutting off people's internet, forcing people to sleep, and here's the thing: forcing people to sleep will cause anyone anxiety, to be honest, and it makes them hard to sleep.
I know what you mean, man. I have suffered sleep deprivation. It's caused mental disorder. It's caused anxiety and other mental disorders. Sometimes I'm a basket case and sit in the dark, you know.
I'm not a pleasant person when I'm sleep deprived. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's better not to force them. It's just.
And I apologize to trekkers and trekkies if I got them all mixed up. You know, that's why I was asking the questions.
My experience is like when they were cleansing. So trekkers generally tend to be more snobbish. Oh, we're not like that.
Yes,
we're serious fans. You know, and then going to 6-hour tirade about the pH balance of Vulcan soil.
The thing is,
and I'm the weirdo.
The thing is, if people have a issue, cannot sleep because of loud snoring or sound sensitivity, it's better use music.
My wife left me because I'm a snorer. Okay, I've tried all the snoring cures. I've got a CPAP machine and everything. You know, and I still have trouble sleeping, and I still have trouble. I have trouble keeping the mask on. I've actually broken my mask several times, and they're very bloody expensive. And this is why I got a fundraiser. Is actually, you know, I've decided to sell a special edition of my book to get money so I can afford stuff because my computer broke down, so I'm in debt and I can't get myself a bloody CPAP mask. But but no, if I was a woman and showing me titties, I wouldn't have money issues. You know, that's how bad society's become. You know, that's why I was empathizing before with your Ko-Fi, man. There isn't a Ko-Fi user I've met who's a man who's made money. You know, I'm sorry. I don't mean to degrade you. I'm just saying I'm in the same boat, and I've met so many others in the same boat. And I've met so many people doing Kickstarters who are laughing all the way because they do D&D and they got battle maps and they've got their comics, but outsiders aren't getting in, and that's the problem. These people with the money, this 20%, if you're not in their cliche, their exact niche, I've had people tell me straight to my face, I'm not supporting a MAGA hat. I'm not American, and then they say, "Oh, that's even worse." So and yet, wait a minute, I thought you were hating MAGA hats because they're so America first.
Yeah, the thing is like, look, do I really care who got like the Trump worship syndrome?
At this point, it's a religion now. At this point, they're just religious fanatics because and they're imploding. That's the good news.
Yeah, but again, I'm not accusing JK or anybody else, but I do know that it's really weird that for a long time, anybody trying to sell a book, and they kept running into the same wall where nobody would take on a new book because and I did I tell you about the job I had briefly for a warehouse disposing of the hardest job is for a writer is like making money. I had before I was declared incompetent to extent I'm not allowed to work. Okay, warehouse full of books, endless copies of Harry Potter and all the other from Borders. They bought $100 million worth of books. Most of them Harry Potter stuff before they collapsed. It's why they collapsed. They had more books than customers. There's the book industry is so corrupt. I know from people, like this politician got a $20 million book deal. How many books did he sell? 20. Bestseller. What's the best? New York bestseller. How many copies did it sell? 1,960. What?
It doesn't take much to be at the list. Now, I interviewed disc jockey Joe Benson, the KLOS was at the time. Now it's another station, but he had a series of books called Uncle Joe's Record Guides, which are really his scripts for his Sunday radio show, the Seventh Day, doing entire thing. But his experience, with just selling the books. He said it makes the music industry look downright legit. And we know how idiotic the music industry is. You can have one artist sell a million copies of an album, and the next day you'll have another artist sell a million copies, and then the third guy comes along and sells nothing, and then the third guy will get all the awards and then suddenly be a multimillionaire. Why? Because he's not a rapper, he's selling drugs and laundering. And it's the same, there's a certain person we won't mention, a few top brand seller in the music industry right now, who all of them allegedly didn't make money from their music, but they laundered it through their private labels from their medicinal herb shops, shall we say.
Anyways, guys, I'm gonna get off. So
sorry to drag this out, but there's a lot of stuff that I'm gonna forget next week.
And I know Enemy Name might get end his stream.
So he wants to end it. So I'll say goodbye, everybody.
Later, guys. No. We had fun, and this is what we're all about. And discussions, and we're gonna get more and more people later on. I'm actually building up better.
To anime industry. Yes, I honestly a fan. Sometimes I may forget names. I may not recognize people in or playing your booby games where I can't pick the boobies, even though I've seen the anime 100 times. That's just my scrambled memory, okay? But really, if it goes on for too long, because the new generation are not putting up with you only give us one season and then you expect us to buy the anime. And when we go to buy the anime, it costs more than the DVD for the first season. It's like, boink. People aren't going to put up with that. We're not going to pay.
This is what's known as a Southern style goodbye. We say goodnight, but you're still talking.
I'm sorry.
All the way up to the car, and then another 10 minutes just at the car.
I'm sorry, but I'm just saying, I don't want the industry to collapse. I don't want people in my inbox saying, you hate anime.
I think there will always be comics because the people always really make comics just to make comics. If I get my stuff drug out of storage and finish up that book I started back in '94, it's going to be because I want to finish that damn book and continue that.
Well,
not because I plan on making $1 million off it, but I want to think. Look at what I did. I made this.
That's what I've done. I've made a book.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I haven't made $1 million. I know that 99% of people are going to not make $1 million. But I love you guys. I'm going to go because, I've got to rip the Band-Aid off and let you go to sleep. Stop dragging it out.
Yeah.
If I had $1 million,
you guys take care. Shiny, we will see you again soon. Let's see. We got Fizz Chozo. I just did the art for a poster bug. Don't know what service is used for printing and selling. Oh, I would keep an eye on that. Actually, be very careful.
Hopefully, I might think about trying to find some sort of wall, sticky stuff like wall pins. So it'll be like I'm not gonna damage the wall. Just have it hang it up so they won't hear me from the ceiling. But it's gonna take a while.
Oh, Lindsay Wagner just posted as
at least
50 years ago, the Bionic Woman debuted.
Yeah. So, anyways, guys, I'll think some way so it won't be an issue between my older sister and I, of course.
Right? Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait. Oh wait a minute. I misread that whole thing. I'm sorry, Fizz Chozo. For a poster, but don't know what service is used for printing and selling such project. Where am I supposed to sell art prints?
Try Redbubble.
Try Redbubble and a few other places. I'm trying to think of. Oh man, I wish a few of our friends were here. They know this shit better than I do. So try Redbubble and then a few other places. I wish I knew more. Etsy might work, but not DeviantArt because DeviantArt is a hit and a miss.
I'm just saying, just use Redbubble, which is a distro, to be honest. They distribute the stuff.
Yeah. You Fizz Chozo, if you have a Twitter, get a hold of Shiny. He'll help you with that. Well, guys, I had a great time tonight. Despite everything, we had a very wonderful show. Despite the crazy topics, but we managed to keep everybody talking. So that's the beauty of it.
Because of the crazy talk.
We kind of complicated the algorithm a little bit, but hey, the algorithm's complicated enough as is. But I had fun tonight. I will see you all later. Take care, Shiny. I wish you luck, my dear friend. I was pissed when I saw your post. I was pissed, and I'm like, oh, because I've been there. I have been there, and there were times where I almost fought the last person I was living with. I nearly got into a scuffle with them.
Yeah.
A justified scuffle. But anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. You guys take care.
All right, later.
All right.